about the National Democratic Congress. We're going to be talking about Ghana, and we'll be talking about the world. And our guest is special. We're going to be talking to Mr. Johnson Asiedu Nketiah, National Chairman of the party, otherwise known as General Mosquito. General, welcome to our studios.
Thank you, my comrade.
General, let's start with the state of your party. What is the state of your party? Where is your party at this moment?
Thank you very much, Kwesi. And let me greet our listeners. It's been a long while since I appeared here. I intend to be more regular in the coming months.
Thank you, sir.
Well, the state of our party is healthy and strong and poised for battle come December 2027. That is this year. 2024, that is this year.
Are you winning the elections?
Sure. We can't do otherwise. Ghanaians will not
forgive us. What gives you the confidence that you are winning this election?
Well, it's about preparation, so that hard on the training grounds, easy on the battlefield. Mm-hmm. And that is why we are not approaching this election with any complacency at all. And I'm confident that the type of efforts we are putting in will certainly yield positive results. That gives me the sense of confidence that we are winning the election.
From those of us who are outside, it does appear that there is some focus on the Ashanti region. Are we right or wrong?
Well, there is some focus there, but that is not everything that we are doing. We are doing many other things. The reason you could sense and feel the extra focus on Ashanti region is to, deal with some of the problems at source. So we are focusing extra effort in Ashanti region and Eastern region. So, but that doesn't mean that we are relaxing in the other regions.
Why this focus? Is it because these two regions haven't been your stronghold? Is it because you're seeing new signs? What is the reason for this apparent new focus?
The new focus is that when, as a surgeon, you operate a patient, you certainly will focus where the disease is. And that is why we are focusing. It has become clear that as a party, we have some disease in those specific areas. And so that's why we are trying to tackle some of the problems at source. And besides that, we have 16 regions, all right. But election is about data. So for some of the regions, when you combine the total voter population, it can be wiped up by maybe one constituency in Ashanti region. Mm-hmm. And so if presidential election is about numbers, you must give, if you want to give equitable treatment, then it means that when you come to region by region, Ashanti will appear to be having, extra focus. But when you go according to the numbers and the population, you see that we are trying to spread our efforts equitably so we can get optimum results.
In this election, upcoming election, what do you think are the main issues around which you are going to fight? What are the main issues?
Well, it's not about my opinion, but survey upon survey have revealed the issues that are of major concern to Ghanaians. And top on the list is economy and jobs for the youth. And then down there you come, I think number 4 or so is corruption and many other things. So we are designing our campaign strategies to respond to the felt needs of the electorates.
How far have you gone? I mean, does that entail preparation of a manifesto? What is it that you're doing?
Sure,
How far
sure.
have you gone?
In actual fact, I'm just returning from from a policy dialogue, which we have been engaged in over the years. So after we lost the elections 2020, the group that was engaged in developing our manifesto did not go to bed. They've been working continuously, revising the manifesto based on emerging challenges and all that. So we are far advanced at developing the manifesto of which we will be going into the election. And as I said to you, I'm just returning from one of the penultimate policy dialogues in order to firm up our policy proposals. And also, we've been working on strategizing for this election, but that I'm not going to go into details. So that is also there. So we think we have two main problems confronting us. Number one, we believe that all Ghanaians accept now that the country has been going through some decay for the past 7 years, and that decay ought to be stopped. It can only be stopped when you remove the agent that is creating the decay. So that's one of the major challenges facing the country. The second one is that if you remove the decay or the agent causing the decay, then you haven't finished. You need now to repair the decay and then to return the country onto the path of growth. That is why we are focusing our attention in these two areas, strategizing to win the elections by dislodging MPP, and then what to do immediately after the elections so that and I'm emphasizing immediately because Ghanaians seem to be losing some confidence in our democratic experiment. And so there is the need to re-energize their confidence in the system. And they must feel that something new is going to happen. And so we will not have time at all to waste. So we don't think that Ghanaians will tolerate us if after winning the election, we sit down and, even constituting government is a problem, let alone beginning with the changes that they are expecting. So that is why we need to prepare in advance so that immediately we are sworn into office, we hit the ground running. And we need to also think through our policies well, not to come and be doing knee-jerk approaches and experimentation and so on. Ghanaians will not forgive us because we've been there before, and they expect us to have learned lessons from where there were mistakes. And so they will expect much more from us than when we're coming to power for the first time. So we need to, let Ghanaians feel right from the day of the swearing in that a new wind is blowing. Things are not going to be done the same way that they've been done in the past. And then we need to also demonstrate our readiness to face the challenges, to disentangle what I perceive to be state capture, disentangle the structures of the state capture, and work to renew the confidence of Ghanaians in our democratic institutions.
General, you must be intensely aware of the fact that Ghanaians are fed up with platform promises.
Sure.
How is that going to impact your campaign strategy? We are just fed up with the promises.
Yes. That is why we are very modest in the things we are going to promise. The biggest one we are promising is to restoring the country back to the path of growth generally. And in doing so, we believe that the little resource we have, we are better off concentrating on completion of ongoing projects and abandoned projects and so on. We will not be rushing into creating another set of projects which we will leave uncompleted. Because at times I sit down to think and I realize that from Osagyefo's time, when CPP was overthrown, when you pick all the uncompleted projects through all the other governments to date and you convert them into money, you find out that, Kwesi, they may be more than our national income now, our GDP now. So what has happened? We just threw our money away and then we are sitting down begging. So we think that there must be a paradigm shift where we emphasize on continuing projects started by our predecessors. Look, Cocoa Board is in crisis now. Why? There was Cocoa Roads project, which was funded by monies taken out from outside. The projects were stopped and abandoned. The rain has washed majority of the uncompleted ones away. So we are back. The condition of the roads is back to status quo ante. Meanwhile, nobody can stop our creditors from taking their money from us. So we are paying for roads that we did not construct. So it's like throwing the money down the drain. And it is just one example. If you compare this, you take into account, Osagyefo, what Osagyefo left, and then what the NLC left, and so on up to today. You realize that we just work, and then the reason we do this is that there is some, I don't know how to describe it, some pride in telling people that these are my projects 100%. They were begun by me and completed by me, so I can only take credit for projects that I initiate and complete. What the hell that pride gives us, I don't know. Instead of saying that we have inherited this project, we've continued, it is now working and delivering, resource, and delivering income to the country, and because of that, we are able to generate enough revenues to pay for the loan or whatever facility we use to develop it. So that pride, mediocre thinking that I can only take pride in a project that I start myself and finish, and that when I finish somebody's project, some people will say that it is not your project. So I've never engaged in this debate of this is our project, that is his project, this is our project, because it does not help the country at all.
But General, there are some who say that we are bankrupt, we are broke, there's no money. Even to continue projects started by your predecessors. There's simply no money. Is that true? And if that is true, how are you going to find the resources to do any project whatsoever?
Well, this is a double-barrel question. I cannot say it is true. And so I will not be able to build the next answer based on the fact that we are bankrupt, we don't have money. Because those who claim we are bankrupt, they are still in charge of the economy, and the profligacy has not stopped. So if we are completely bankrupt, where is the money coming from to sustain that profligate expenditure. Look at our budget and expenditure for this AFCON in Cote d'Ivoire. When you compare it with other countries which are far richer than us, can you be convinced that indeed those who are at the helm of affairs accept that we are bankrupt?
They're borrowing and dropping.
Then number two, I just saw something, I don't know whether it is fake news or proper news, that government is budgeting 150, but has secured 150 million funding for the patching of potholes.
Yes, that's true. That is true.
Kwesi, how were the potholes created in the first place? You see, so when you look at these things, and the fact that we had a system of generating revenue to fix these potholes, and we decided to abandon that system. And now we are going to borrow to come and fix the potholes. These potholes and maintenance of our roads was being funded through toll, road tolls. The same government that says the road tolls, have outlived their usefulness, let's abandon it. You open our roads for all these heavy trucks, some of them transcontinental, coming from Sahel. The size of the Sahelian articulators is even bigger than what we have in Ghana. And the load they carry, they all pass through free without contributing anything towards the maintenance of roads. And you now have to go and borrow 150 million to come and fix potholes. That's one of the problems. See, so it is doable when we come and we commit ourselves to it. It can be done. And even though people are claiming the country is broke, it is not all the citizens in the country that are broke. There must be ways out of it. For instance, you see, the latest means of hiding laundered money is real estate. People steal money and they put it in real estate. And the structures, since it was announced that our economy has collapsed, has the construction stopped, the big constructions going on in Accra and in our major cities, it hasn't stopped. The cranes are up there. So if we dedicate ourselves to it and we attach more seriousness to property rating, it can generate more money than many other taxes will bring in. So even if somebody has stolen our money, us in government is able to put up 12 houses, 15 houses, and so on. And you are taking property rate. If he cannot pay, you have to sell some of the houses to pay the property rate of there. That is part of the recovery. Okay, so there are ideas that can be used to, at least continue some of the projects that they themselves will generate more revenues, and we can be back to where we started. Where many other countries have sunk even further than where we are now. And we shouldn't throw our hands in the air that everything is bad, so let's stop. It has to be done, like in the words of, is it Ifrimamo? He says, the work has to be done. Who will do it? It is us who should do it. We are not the children of Ghana. We are the parents of the new Ghana that we want to build.
Well, we were talking with Mr. Johnson Asiedu Nketiah, National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress. We're going to take a short break. And when we come back, I'd like to ask some question. You know, the NDC is so confident it is coming to power. I'd like to know what are the first things that they are going to do when they assume power on January 7th, 2025. What are the first things we should be expecting from an NDC government? Short break. Welcome back to Talk Time, and we are in conversation with Mr. Johnson Asiedu Nketiah, National Chairperson of the National Democratic Congress. Sir,
Yes.
January 7th, 2025, you're back in office. What would you do from January 7th?
I'm being tempted to peep into our manifesto, but I'll resist the temptation. I'll resist the temptation partly. But speaking for myself, as I said, Ghanaians need to feel that there is a wind of change blowing. First of all, we must protect documents, because we've been there before. Documents about corrupt deals and all that were shredded before we came to office. I remember we had a policy that was announced that some people should remain in office for some time whilst we prepare and so on. I don't think that that is the way that we should approach this transition. And that is why I think that we should be prepared to announce our government as quickly as possible so that we can protect the integrity of the documents that we have. Ghanaians are expecting accountability, holding people accountable for what they have done wrong. We are not going to engage in witch hunting and all that if there are no witches. But Ghanaians expect, we owe it to ourselves and owe it to Ghanaians and the generations unborn that nobody should mess up with our resources, the country's resources, and get away with them. So I think quickly we would have to find out how we can hold people accountable. But we will not be looking backwards alone. We have to be looking forward and backwards so that we demonstrate to the new NDC government that we are not in to compete in who can loot more. So that whilst we are holding previous duty bearers to account, we set example that, look, it will not be tolerated. What is wrong in the previous government will not be tolerated in the current or future government. So I believe that if we are able to demonstrate that we have come, we are going to protect the people's purse, we are prepared to do all the work that will restore the country back to its past glories, we will have sympathies across, together with our friends, with the population. We were here during the revolution, the Rawlins's revolution. The situation in the country, as far as the economy was concerned, arguably was worse than this as at the time we took over. But we were able to sustain the confidence in the masses in what we were doing, and we were able to reawaken the patriotism in the ordinary people, and everybody brought their hands on deck. And we were able to scale the difficulties. So I think that is a job that we need to focus on in the very early stages of our new government. So I think those are the things we'll be doing. But when it comes to actual policy measures in government, I prefer to leave that one.
No problem.
Yes.
I've been listening to radio quite a bit.
Yes.
And many of your supporters are threatening to jail officials of this administration who they think have been corrupt. So we will jail you. How are you going to be jailing them?
No, I don't think that anybody in our government has the capacity to jail anybody. Jailing is the issue with the courts. But we will punish wrongdoers.
LDG Tamaklo actually is insisting on prosecution of previous officials.
Oh, if there is evidence to prosecute wrongdoers, it depends on the categorization you are talking about. I don't see them, and I don't want to paint them as previous government officials. I'm saying if you are doing house cleaning, it has to involve everybody. They may be previous government officials with collaborators inside us. So if you get those collaborators, what are you going to do to them? And so I'm not comfortable with the term previous government officials, as if when we come, then the searchlight for corruption is going to, yes, focus on a particular set of people, and that all the others who are outside that are free. No. We are saying that the laws of this country were made for all of us. So when we come, we would look at how to apply the law to protect state property. And if anybody has stolen state property, that person will account for his activities. But I won't want to call them MPP people or previous government officials or current government officials. We are saying any and everybody who has done something wrong would have to be, will face the music.
Some of your members are also livid, really livid, saying that this time there'll be no father for all. What does that mean?
Well, maybe they are referring to the previous time, Professor Mills's time, when it was announced that DCs of the previous government should remain, some appointees should remain, and they were there shredding documents to cover up their corrupt deals, and so maybe that is what they are talking about. And maybe they are talking about us also repeating what MPP has done differently. If we think that MPP has compromised our state institutions by ensuring that everybody who works in there is MPP. If you are not MPP, you are handed out, and then others are brought in and so on. Some of them, admittedly, that is what they are thinking about. But what will appease such people? Two things, but I will choose one. Some are demanding that let us repeat what they have done and pay them back. There is a better way to approach it. If we are able to find out who were removed wrongly, and as much as possible, if they can be restored, and who were brought in wrongly, as much as possible, can be removed, then we can all go back to the laws to begin. But what the party people would not accept is for us to come and say that, well, let bygones be bygones, but those who are occupying those positions wrongly must be protected to remain there. I think that will be too much, because if they were put there wrongly, they will continue doing the wrong things. But everybody knows the rules as to how people get to certain offices. If those rules are found to have been breached, then of course the correction must be done.
But there are some areas where this problem is critical. For example, the security service, the electoral commission and so on. If it's found that these areas have been packed with party loyalists, what are you going to do? Police, military,
that's why I'm saying
customs.
There is a way of getting recruited in the security. There's a way of getting recruited in all other government agencies. I am saying we will stick by the law. So if anybody got there wrongly, the law will expose that person for what he is. Okay, so if when you take the national constitution, if you are elected in parliament or government or president, and something is discovered, which if it were known before you became an MP or a president, you wouldn't have qualified to be an MP or president, then you go home. So the same principle will apply to everybody. So if you are found to have been recruited wrongly, we'll pursue the law and see how those things can be dealt with. So the important thing is to make sure that you stick by the law. And if you stick by the law, you are always safe. And you are not creating any precedents for some chain reaction in future. If this is the first time that recruitment processes have been breached, you know everybody who was recruited. And if you compare that process with the law, you know those who were recruited wrongly. And it becomes easier to isolate them and treat them the way they should be treated according to law.
So why did you go back to the IPAC?
Well, we gave reasons for not going back to the IPAC. And we got assurances that our concerns have been addressed. So there was no reason to stay away. For instance, we said that the IPAC was put in place to help develop consensus in many, many subjects which cannot be legislated in their nitty-gritties. So in every democracy, consensus is a major part of it. And so we put the IPAC there. It was not based on any law, but we established conventions as to how the consensus positions were generated, and through the activities of IPAC, we were able to achieve a lot of improvement in our electoral process. Now came Madame Jean and her team, and they decided to treat IPAC differently. And at some point, we got convinced. We got convinced that IPAC has abandoned, deviated from its purposes, so there was no point being there. And so, So following our workout from IPAC, there have been a lot of engagements behind the scenes, some led by Peace Council and many other institutions. So we got to a point where we felt that, well, they had given indication that IPAC will revert to its consensus building ways. And so we thought that we should give it a try. That's why we are back.
But there are still concerns about the Electoral Commission and what it may do. One of those concerns has to do with the alleged appointment of card-bearing party members onto the commission.
Well, we'll get the bridge and cross it.
But you can see the bridge.
Yes, I say we'll get there.
When you get there, you cross it.
When we get there, we'll cross it.
Since joining
because there is, as I have said, there are rules about the appointment of commissioners. So if we are there and we go back to the rules and we find out certain things were done against the rules themselves will prescribe our next line of action.
Are you satisfied, since you went back to IPAC, how it has worked?
Well, we've just attended, I think, 1 or 2 meetings.
2?
And I've not attended myself because now my position has changed. So it's only where there are very critical issues that I attend. But our delegation to IPAC feel that, well, it is worth continuing.
What about your boycott of one particular radio station? Your friend's radio station.
Which is it?
Your friend.
Kennedy.
Peace FM.
Oh, Kwame.
Yes.
I think we've gone beyond that. Yeah. We've gone beyond that because we have had several backdoor engagements and so on. So as far as I'm concerned, it is no longer an issue. I think our communications department was expecting some get-together, by our side and Kwame, so that we can pop some champagne and seal the deal. So that's all. But there's no actual issue now to be
So addressed. We should be expecting you back on Peace FM very soon.
I think so.
Okay. Now we're going to go for another short break. And when we come back, I'm going to ask General a question he may not be too comfortable with, but a question which is just begging to be asked. Short break. Well, welcome back to Talk Time, and the General is here with us. General Mosquito is here with us. Mr. Johnson Asiedu Nketiah, National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress. Now, sir.
Yes.
Do you or do you not know who President John Mahama's running mate is going to be?
Well, I don't know for a fact. But everybody, like the way we all stake lotto, everybody can guess.
Everybody is expecting that 3 will drop.
Everybody can guess. So I have not been informed officially in my capacity as a national chairman what the decision of President Mahama is. I'm only interested in trying to hold him to his word that by the end of the second week or by the middle of the third month, we should know the running mate. So as far as I'm concerned, with my executive, that is what we are working on.
But who is this mystery person that everybody knows that the rest of us don't know? This mystery person, who is that?
Well, it's in the head of President Mahama. We don't know.
But you appear to have a way into the head of President Mahama.
No, we are saying that the timetable, because we need to do our things according to our own strategy. So we can hold him to the timetable to tell us what is in his mind.
But it appears that all
until
of you,
he tells us.
It appears that all of you know who the running mate is going to be.
I don't know.
You don't have any idea.
If other people, I can have ideas based on projections and other things, the same way that our party has done things in the past and so on. But I may be wrong, I may be right. That is why I don't want to put any conjecture out there.
What is the quality you're looking for?
Of course, we share some beliefs, and that is that we don't believe in this where you come from, north, south, what language you speak, and all this. We don't believe
How much money you have?
I don't know. I know you don't believe in that.
Of course not.
There's a job to be done. So we are looking for who is best cut to do that job. That's all. So that is our first consideration. All the other things about religion, where you come from, and all that, gender and all that, they are secondary. First, you look at the quality of the person for the job. If he's able to do it, we go for it, because you are not electing just a leader for the party. You are electing a leader for the country. And all the difficulties, some of which we have spoken about this morning, they need leadership to be able to handle. So you need to look beyond the election, that who is best cut to do the job. So when the name comes to us, that will be our first query. Find out, is that person up to the task we are going to ask the nation to assign to him or her? If we are able to satisfy that one, then we get to the other considerations.
But do you have people in the party who meet the requirement? You know, in the NPP, for example, they're looking outside. They're looking at some Osofu and so on. You know, do you have the people in your party, or you also be tempted to look outside?
We have more than we require.
We are not going to do the Osofu trick.
To pick somebody and now try to convert the person, or what?
No, to pick somebody because he can recite the Bible, you know.
The job is not about Bible recitation, because you are going to be a vice president of the republic. You are going to undertake some difficult job of reconstructing or helping to reconstruct a damaged nation. So it's not about your religion and so on. If it's about religion, well, there are several bishops and popes around, or imams around for that matter, and so it's not about that.
Or fetish priests.
Or fetish priests, or Ulomo and all that, they are all around. But we are going to offer prayers, and you are looking for a fetish priest or Ulomo or something that's different. But we have a job, we already know the requirements of the job. So all that we are looking for is the qualities of the prospective candidates. Fit them in the job requirements. If they can do it, you know it. If they cannot do it and you put them there, you are fixing a square peg in a round hole. You may think that this will win us elections, but winning elections is not an end in itself. Winning elections and being able to satisfy the population, you know, about what you intend to, the changes you intend to bring in their lives and so on. So that is much more important than just the activity of winning elections.
You know, you are a very experienced person. You've done many things before, banking, Parliament, all kinds of things.
Yes.
One of the things that you've done.
Palm tapping.
Palm wine tapping.
Yes. I've distilled appeticy, I've tapped palm wine, all those.
Wow.
Yes, yes.
But you were in Parliament.
Yes, I was in Parliament for 12 years.
So you have some parliamentary experience.
Sure.
Now, to start with, you had your own difficulties when it came to the replacement of Mr. Haruna Idrisu. And I guess that some of the difficulty continues up to today. The MPP is in the same hot waters. How do you see the problem of the selection of parliamentary leadership? How may it be done?
Well, you see, the selection of parliamentary leadership has been a problem since the Second or Third Republic. You remember the Kwakuba, Usha Champong problem and so on. And I think that since becoming General Secretary, I kept reminding our party structures that there is a vacuum that we need to fill. But it's like when we constitute leadership of Parliament and it's accepted for the time being, then everybody goes to bed. We don't deal with the problem. Some way, somehow, because NDC has always had a former MP in our leadership, the top leadership, the three people on the top, since NDC was formed, we've always had a former MP there. The first set of chairmen, co-chairmen, You have Munufie as a former MP before. Then we came to Obeda Samoa, former MP. And then we came to our turn. I was a former MP. Dr. Kwabranje was a former MP. And all that up to today. So somehow in private discussions with MPP, I've always been telling them that the nation and our democracy will be better served if we encourage former MPs to take positions at their national party level. So far, they've not been able to do that. But what I'm dragging at is that there is Parliament, and Parliament, by the Constitution, are empowered to regulate their own processes and in Parliament. Okay. They do that by preparing standing orders. That are the rules. The standing orders are very silent about how the parties elect their leadership in Parliament. If they are referring to a party leader in Parliament, they just refer to the person as the leader of NDC, leader of MPP, leader of majority, leader of this in Parliament. They assume it, and then that's all. So there is no procedure at all in the standing orders about how party leaders are elected. That tells you that the rules of Parliament do not cover how parties elect leadership among the MPs the party has sponsored to Parliament. Now, in the past, MPs, if they were dissatisfied with their parties, could cross carpet and join other parties and remain in Parliament. This 1992 Constitution is different, because arguing from the point that elections constitute the signing of a social contract between a political party and the electorate, and that once the parties prepare what they will do and sell that to the electorate together with the candidates they are trusting to implement what they are promising. So when the candidate the electorate buy into it, it means the social contract has been signed. And so when you get into government, you come to implementation time. And so the candidates you have sold to the electorates, you are expected to use those candidates to implement the program which has been bought into by the electorate. So if the candidate comes to Parliament and decides that I no longer believe in the programs of that party, then the law says, leave Parliament and go back. Take another program and sell it to the electorates. If they buy into it, you return to Parliament. If they don't buy into it, you are out of here. It means you are not part of the original. You go home. So this 92 Constitution actually firms up the fact that the MPs in Parliament continue to be constitute an important wing of the party. Now, when you look at our individual party constitutions, in our constitution, we have created 4 wings. Lately, we have added 1, so we have 5 wings of the party, apart from the main party structure. We have some semi-autonomous wings, and there are 5. First one is youth wing, second women's wing, third international wing, and then you have the parliamentary wing, and we have just added Zongo Caucus a few years ago. Now, our constitution stipulates that we have to develop regulations for the running of these wings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the past, it has not happened. I think we used to have one for the youth wing during E.T. Mensah's term, but since a lot of changes came, so it became stale. So as at the time I took over as a national chairman, we didn't have any regulations for any of these wings.
Mm-hmm.
So we have embarked, together with the national executive, we have embarked on the process of developing the legal framework based upon which these our wings should run. We just completed the youth wing, and we've used that one as a standard. We are, you know, in advanced stages of producing the caucus regulations, the parliamentary caucus regulations, the Zongo caucus regulations, and the women's wing regulations, and then the international wing regulations. When these things are firmed up, and they will be done, they are done with together with the various wings, the leadership of the wings. So some of the drafts emanate from our side. In fact, the draft that will regulate our caucus emanated from the caucus themselves. So it's on the table, which we are trying to firm up. Immediately we pass these ones. Then all these issues about who appoints or elect our leader in parliament and all these things will be addressed with finality. But the key argument is that no political party caucus in parliament can declare themselves independent from the party. Mm-hmm. Because the constitution itself says that the parties sponsor those candidates there. And the constitution recognizes that once you are sponsored by the party, you are bound to do the bidding of the party. And any point in time you want to declare your independence from the party, you must lose your seat and go back and then come under a different sponsorship. Either you sponsor yourself or somebody else sponsors you. So I think that, I don't know what the provisions in the MPP constitutions are, but I think these are the areas we should be looking at to address this. The principles first. There is the need for people to be involved in the choice of their leadership. No doubt about that. But there is also the contract that somebody has sponsored those people who want to choose their leadership. So there can be a middle way somewhere where everybody's interest will be catered for. If you look at what happens at the district assembly level, for instance, that same argument has been there. There is a government in power, a president who has been elected to, you know, implement his agenda and all that, that will involve district assemblies, participation and so on. But there are people who have also been elected on their own. They've contested election and they've been elected to district assemblies. How do you choose their leadership? It's been a question. And at that level, there has been a solution, and that is somebody may nominate for other people to approve and so on. So we can look through many of these things and we will get an acceptable solution to deal with these problems. And I believe if we are able to get it, it will be a standard for other parties in the country.
I don't know, in the case of Honorable Haruna Idrisu,
yeah,
it does appear that there's still some bitterness. How are you coping with that? How are you dealing with that?
See, the important thing is that you can't deviate from the principles and you can't deviate from the law, unfortunately. I don't think that appeasement is a good method to govern with. So if there is a decision, it is not everybody who will be happy with the decision. And in fact, in many, many ways, when a position is lost to you, you are a human being. You feel peeved, but over time you grow over it. But I don't see a problem with Honorable Haruna and the way you are seeing it, because he has come over and we are.
It's not about him, you know. You get the indication that some of his supporters, some of the people who really appreciate his leadership and so on, appear to be bitter.
Well, their bitterness will abate over time, because we'll be talking to them. Because we don't take decisions based on who will be bitter and who will not be bitter. If we think that this is the best way to go, because always when you are taking decisions in an organization, you take decisions that will secure the interests of the organization, and by extension, if anybody is implementing any policy in this country, they look at the policy that will benefit the greater number of people in the country. But if you want to implement a policy that will satisfy every individual, it cannot happen. Then you are not prepared to govern. So if you are convinced that the basis of your decision is valid, I think that you have to find ways of dealing with the fallout, but that is not to change the decision. And so everybody will grow up, because and this is not the first time of changing leadership in Parliament, and it certainly is not going to be the last time of changing leadership. In fact, the time that we were changing leadership that brought Honorable Haruna, Honorable Muntaka and Co on board, I raised this issue that there is some amount of uncertainty or try and error at the method of choosing our leaders. And this thing must be dealt with. Unfortunately, it was never dealt with until I found myself in a situation that I had to take some decision. And so there was no law or anything. We had to rely on any system that we use. But after that, we have since agreed with the caucus and with our Council of Elders and leadership that the way to go is to finalize the regulations, and that it will bring clarity to the processes of selecting leadership. And I believe that at that point, these issues about who is wrong in taking what decision will be a thing of the past.
General, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so very much for coming to the studio.
You're welcome.
Now, viewers, we've been talking to Mr. Johnson Asiedu Nketiah, National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, and we hope that this conversation has shed light on one or two issues that may have not been very clear to you and so on. He will come back again. He will come back many times in the course of this year to answer questions about his party and Ghana. And once more, we'd like to thank him very, very much. We'd like to thank him profusely for coming to the studio and sharing his thoughts with us. We'll see you again next week. It's goodbye from me, from Pan-African Television, from producer-director George Viner, and everybody who contributed to make this show possible. Bye-bye.
Very smart.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Today is a Monday for a member of parliament. So I understand on Mondays you are not free, but you don't have to attend to the business of the house. But do you do committee meetings on Monday?
Yes, committee meetings. We also sometimes do our field trips. Remember that the tradition has been that when we rise on Friday, the weekend is used for our constituency surgeries or constituency engagements. And some of our colleagues are representing constituencies that sometimes you need a whole day to get to that place. Not everybody is as fortunate as some of us who can get to a constituency in 2 hours. So the tradition has been that you use the weekend for travel. So Saturday to get to your constituency and have your constituency engagements, and then you can use Monday to find your way back to Accra, and then sit-ins resume on Tuesdays to Fridays. But I must indicate that there are a number of Mondays that we do sit. There are weeks that we have what is called extended sitting.
Okay.
And so
you start from Monday?
Yeah, so we do start from Monday sometimes. There are times even we have been called upon to sit on Saturdays.
Okay.
Sometimes Sundays. I mean, depending on the exigencies of the time. If there's a lot of business and it cannot be concluded at a time that we have set for ourselves to rise, then we would have to do our best to finish the work. But I must say though that there is a lot of room for those who manage government business to be better organized. If you talk to a lot of MPs, they will tell you that in the initial sittings, if you like, the first half of every meeting of Parliament, the business is very, very light. There's a lot of if you like, lackadaisical attitude from the part of government, because most of what we do is government business. Because of our constitution, matters that will impose financial burden on the state, MPs are quite restricted. So private members' bills are very few and far in between. So more than 95% of the work we do are really public business or government business. And when you have a government that is, really, really slow, really lackadaisical, and then they keep things to the last hour, that's when you do see a lot of pressure being brought to bear. If you look at even the recent Supreme Court decision in this narcotic amendment bill, the Supreme Court held the view that things were rushed, and that is why that particular section, Section 43, was struck out for further debate, a more detailed debate, which we have now done, and it's been reinserted, if you like. So there are lessons that ought to be learned in terms of scheduling government business and making good use of the house right from the get-go, so that we hit the ground running.
I've also wanted to ask you this question, because there are those who say you make an MP's work look like light work. That this is a very difficult work to do. For most MPs, they struggle to even meet the basic demand. But people see you a lot of the time. It looks like you're able to cater to a lot. You are trying to do some level of development, or catering to other welfare needs like fees, among others. How do you do all this?
Well, first of all, let me thank you for the compliments. And I must say that there are a great number of MPs out there who are also doing their best. It's not as easy as it may look on the surface. It involves a lot of planning, a lot of lobbying, a lot of strategy and vision. So yes, you have very limited resources, the MP's Common Fund, but how can you put it to maximum use? How can you carry out research and identify the matters that really are of utmost importance to your constituents, so that you target those issues directly and make the most impact. You know, so it's really about, you know, a certain dexterity, a certain versatility, you know, like the recent project that I commissioned, the portable water system for Avilojogbe in the Bato traditional area. And there are quite a number of others also taking place in the Dofo area, and then also the Mapotogodo, and then the Fujoku enclave. You know, these will naturally require reaching out to a number of charities, a number of NGOs, a number of foundations, which we do. So we do sometimes send in our proposals very, very early. And then we also assure them that land is ready. We show them the land title. We show them the preparations that we have made, the community readiness, and the community's intention to support them. You know, and sometimes we also let them know that there's a little counterpart funding available on our part to facilitate, you know, the work. So it's about setting out. So ahead of every year, we have a target, what we want to do in January, in February, in March, April, all the way to December, and then we work to secure funds where the MP's Common Fund can support. Good news, but where it cannot suffice, then we reach out to a number of.
My colleagues have been crying, you know, that
and then
Common Fund is not coming.
Yeah. I mean, yes, it's been very, very erratic, very, very erratic. When they do come, you make sure that you put it to good use, where you can have maximum impact. I must also indicate that in every constituency, you will have those who are also passionate about development, who you reach out to. So we have quite a good pool of some of these, you know, successful people, accomplished businessmen, philanthropists, and all of that. And once you show them, yes, and beyond as well, you know, because there are also some people who generally want to assist. Like you take this facility in my constituent, the Bato Catholic Hospital. Many people know about it. You know, they have saved lives of many people who are even outside the constituency. So when you show a clear plan, like when we were expanding the Children's Hospital, when we were, you know, investing in the cervical cancer center, which is now one of the foremost cervical cancer centers in the country, when we were also re-equipping the hospital. Once the hospital has that, you know, national presence, you know, that credibility, and the people also know that, you know, their donations will be sent directly to the people. It would, you know, be used for what it is intended for. People do come on board. So I will say that it is quite a dynamic mix of, you know, of various, you know, supports, various collaborators, and donors. That's really what you need to do make an impact. And there are also, don't forget, some of the issues that you just have to rely on sheer advocacy and be persistent at it. So it's not every problem that is a money problem. There are some of the challenges that you just need to pursue them with strong advocacy, with you know, a certain community organization, and getting the people mobilized, you know, to find solutions, and the solutions do come once you are persistent. So you just have to do your best to be very versatile, and to, you know, and do well not to be daunted by the task. Yes, it's not easy, but in every hurdle, in every challenge, in every problem, is also an opportunity, you know, to make a difference, to solve it, and make people happy. Because we are really in this job just, you know, to make the people happy. And in our party, we have, you know, tremendous role models to learn from. I mean, look at the story of President Rawlings, the founder of our party, selfless, was always out there in the field himself, in the gutters, with the people, you know. So that is, an example to look up to. You'll take Professor Mills, very humble, very modest. So if you are, a member of our party, an MP, or any leader in our party, and you have that example, how to be compassionate, how to be modest, how to, not to carry airs. I mean, this was a whole professor who had achieved so much, and yet, we relate with everybody, believed in young people. So when you have that example, you need to be guided, and I'm glad I'm talking about him a few days to his commemoration. Then you also have, the indefatigable President Mahama, another sterling example, very modest, as a nation builder. I mean, look at what he did with very little resources. So we cannot have an excuse. I mean, I was doing a comparative analysis recently of even oil proceeds. If you read the latest PIAC report, PIAC is reporting that what President Akufo-Addo got from our oil receipts in 2022, just last year, is the highest ever, $1.4 billion. That's about half of what he is begging the World Bank for in 1 year. Even under the current IMF program, President Akufo-Addo would not get 1.4 billion in 1 year. At best, 1.2. The first tranche of 600 has arrived. Then the next one will be 600. So last year, and this hasn't dawned on a lot of people, President Akufo-Addo got $1.4 billion. Compare that to President Mahama in 2016. PIAC is, if you read, and these reports are online, I urge listeners to go online, download the PIAC reports, or just click on them. You see that President Mahama received less than $250 million in 2016. And yet, see the things that President Mahama did. I mean, if you look at President Mahama's project, up to now, I mean, when COVID came, imagine we didn't have a President Mahama before Akufo-Addo and COVID struck. Just imagine. UGMC, that some of them said they went there to rest. They were not even honest enough to admit that they had gone there to be cured. Take the regional hospital, Rich. Look at the Tamale Teaching Hospital renovations. Look at the Shai Osudoku Hospital. I mean, look at what was done with polytechnics across the regions, re-equipping the hospitals, the national re-equipping program. As we speak now, I mean, the last time the Minister of Health was in Parliament, he told us that there was just about 3 MRIs working in the whole country. That would not have happened under President Mahama. So when you see somebody who, with very little, I mean, look at the interchanges, from Circle to Kaswa, look at the roads that he did. Look at the e-blocks that I was privileged, to serve under him to execute that vision. And yet he was getting, less than 30% of the resources that President Akufo-Addo has received. And yet President Mahama did not make excuses. He solved Dumso. He was able to, address the challenge with secondary school shortage, access to secondary school education. See what he did in continuing the vision of Professor Mills to have a university, a public university in every region. So he completed the University of Health and Allied Sciences in the Volta region. He completed the University of Environment and Natural Resources in the then Brong-Ahafo region. And then he secured full funding for the University of Environment and Sustainable Development in the Eastern region in Somanya. He cut the sword, before he left office, full funding. And the funding he secured, the Donkokrom campus should have been finished by now in the Afram Plains area. But these people came and diverted the project, denied the people of Donkokrom. And this is the second time. Twice, President Akufo-Addo has denied the people of Afram Plains a project. Recently, there was a road loan we approved in Parliament. The president changed his mind, decided to reallocate the funds to the Swami interchange. So if you don't vote for them, it's not their stronghold, forget it. I mean, you come to even my enclave, you know, and I know that you are from South Town, so you are passionate about this project. You know, President Mahama has secured funding for the Volleyball Bridge.
Yeah.
See how many years we've been waiting, just because, you know, when they look at the numbers, we got the widest margin of victory for President Mahama in the last election. They don't see what electoral benefit they can get. And I have been following up. I've asked many questions, assurance upon assurance. Oh, we'll come and start. Oh, we're trying to raise counterpart funding. Oh, we want to get some funding for the main road. Oh, don't worry.
Going on to
don't
7
worry.
years.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? You know, and I can tell you that the Japanese are even getting frustrated. You know, so you look at President Mahama, little resources, and yet did so much. So those of us who have come after these, you know, icons telling examples, we don't have any excuse in various roles as members of parliament or in the capacity that we find ourselves. We have, you know, very good role models to look up to and to follow that spirit. So you have President Rawlings, who is a people's man, courageous. You need to learn from that. You have Professor Mills, compassionate, very modest, down to earth, a deep thinker. You learn from that. You have President Mahama, who is a nation builder, very astute. He does so much with very little resources that he finds. He doesn't make excuses. He just solves the problems. So you learn from that. And then we have probably Africa's greatest, Kwame Nkrumah. You know that I always pride myself of being an Nkrumahist. I have been influenced greatly by his thoughts, his books, his philosophy, and so when you combine all of these, you know, greats, you really must live up to expectation and serve your people to the best of your ability with distinction, and make sure that you leave the place better than you met it.
Well, if you just join us, OKUDZETO ABLAKWA is in studio with me. He's member of parliament for the people of North Town. The last time I was in North Town, they in fact, when you go to North Town, they don't joke with their MP. They are very proud of the MP. Wherever he says they should come to, they will gladly come because they know you deliver the goods for them. Well, Honorable has joined us in studio this morning. And first, I don't know whether congratulations or how to say it, because you have been, in fact, what you have essentially done, you have withheld yourself from sharing any further information you had on him because the matter was in court. And I'm talking about Reverend Victor Kwesi Pratt Jnr. When you were sued, we were looking at the written, it was Asiedu Nketiah that was suing you.
Yes.
When you saw the suit initially, were you surprised at the name that was being used to sue?
Well, I wasn't surprised, but I was very happy that would be a confirmation, because all along people really had doubts. I had even a lot of, you know, close friends, party members, colleagues in the house say, "Are you really sure? I mean, this is a man of God. Are you sure? We can't believe this. I mean, why will a man of God have 2 names, 2 dates of birth, 2 mothers, 2 things? This is looking like a Hollywood movie, or if you like, a low production, you know, Kumawood movie. You know, they thought that the script was just, you know, too mind-boggling to be believed. You know, so when he sued and people saw Asiedu Nketiah alias Reverend Victor Kwesi Pratt Jnr, then, you know, the cat was out of the bag. So by even going to court, though he thought that it will, you know, put fear and, you know, probably douse the flames, it rather, you know, brought more credibility to what the exposés that we had put out.
So it was helpful to you?
It was very helpful. Very, very helpful. I mean, I think from that time onwards, people saw that, look, this guy should not even have gone to court. He should just, I mean, the sheer audacity that you have engaged in all of this, and now you are the one rather going to court seeking to gag the member of parliament who is carrying out his mandate. I mean, there was nothing I was doing that was unconstitutional. Look, the whole principle of having a legislature, a parliament, an executive, a judiciary, 3 arms of government, as Montesquieu propounded, and the likes of John Locke, Jacques Rousseau, and others further developed. That whole concept is that you want to keep checks on the other, keep the tab, make sure that no one arm goes rogue, no one arm takes the people for granted, because power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So, and that's Lord Acton. So you must always make sure that these 3 arms are quite strong enough to hold each other in check for democracy to thrive. And our work as members of parliament really is to make sure that we are protecting the public purse. That is why you can't spend without our approval. Of course, under Akufo-Addo, history has been made. They did a lot of expenditure for the National Cathedral without parliamentary approval, but eventually we cut them out. And I have no doubt that people are going to go to jail one day. A diligent Attorney General who has the country at heart, who is a patriot, will look into these matters and make sure that people do go to jail for all of these constitutional breaches, financial loss to the state, and all of that. So when you go to court, like Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi, Victor Kwesi Boateng did, seeking to gag an MP, it's such an affront. It is an offense against our constitution and against everything that democracy is about. I'm still reading, I'm still researching. I haven't seen this anywhere where somebody has gone to court seeking to gag an MP, stop an MP from carrying out his constitutional oversight mandate. It's incredible, but he had the sheer audacity, the effrontery to do that. And remember also that the name calling that took place, a lot of name calling. This chap had the nerve. I find it difficult seeing the evidence now, which has been proven and confirmed by the Human Rights Court. If you read the judgment of the Human Rights Court, very, very damning. I am surprised that this man had the effrontery to call me a demon. He told his congregation when these matters began that they should treat me with contempt, and that you cannot go up without fighting demons. You remember that infamous sermon he delivered. And then you had the National Cathedral Secretariat also putting out a statement that they don't respond to my lies and all of that, and the listeners can see all of these statements online. Now here we have it. They all have X on their faces. If I can read from the summary of the judgment, the respected Human Rights Court judge said, and I quote, "It has been proven that Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi and Victor Kwesi Boateng are 2 separate identities concurrently used by the applicant, and first respondent is justified in his claims that Victor Kwesi Boateng is not an alias, but another separate identity altogether. The way the 2 identities were used does not suggest a simple case of 2 different names, but rather 2 independent and totally separate identities to conceal applicants' dealings in a manner that was not obvious until the investigations and publications of first respondent. Applicant's assertion that the use of 2 names in the manner he has done is not a crime under our laws is misconceived, as the 2 identities were used in a pattern of duplicity, depicting a lack of transparency, and his conduct borders on criminality."
That was the conclusion of the court.
Yeah. The application was sought to be enforced under Article 33(1) of the 1992 Constitution, which requires an applicant's personal interest in the matter to confer locus standi. From the record, it is not clear which of the 2 separate identities seeks to enforce its fundamental human rights by the suit. And once there is a clear case of double identity presented and proven before this court, this application is dismissed for lack of capacity and locus standi. cost of 10,000 Ghana cedis is awarded against the applicant in favor of the first respondent. Very damning. Very, very damning. So, I mean, to think that this gentleman had the temerity, really, to be the one going to court. I remember that he filed 3 cases. The first one was contempt, that I should be committed to jail. I had finished the program at Metro TV and I was set up. That morning, some hoodlums approached me and said, "We have a document for you, we have to take it." I said, "What is that? Who are you? Introduce yourself." They wouldn't speak and just threw it at me. I lost my cool and kicked it out of my way because I was driving myself. I didn't want any foreign material I couldn't trust in my car, particularly as they had not introduced themselves. So it turned out that the whole thing was a setup. They were recording me and all of that. And after that whole setup, he then went to court that I should be committed
For contempt,
to prison, for contempt. It emerged also in that matter that apparently they were not bailiffs. The people who had come to Metro TV were not bailiffs.
Persons who were sent to serve you.
And you see, that's his modus operandi. I mean, a so-called man of God doesn't do anything upright. I mean, because if they were bailiffs, they will have known that you can't, that's not how you serve members of parliament. The constitution is very clear. You go through the speaker. You do things decently. He went to hide his tax from wherever. He's the only one who knows. So the judge had some very critical words for him in that matter as well. And remember, the cost of 10,000 Ghana cedis was awarded. And he was told to go and do the right thing. If you want to serve the MP, serve him properly. So you see his modus operandi. So that was the first defeat. Then this is the second one. Going into the substantive matter, he had come under Article 33, a human rights action, saying that I am violating his right to privacy and that he must be protected. He shouldn't have his IDs and all of those documents I was putting out there. It should not be put out. And I was really wondering if this guy knows what public service is about. Once you accept to be an appointee of the president and you come into public office and you are managing public resources, you open yourself up for scrutiny. You will be scrutinized. We need to know what you are doing with our money. And don't forget, I mean, you see, the background to this whole story is important. Sometimes people forget the background. Some people think that probably this is personal. It's never been personal. I have here the volume of documents that was presented to Parliament by the National Cathedral Secretariat. And remember, this was when we caught them using over 339 million Ghana cedis without parliamentary approval in violation of Article 178 and insisted that the right thing should be done. They eventually succumbed, decided to now come on the path of righteousness. So in the 2023 budget, they put an allocation for the first time, a line allocation for the National Cathedral, 80 million. But as the tradition is, when you come to Parliament for approval, you must first justify what you have used the earlier approvals for, or the earlier public funds for. I can't call this approval because there was never an approval. So the 339 million or $58.1 million, which thanks to the votes of Central Committee, we got to know that that's how much Ken Ofori-Atta had unconstitutionally withdrawn. We demanded to know the breakdown. How have they used that 339 million? So in responding to us, they went back to their office and returned later with this volume of document, quite voluminous, over 300 pages of accounting. And when I perused the document they brought, it's their own document, their own document. Yeah, you can see for yourself. JNS Talent Center Limited paid 2.6 million contractors mobilization. So I got curious. What business does this entity, JNS Talent Center Limited, have receiving 2.6 million under contractors mobilization? When, first of all, they cannot be contractors because I know the contractors. The contractors are Rebade, which is a joint venture of Rizani the Eka, Babisoti, and Disimoni.
Okay.
Then the architects, David Ajay and Associates. So where from this JNS to receive 2.6 million? Who are they? Talent Center. And we are constructing, a national cathedral. What has a talent center got to do with it? So I got very curious and I said, look, let me look into this company. Who are they? What do they do? I found out that registered a few years ago, they say that they do talent developing. They open a crèche somewhere in Dowenya. So I even got more curious. Crèche, Dowenya, and we are building a national cathedral. What's happening here? Then I look at the directors, 3 directors, Johannes Eshen, Sheila Eshen, a couple, who are pastors in Reverend Kwesi Boateng's church. And I said, this is getting interesting. So Kwesi Boateng must know these guys. Sheila Eshen, Johannes Eshen. But then I see a 3rd director who had no digital footprints anywhere. I tried Googling, I did all kinds of tabletop research and couldn't find Kwabena Edujemfi, that 3rd director, anywhere else. I said, this is getting really suspicious. Already I'm seeing potential conflict of interest. These pastors in Reverend Kwesi Boateng's church. But then this 3rd guy, who is he? I mean, we have to crack this code. So I said, okay, you know what? Before you register a company, you must show an ID. You must let the registrar of companies know who you are. Then GRA must also know who you are as a director. So let me get into those systems and see what this guy submitted, to be accepted as a director and to be registered as such. And lo and behold, I couldn't believe my eyes. The passport that had been submitted, the picture, same. I said, this is getting interesting. Let me dig deeper. So I then get more IDs. I was able to get into NIA database, the EC database, DVLA, and other entities. And then also secured the forms he filled, claims he made, statutory declarations he made, and all of that. And it was confirmed. Then I decided to also do some tracking, that we have the capacity to track travels and all of that. And I noticed that, this is the same guy traveling at the time, traveling to Dubai and then later to Liberia as Kwabena Edujemfi. And we had all the video footage and all of that. So confirmed beyond doubt that is the same person we are talking about. So I decided to blow the alarm. And I decided to then petition Shraj that this is a clear conflict of interest matter. Because remember that the Supreme Court ruled in OKUDZETO ABLAKWA Manebuama versus Jake Obechebilamte when we were fighting Jake when he decided to buy his bungalow, a bungalow that was given to him as chief of staff, which had been renovated at great cost to the Ghanaian taxpayer, only for him to turn around and buy it for cheap. We said that was a clear conflict of interest. It's not allowed. I mean, if ministers of state since the Nkrumah era were engaged in that kind of conduct, there will be none left for him to come and meet and occupy. Even though the Supreme Court commended us, but they didn't really. I think it was a 5-3 decision. We lost rather strangely. I think it was quite a travesty. But they did indicate that for conflict of interest, they want to establish beyond doubt that the forum is Shraj. So that's where you go. So that Shraj petition is alive and active. I must inform you, Sana, that Shraj has had quite a number of engagements with us, written to us. Our lawyers have no, on this Kwesi Boateng matter. And And so I know that Shraj is actively investigating. That is the conflict of interest aspect. So after that Shraj petition, he then issues a statement on the Victor Kwesi Boateng letterhead, saying that he will take action, he's going to have me sued and all of that. And then eventually he sued. That was his opportunity, Senna, I will argue, to just be contrite, come clean, apologize to the Ghanaian people, to his congregants, and say that, look, we are all fallible, for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And being a pastor, I'm sure that many of us Christians will have, forgiven him. But he rather decided to present a posture of, he is the victim, he is clean, I'm the one seeking to soil his hard-earned reputation, and he went to court. Now, here we have it. It's now been proven. And, interestingly, during this court case, he tried to create the impression that he was born Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi, but in later years, when he became a pastor, then he adopted Victor Kwesi Boateng. Remember also that Paula Domochri had gone on air to do some mercenary PR work for him, claiming that he lost his father during the Rawlings coup and all of that. That's why he was compelled to change his name. It's turned out that all of that is false. I was able to obtain WAEC evidence that it's not true he was born Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi. Right from primary school, he had been using Victor Kwesi Boateng. Indeed, when he registered for the O-levels in 1989, as a student of T.I. Ahmadiyya, he was Victor Kwesi Boateng. And at no point was his father killed during the Rawlings coup. That was just another fallacy put out there to court some cheap sympathy. So that mercenary work Paula Domochri tried to do for him fell flat. It was totally, exposed. So now it's confirmed that this gentleman was appointed to the National Cathedral Board as Reverend Victor Kwesi Boateng, with a date of birth 7 September 1971. And indeed, if you go on the National Cathedral website, those are the details still there up to this point. Even though he went to court as Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi, it is interesting that, and we did bring an earlier case, which is still pending. He took TV3 to court, I think another defamation suit, and he took TV3 to court as Victor Kwesi Boateng. So we also attached that in our evidence.
So he has sued before?
Yes, he sued as Victor Kwesi Boateng. Yes, in that same high court.
Even though he claims that the legal person
is
Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi.
Exactly. So all of that was attached. And that's why the judge said, look, whose right under Article 33 should I enforce? Is it Victor Kwesi Boateng or Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi? Because clearly these are distinct personalities, which you have used concurrently. Remember also that he has a totally different date of birth. You see, if you say an alias, many people have aliases, people have nicknames, people have all kinds of, if you like, pet names, probably guy names. There are all kinds of, euphemisms. But it doesn't alter who your mother is. It doesn't change your date of birth. So here we have it. You are publicly celebrating 7 September 1971. Indeed, you did a big bash in 2021. Invited the Vice President, the First Lady, the Foreign Minister, and all of these people. IGP and all of those people.
So the 7th September is Victor Kwesi Boateng?
Yes, Victor Kwesi Boateng. Now, he's gone to court with these court documents. He's done a statutory declaration claiming that birthday is an error. Can you believe that? That's part of the case. Yes. What he celebrates publicly is an error. So it means his birthdays and all of that too are errors. He makes mistakes in the birthdays that he celebrates. And that the Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi birthday is the real birthday. And that is the 30th December 1969. 2 years apart. So it's not even like it's probably a day or two, 2 years apart. Meanwhile, that is a birthday that you've never celebrated publicly. Indeed, you go on his own church's website, Facebook page, you will see that what they celebrate is the one that he told the courts is a mistake. So it's incredible. Look, if a movie script is done on this matter, I'm sure it will be a bestseller. It would really, break records. It's unbelievable that a supposed man of God would be engaged in this kind of conduct. But let me state very emphatically that this is not going to be the end of the matter. We expect President Akufo-Addo to fire this appointee of his. He must leave the board of the National Cathedral.
Okay.
He must be fired. We are going to give the president this week to fire him.
To do that.
If he doesn't, there are many more revelations we will be making and more rounds of agitations that we will be carrying out to make sure that he leaves. Because you see, this is not somebody fit to hold public office, to manage our resources. Absolutely unfit. And once the court has said that the matters border on criminality, I also want to use this opportunity to remind the IGP and the police CID that there is a petition before them. Civil society organizations led by ASEPA have filed a criminal complaint because now the judge has pronounced very emphatically that these matters border on criminality. And you see, this point is very, very important because you see, I feel so emotional about this matter. Look at what my colleague, Honorable James Jachikwesin, is going through. See what they are putting him through. Try him on a daily basis. He can't even have the peace of mind to represent his people. And what did James Jachikwesin do? More than a year to the election, he had applied to renounce his citizenship. Because of COVID, the Canadians delayed. But even regardless of that delay, the renunciation certificate arrived on the 26th of November, many days before the election of December 7, 2020. He never set out to deceive anybody. And yet, Jachikwesin is facing a criminal trial. The Honorable MP, who has been retained by his people with a much wider margin, the Supreme Court, the President, the Attorney General told clearly that he is the one they love, he is the one they want to represent them. These people are still defying the will of the people, subverting the will of the people, and engage in this sham prosecution. A prosecution where the president goes on stage and says that, why do you want to vote for somebody who is going to jail? Do you want him to represent you from prison? I mean, very prejudicial statements. And let me commend the luminary, Chachuchi Kata, for bringing a special application before the courts on these prejudicial statements of the president. So look at what Honorable James Jachikwesin is going through. That he has made false statutory declarations. He has misled public officers. So he should be jailed. And the president actually had the courage to tell the people of Asiedu, for that matter, the Ghanaian people, that Jachikwesin is going to jail. What does he know that we don't know? And Jachikwesin is being tried on a daily basis. Between the Honorable Jachikwesin and Victor Kwesi Kwabna Edu-Jemfi, whatever the real name is, whatever the real date of birth is, whoever the real mother is, whatever the real thing is, who should be standing trial? Who should be going to court on a daily basis? Who should be prosecuted? And who should be going to jail? So how can the president be protecting this appointee of his? How can the vice president, who chairs the police council and who was at the birthday party of this chap, be clearly instructing the police not to act on various criminal petitions and complaints that have been brought to them, shielding this guy? He's actively involved in his campaign, raising funds for him and all of that. And then this is what they are doing to Honorable Kwesi.
You're suggesting that Reverend Victor Kwesi is raising funds for?
Oh yes,
for the vice president.
Yes, yes. He attends their meetings in Kumasi and all of that. I have the evidence. Don't worry. The coming days, I have given them a week. If within a week there is no dismissal or he doesn't resign and criminal prosecutions do not begin, the coming days, the week after this week, will be exceedingly interesting. You know that I'm not one to give up. or want to, get tired when you think that you mount roadblocks. You know that. I mean, remember what we did with the presidential chartered travels when he thought that he could keep going at it and, ignoring us, and even try to meet me there, deceiving us that he was flying commercial only to get the chartered jet, 20,000 euros an hour to meet him in transit. We exposed all of that. Eventually, he had to stop. At least the last 5 flights I have tracked, he appears to be born again, which is good. Some have said it's because Ghana is broke, but whichever way,
at least
that is good. And we didn't give up. That's what matters. And I can assure you, we are not going to give up on this matter. Look, you cannot be persecuting the Honorable Judge Kwesi. And when a high court, I mean, this is not some magistrate court, some small district tribunal. The High Court, the Human Rights Court, has pronounced that double identity is proven. These are matters bordering on criminality. I mean, a judge cannot be more emphatic beyond these words. Very, very damning. And you say that is Honorable Kwesi that you are interested in, that you are fixated on. And this Victor Kwesi Boateng, you have left him off the hook. They must be joking. They don't know what is coming.
So they're small.
Absolutely.
In fact, I'm even surprised that you are even saying that he's engaged in soliciting for fund.
Yes.
Being in meetings.
Exactly.
With regards to the vice
president's
president's
campaign.
Basically the establishment candidate.
Yes, and
has the backing of the president.
Yes, and he's an active member of that campaign.
Really?
Yes.
After everything that you've put out, the decision of a court, nothing has deterred them.
No. Of course, the only thing they have done is that they asked him to stay away from public view.
Okay.
So he's not seen with the vice president publicly.
Okay.
But in private meetings, in so-called confidential meetings, which we have tracked and have evidence of, he's neck deep, active in all those meetings. And you see, let me be clear. If this country has a minister for justice, not selective justice, and an attorney general, there is absolutely no reason why this Monday morning, they should not be filing charges against Victor Kwesi Boateng, Kwabena Edu-Gyamfi. There's absolutely, there can be no justification. The absence of that means that we have a minister for selective justice. We don't have a fair system. That what we actually have now are different rules for different folks, different strokes for different folks. We have a kangaroo system where real perpetrators of crime, proven crime, are left off the hook. And then others are forced to face trumped up charges. I mean, how does that, look, and this is a matter, the Honorable Judge Kwesi matter, it's a matter that eminent Ghanaians, the Domahene, the chiefs of Asiedu, you have the former Attorney General, the Honorable Auditing, leading member of the MPP, all publicly state that the Attorney General must file a nolle prosequi. The President should instruct his Attorney General to stop this sham trial. The President won't listen. The Attorney General won't budge. They say they are pursuing rule of law and that all persons are equal before the law. It doesn't matter what Domahene says or Auditing says. That is the statement the Attorney General issued. So how on earth does he get his colleague and don't forget that he serves on the board, the Attorney General serves on the board with Reverend Victor Kwesi Boateng. So he cannot say he doesn't know about these matters. He doesn't see him at board meetings. The Attorney General cannot say that. This has been a matter of enormous public interest, reported even internationally. You've seen the Al Jazeera reports, the New York Times. The international community is so shocked that any man of God can put up this act and so far be getting away with it. So we are going to demand that this person, this is just the beginning, this Kwesi Edu Jemfi guy must be prosecuted. He must be sacked from the National Cathedral Board of Trustees.
And you say they have this week to
They have this week to do that, because what is coming, they won't like it.
Well, Honorable Samuel OKUDZETO ABLAKWA in studio with me. I just want to take your thoughts on one small development in terms of the National Cathedral. I know you've also raised questions, but you've not been on the matter of the architect in question. What do you make of the latest development involving him? Because we understand he is having difficulties in the UK, US, and several Western states because some allegations of sexual abuse have been made against him. What do you make of all that?
I have followed those matters keenly, and indeed I've granted interviews to the international press.
Okay.
The Financial Times of London and the New York Times reached out to me, and I did not mince words at all. I said that it was a shame that the Ghanaian government so far appears to be the only government that has not acted on this matter. The British government has acted and have asked David Ajayi to back off the Holocaust Museum project. They've asked him to back off. The mayor of London has asked him to resign from his 42-member Design Advisory Council.
Okay.
In UAE, he has been asked to pack and leave. He was working on the African University in UAE. They've asked him to leave. In Harlem, he has been told to back off the design project he was working over there. So how is it that all of this, even lower entities, lower than governments, lower than the British guy, the UAE government, have acted, asked him to back off? Because remember that he has put out a statement confirming the allegations and saying that he blurred the lines and all of that, but he was going to submit himself to treatment and all of that, and was hoping that he would depart from being a predator. How come the Ghanaian government is quiet? And indeed, the only role of the Ghanaian government in this whole scandal is to attempt to leak the names. Remember, the New York Times reported that the ladies who have been acting, they've been protecting their identity for good reason. When they submitted a questionnaire to the Ghanaian government, and to make the point, they because some of these women had worked on the National Cathedral project, the Ghanaian government then leaked the names. So City FM Online published it. But the lawyers immediately reached out to the Ghanaian government and City FM Online, and they withdrew the publication and apologized for same. How is it that, see the honorable conduct of governments across the world and other agencies across the world, protecting the image of their project and their country. In the case of the Akufo-Addo government, it was rather to throw the women under the bus. It was rather to undermine what was going on. That's all they have done. And they have not asked David Ajayi to back off the National Cathedral project. Now, think about it. Just reflect on this, Sana. All the other projects that David Ajayi is working on and has been asked to back off.
Ghana's gold. Radio gold.
This is the only project that relates to high morality. This is the only project that the president says he had a special conversation with God.
A holy cathedral.
A holy cathedral. A building for God. This is the only project Ajayi is doing that is for God directly. And this is rather the one where it is victims rather who they are trying to hound and expose. Meanwhile, they have said nothing about the scandal. They've said nothing about his fate with the project. I mean, incredible. Can you believe that? I mean, the only project which is, one will have thought in this whole affair that the Ghanaian project will be the first. And one wonders, I mean, all these eminent priests at the board of trustees, who I have enormous respect for. The president who says that this one is a special pact with God. He even told God where it to be located. So because of that, he had to demolish the Mali ambassador's residence. He had to demolish the scholarship secretariat. He demolished the passport head office. He demolished the Judicial Training Institute. He demolished judges' bungalows. He demolished Comsys IT firm. He demolished Waterstone Realty apartment complex. Some of them are in court now, demanding compensation. The only project which is being done in the name of the holy name of God, they can't be bothered. I mean, can you imagine? Can you think about it? Then there is another angle which many people have not paid attention to. They haven't averted their mind to. When you read the claims by the woman, they are not only complaining about how he preyed on them sexually, but also how they were maltreated, how they were not paid. Read the claims very well. I mean, and some of them worked on the National Cathedral project, and they were not being paid. I mean, can you believe that? This is a project that the $58.1 million, more than $30 million, and this doesn't happen in construction, it doesn't happen anywhere. More than $30 million went to Ajay. Upfront payments, no recourse to our procurement laws. And these women have seen all of these fantastic sums, and yet they were not being paid. Rather, they were being harassed, being used for his pleasure, which he has confirmed. He's put out a statement confirming. I mean, can you believe that? So where did all our taxes go? All these taxes that they withdrew. Is it that he was just a conduit, that he himself, the money, see top, as our pidgin speakers will say? So he probably didn't get enough to pay his own senior, and these are senior, some of them are top architects, top management, some of them left their firms, left their families in England, elsewhere, to join them on this Ghana project. And yet they were not being paid. Some of them owed rent. Some of them even money for food. Remember those two ladies who had confronted him about their rent, money for groceries. They were not being paid. And then he told them to come to his room, where he decided to do his things. I mean, I think about the exploitation, the economic exploitation as well. When you have been given more than $30 million. I mean, so, look, as for this National Cathedral, look, I really am glad that the Right Honourable Speaker has approved a motion for a full-scale national inquiry. Okay. I think that an inquiry into this would take many months, but it has to be done. It has to be done. And I am glad that our caucus is preparing the names, and very soon we shall debate the motion and set up the committee. And I do hope that the committee will be a credible one that will do a thorough job. I don't want this another Katie Hammond kind of committee where he comes there just with a single agenda to scuttle the inquiry and to engage in all kinds of clowning conduct. So really, there's so many angles to this National Cathedral matter. And once again, let me state that if President Akufo-Addo thinks that he hasn't heard, We are going to remind him. Already I put out a statement asking, that was about 3 weeks ago, asking how long it would take for the president to act and to distance Ajayi from this project. Then there are also those who are keeping our monies. You remember I went to the States on a special operation. Carrie Summers, who's keeping our $6 million for no work done. He must refund that money. All those who are running around in America without any mandate from us, collecting monies, they have never filed taxes in our name. Advertising addresses that don't exist. All of those people should know that the day of reckoning is coming. Then ministers of state who have played various roles. Remember that I have a question that is pending in the name of the Honorable Foreign Minister. How is it that Victor Kwesi Boateng was appointed to the board of the National Cathedral as Reverend Victor Kwesi Boateng? And yet, when it came to giving him or issuing to him a diplomatic passport to carry out his official assignment, it came in a different name, Kwabena Edu Jemfi, with a different date of birth. The foreign minister must tell Parliament. And I'm glad that that question has been admitted. She was supposed to have responded to it a couple of weeks back, but she sent a letter to Parliament that she was on leave. I hope that her leave will be ending soon, and probably sometime next week she should come and answer questions. Then there is the ministers for lands and then tourism, who must also answer what is happening to compensation. I'm receiving all kinds of petitions from people whose properties were demolished, that nothing is coming by way of compensation. Remember, the Malian ambassador has only been showed land. He's waiting for his residence to be constructed. And
they haven't started work yet.
No. You know, so all of those matters are outstanding, and there are questions in that regard as to how the government is going to. And when you think about all of this, look, that is why conservative estimates we have done is going to cost the Ghanaian taxpayer over $1 billion. And you see, history teaches us that people don't learn from history. Just next door, Ivory Coast, Houphouët Boigny also had a vision to build a cathedral. Recently, you've seen that video going around. It's been christened number one, the world's most wasteful project. And you always find these projects in Africa. African leaders, the bad ones. Nobody is using that cathedral. It cost them over $300 million at the time. Akufo-Addo's cathedral is going to cost us over $1 billion, because when you add the cost of compensation, when you look at the escalating costs, and do you know that even though work has not been carried out since March of last year, so it's been more than 15 months of no work being done, we are still going to pay. If you look at the contract, it's a terribly negotiated contract. So we have been demanding that the contract should be abrogated, so that we can cut costs. We can, just cut our losses. The president won't listen. He's too proud to eat humble pie. That this his pet project has collapsed, because no matter what he does, the project has collapsed. All he has gifted Ghana and the world is the world's most expensive hole. That's all. That's what he will forever be remembered for. There is no way this project can continue. The project has lost total credibility. Here you have the chief architect on the project in trouble. Nobody wants him anywhere. Who is going to donate to this project with this year? And you are the only one still keeping him on your project. Everybody become a pariah. Everybody says he should leave. Then you have your board secretary, Kwesi Boateng, Edu Jemfi, caught up in this double identity, conflict of interest, scandal. The courts have pronounced. The entire credibility of this project is in tatters. Perhaps the biggest lesson in all of this: don't mess around with the name of God. If God hasn't spoken to you, if God hasn't sent you, if God hasn't told you that he's homeless, he doesn't have a place to stay. That it is Ghana and it is you, Akufo-Addo, who should house him. And you decide to misuse his name. You see, when we read the Bible, we don't pay attention. When the Bible says God is not mocked, you see the controversies. I haven't seen any project which has been so scandal-dominated like this project before. Is God not giving us a message? Don't you think, Sana? Don't you think that God is giving us a message? People of Ghana, President of Ghana, don't mess around with my name. Don't. When I haven't spoken to you, I haven't sent you. Have we all forgotten that when David, exuberant David, said he was going to build a temple for God, did God not stop him? That you have shed blood. The people who were killed in the December 2020 elections, have we found the killers? Have the perpetrators been brought to justice? Has the president ever said a word, ever sympathized with their families?
Honorable, we have to take a break. When we come back, we'll spend the time left going into the Ministry of Communications $48 million contract with Ascend Digital.
Hello, sweetheart. Me wache de bi ma wo inti kata wani mame.
So office sa unko na wonim Aquatap food safe ana. Salad ni nua ba odi ne de bia no. Aquatap food safe. Ana medoro wo ho. Ansa na wedi o.
Omo sa so Aquatap's water purification tablets. Omo a omo de ebulu mu nsuo, efom nsuo, suru nsuo, ene nsuo a ehwo nte e de ye wanda ade adwuma. Onse nkoda yi so di agro wo fom. Na mapomudin so ehia yie pa. Eno nti na mato Aquatap surface disinfectant. Enti hotels, restaurants, hospitals, sachet water manufacturers. Ene fiefie mu. Aquatap's water purification, surface disinfectant. Ene food tablets abama mo say ebejen every waterborne diseases mu. Safe water, safe world. Frame one woman trofo so 050-169-4275 Kumasi and 020-907-7726 Accra and 024-459-3381 Koforidia. Ubenya Aquatabs were pharmacies, drugstores and supermarkets mu. Nanso sa opedudu etua enye Kokosak Pharmacy. Okaisi Drug Lane. FDA agi edwadi enkratui atum.
Every morning, there are two types of people who wake up in our beautiful country. There is...
Good morning, dear.
What is good about this morning? Oh, what? This bed is too old. Why do I still feel tired after sleeping for 8 hours?
But what is wrong with this bed?
Listen, are you changing the bed or not?
It's okay. I'll change. I'll change.
And then there is...
Good morning, dear.
Good morning, my love.
How was your sleep, love?
Sleep, papa. Ade, papa.
The difference between a happy morning and a battleground morning is a good night's sleep on Ash Foam Adepa Bed. Adepa Bed is a mattress, a base, and a headboard all in one, made with superior materials to last a lifetime. Get a massive 10% discount on Adepa Bed set. Call 0243-200-729 or 0248-005-300. Adepa Bed. Adepa Papa. Only from Ash Foam. Ash Foam. Feel it. Know it.
One station.
Accra 2022, 23, 24, and more. We don't chat, man. Back live.
Commercial free.
Just mid-morning show.
Oh, we love what y'all been bad Mid-morning show.
The mid-morning show.
Yes.
90.5.
Good morning, my neighbors. On children, my
Experience quality
radio station.
Put your hands up.
Brave.
Yes.
Powerful. Fun and vibes and more. Accra 90.5. We don't jam in by Dribba.
Whoa, we love you.
Your mid-morning show on Radio Go.
We are back like 100 times. 2 times bigger. 90.5. Mid-morning show. Wait, don't jam in by Dreamba.
Like you've been told, the station is gold, never gets cold. So just be bold, advertise. Cause here, you sell out.
And of course, if I had been picking calls, your calls would have been brought to you by Awake Purified Drinking Water. But I'll read some of your comments to Honorable Samuel OKUDZETO ABLAKWA. So probably brought to you by Awake Purified Drinking Water. If you have to drink water today, make sure it's Awake, produced by Casapreco Limited. And don't forget, like we keep reminding you, use floral tissues. Floral tissues the sponsor Nancy, when she brings you the weather and traffic segment on the Gold Morning Conversation. And of course, this is the best time to buy an Adipa bed. An Adipa bed is a mattress, a base, and a headboard, all in one, made with superior materials to last a lifetime. It's a product of Ash Foam. Ash Foam says you have to always wake up feeling relaxed, because you have to spend a lot of your lifetime sleeping. Sleep is supposed to relax you. You can't wake up feeling tired always and say you are sleeping well. No, that is not good for your health. To get an Adipa bed, it's a mattress, a base, and a headboard, all in one, made with superior materials to last a lifetime. Get one and get a 10% discount. 10%, they'll discount it for you for 10%. Call us from now. 024 3200 729 or 0248 005300. Or if you see any of the showroom of Ash Foam, just walk into it and they'll get you an Adipa bed at 10% discount. Ash Foam, feel it, know it. We still have Honorable Samuel OKUDZETO ABLAKWA in studio with us. Honorable.
Hi, Sana.
Today we are keeping him till 10, as promised. And we're moving on to the very next discussion. And it's a matter that he's taking up. And when he takes up a matter, sometimes even when you don't hear him posting or anything, it doesn't mean it is all over. The latest one you've taken up is the $48 million contract that the Ministry of Communication has with Asiedu Digital. In fact, it has to do with rural telephony. The Ministry of Communication says they do not have a contract. But what you have done is to put forward enough evidence to show that even the same ministry there are references made to the existence of a contract. Well, first, do you feel like you've done your job already? Because you said we're going to prove the existence of a contract. Do you feel like you've done your job, or you take up the challenge to even produce a contract that they are asking you to do?
Well, thank you very much. And I always like to give a background so that people can fully appreciate the issues. Okay. So for some time now, I've been looking into the activities, the modus operandi of a Nigerian cabal that has hijacked the communications space.
A Nigerian cabal?
A Nigerian cabal. And they are led by a chap called Phillips Olawole Olaya. Phillips Olawole Olaya.
Okay.
He is the leader of that cabal. He is behind about a $371.5 million projects that have been hijacked. So you remember the controversial Kelny GVG.
Okay.
Is the same cabal, $178 million. Then there was Smart Infraco, which I exposed. After the finance minister presented the budget, you remember that Parliament and the Speaker insisted that he should come and account for the COVID expenditure.
Okay.
The finance minister conveniently left out the Smart Workplace project.
Okay.
So after that presentation, I exposed the $36 million Smart Infraco Smart Workplace project.
$36 million spent on it.
Yes, it's the same Nigerian cabal, $36 million. And they even what they said they would do, help the public servants work from home and all of that. It didn't really work. Then there's the Asiedu Digital, $48 million, which we'll be discussing in detail. There's the Asiedu Airtel Tigo JV, World Bank funded e-transform project, that is $49.5 million.
Okay.
Then there's a new clandestine operation going on at the NCA now, where they are seeking to amend the licensing regime to restrict Ericsson and Huawei and create a new category for this same Nigerian cabal to take over in what experts say will give them about $60 million in profits every year. So when you put all of this together, this cabal has totally elbowed Ghanaian players, and they control $371.5 million. Okay. If you talk to people in the sector, they tell you that Philip Olaya is the one controlling the sector. I mean, what he says is law. And all of these projects that I've been tracking are very shady, dubious, and they don't follow due process at all. It's always, filled with irregularities. And when I go into the $48 million and then how they won another $49.5 million contract from the World Bank, you would understand in detail these infractions that I'm talking about. So you need to understand this context, and it's all about protecting the public purse. It's about fighting corruption. It's about ensuring that Ghanaian actors are able to operate in their own country. I mean, I'm not aware of any Ghanaian company in Nigeria who will be given this unfettered access and will be granted all these loads of contracts at the disadvantage of Nigerian firms. I'm not aware that this will happen in any other country. And this is a government that has been talking about the golden age of business and promoting local content and local businesses and all of that. And yet, when you assess their conduct, this is what they are doing. You need to remember that it's the same modus operandi which I exposed not too long ago during COVID. The Frontiers airport testing, the airport COVID-19 testing. Another Nigerian came in, no licensing from HEFRA, took the airport over, and then they have disappeared with hundreds of millions of dollars. Work that could have been done by Noguchi, by CSIR, by Kolebu, by Komfuanoche. We have local capacity, local medical laboratory capacity. That was not relied upon. We could have used that to even help them generate IGF and build strong institutions. That wasn't done. The same operation, bring in, somebody who is not known, a shadowy character, and just cut a deal. It's always about, fat cats who come in, and then there is a clear disregard for local laws, local content, so that they and their cronies are the ones who benefit. No care for the country. That is what has been going on. So this latest $48 million scandal, I began intercepting documents. Documents which were being used to convince the World Bank to approve a $49.5 million contract. Those documents, which are all in my possession, I have the full complements, and you've noticed my approach is never really to put out everything fully, to bait them with a little, bit by bit, because I know the people I'm dealing with. They always want to deny, and you have a president who is become, known as the clearing agent. So he always wants to clear. So it's always good to, build your case gradually. So the documents I intercepted, which were for the World Bank, to win this $49.5 million contract, were emphatic that they have awarded a $48 million contract to Ascent Digital Solutions Limited. Remember, Ascent is one of the companies owned by this Nigerian cabal that I talk about. And one of the documents is here, dated December 15, 2021. It's on the GIFEC letterhead. It's signed by the administrator. At the time, he was the acting administrator, Prince Ofosu Sefa. And it reads, this is actually a certificate of attestation. It reads, to whom it may concern, proof of existing contract between Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communication, GIFEC, and Ascent Digital Solutions Limited. I, Prince Ofosu-Sefa, Administrator, confirm that Ascent Digital Solutions is currently executing on behalf of Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications (GIFEC) a contract for engineering, design, build, rollout, and managed services operating all aspects of mobile and backhaul network infrastructure related to a flagship rural telephony project involving cell sites in the 2016 communities. Ascent Digital Solutions Limited has been delivering these services to us since February 2020, and the duration of the build and rollout contract is until August 2023, while the managed services contract is renewable after an initial agreement for 2 years. In witness whereof, this certificate is issued to serve and assert that of right.
Okay.
Yours truly, signed Prince Ofosu-Sefa. His signature is here. I also have another document from NITA. NITA is an agency, another agency under the Ministry of Communication, which is also a proof of contract document. Then I also have another document which was sent to the World Bank with the head note, evidence of projects of similar nature delivered within the last 5 years. And you see Ascent Digital is here, that they won a $48 million contract from the Ministry of Communications. So, having intercepted these documents, if you have won a contract which is being funded by public money, you must go through the procurement process. Our procurement laws are very clear. So I raised a right to information request on the 3rd of June 2023 to the Public Procurement Authority, asking them if they are aware of this contract and if they granted approval. Because whether it's sole source, whether it's a competitive tender, once it's a public project, you are using public funds, the PPA must be involved. The PPA responded on the 30th of June this year that they have absolutely no record at all of this
contract in question.
This contract in question.
That has been referred to by GIFEC.
That has been referred to. So I then put out the PPA response as my first foray into this matter and asked that why is Osla Owusu approving a $48 million contract without PPA approval? Especially when this is a government which facilitated the removal of Charlotte Osei, the former electoral commissioner, on procurement grounds. This is a government that has people in jail for procurement breaches. And this is a government that is currently harassing, hounding, persecuting people like the Honorable Atuforsin, the Honorable Collins Dowda, the Honorable James Kwesi. And yet, they are engaged in much bigger infractions. The minister then claimed that all she knows about the rural telephony project is what was approved by Parliament, and that she dares me to produce the contract. Now, Sana, if you go through this approval by Parliament, I have here the Hansard of 31st March 2020, the approval of the commercial agreement. Parliament approved 2 companies to execute this project, Huawei and CNTIC. Nowhere was Ascent Digital Solutions Limited mentioned. Now, it is important to emphasize that when Parliament has approved a commercial agreement stated which companies must execute, you cannot vary it. If you engage in that, it's illegal. And you can read the quality grain case. You cannot engage in any variation without going back to Parliament to seek approval. So, after that minister's there, I then decided to serialize a few more documents. Would you believe, Sana, that on the 7th of July, GIFEC issued a press statement. And let me read just the first two paragraphs. Press statement, 7 July 2023, issued by Corporate Affairs, GIFEC. Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communication, GIFEC, has taken notice of a letter circulating on social media purportedly signed by its administrator about a year and a half ago. The administrator does not recall issuing the said letter, which does not bear requisite characteristics of an official GIFEC letter with a reference number. And I'm sure they want to say typically, they wrote typically, there's no word like that. Contains other features which are lacking on the said letter. Extensive checks at the GIFEC Secretariat also indicates that there is no record of such letter being issued. Can you believe this? So, the GIFEC administrator is now saying that they don't recall. And note that the administrator cannot even be emphatic. Look, you say you have checked your records. So, it can only be two things. Yeah. You found the letter or you didn't find it. If you didn't find it, it means you didn't sign it. You cannot be engaging in this prevarication, this vacillation, trying to play safe in such a ludicrous manner. I mean, what is the meaning of I do not recall? Meanwhile, all of these letters are in the possession of the World Bank with your signature. So it's one of two things, Sana. Either because they know that they have violated the Constitution, they have amended a parliamentary contract without coming for parliamentary approval, and so they don't want to own up to it because of the legal consequences, especially if you look at the quality grain case, what happened in that matter. So let's play safe by saying we don't know about that contract. Or it could be that they had to make up these documents, make up these claims at the World Bank so that Ascend will be given this $49.5 million contract. Because you see, the World Bank criteria, they insisted that you must present a company that has the track record, that has done similar projects before. And that is and so that is why they had to do all of these certificates of attestation confirming that Ascend Digital has been given this contract to win the World Bank. And this is forgery. This is fraud. It's so fraudulent. This is misrepresentation. So whichever way it goes, if there is a contract, you are in trouble with Parliament. You are in trouble with Parliament. You are in trouble with PPA. Okay. You don't have PPA approval. Okay. If there is no contract, it means you lied to the World Bank. You want to misrepresent. Ascend didn't have a contract. They haven't executed this project. And yet all of you, NITA, GIFEC, and the Minister of Communication also approved. I have her signatures here and the letters here. And she also approved the joint venture. I have it here with her signature, as you can see. Approved by Mrs. Osla Usuekufu. Approving this joint venture to go into this World Bank bid. I mean, can you believe that? Is this country being run by some mafia, some gang of criminals? What's going on? So, the onus is not on me at all. You are public servants. You have been exposed. You must tell us. And I'm not surprised that since my petition to the World Bank, the minister is nowhere to be found. The minister started with a lot of bravado when I put out my first tweet. Within seconds, oh, I've seen this, I dare him, he should produce the contract. They didn't know what I have. They didn't know that I knew what they had sent to the World Bank, the presentations they had made, the documents, the certificates they have signed. Now we have produced all of it, They are silent. They cannot be silent on this matter. The Minister for Communication must speak. Did she grant a contract violating what Parliament had approved and violating the PPA laws? Or did they make up all these matters fraudulently to win this $49.5 million contract from the World Bank?
Even that suggestion sounds worse for me.
Yes, that is worse.
I'd rather prefer they have a contract.
Yeah.
They have to do the PPA.
Exactly. And so that later you can even appeal to PPA to do, because they did the same thing in Smart Infraco. When I exposed them, later they went to PPA to do ratification. Yeah. So the PPA even criticized them, but granted them the ratification. But I agree with you. The latter will be worse. If there is no contract, then it's even worse. I see some MPP people, they don't seem to get it. Some zombies going about on social media. Oh, where is the contract? We want the contract. Find the contract, let's talk. You people know what you're talking about. It's not for me to produce. Pray that there is a contract. And urge your minister to produce that contract. If they don't produce the contract, I have all the documents here claiming there is a contract, an attestation, a certificate, which was sent to the World Bank, based upon which they won the contract.
So
November 2022, they've won this contract, $49.5 million.
Oh, so the group that they formed has won the contract?
Yes, they've won the contract. I have all the contracts here. It's here. There are 5 lots. They gave all of them. See it, I have here. Ministry of Computer Digital contract document between Ministry of Computer Digitalization and Michelle Airtel Tigo and Ascent Digital Solutions for e-government network infrastructure extension to police stations. I have it here. Then I have a second contract, the same. This is to the northern sector. Then I have another contract here to the infrastructure for the middle sector. Then I have another one here to the southern sector. 5 lots. Then one to Ghana Post offices, extension to Ghana Post services. And when you put all the sums together, it comes to $49.5 million, based on what they had told the World Bank, that this company has the track record. And you see, there is more. You know, Airtel Tigo went into a joint venture with this.
Yeah.
Osler approved a joint venture. I have it. I have her signature here. Okay. When Airtel Tigo was taken over by the government of Ghana, the president should have appointed a board by law. The president hasn't done that. Osler has arrogated to herself that role, that she is the board.
That was where I was coming to.
Yes, and under our Companies Act, we can't have a one-member board. And she is the one, and insiders have told me how she told them, if you want to win this contract, you must work with Ascent. And she was the one approving the RFQs. She's the same person who approved the JV. I have her signatures here. Clear conflict of interest and insider dealing. No board, you arrogate to yourself the board. You have appointed a CEO. And you see, whilst all of this was going on, from what insiders have told me, there was a chief finance officer who told them that, look, this is messy. It's shady. I'm afraid for my career, my reputation. Guess what? They removed him from the procurement committee and eventually dismissed him.
Because
with taking effect July 3rd, 2023. They dismissed the chief finance officer because he was raising these issues which have now come to light. So there's a mafia, there's a gang operating in the space. These Nigerians must have their way. Anybody who tries to point to the wrongdoings is kicked out, is dismissed, and unfair dismissal.
No, but we have to bring this to a close, but I want to find out from, you've petitioned the World Bank?
Yes, I can confirm to you, Senator, that the World Bank Senior Vice President, the Integrity Vice President, who is a senior investigator, Ms. Maria C. Malo, has acknowledged receipt and has indicated that they are now going to launch the investigations into this scandal. So it's a shame, really, that our country will be mad in this really putrefying, really stenchy scandal. And note that the World Bank, under their anti-corruption guidelines, they don't take these matters lightly at all.
Okay.
And I'm sure that they are going to be far-reaching consequences. Having said that, let me also place on record that for those who are thinking that probably this petition may be an unpatriotic act and that Ghana is going to lose money, let me state for the record that this is a loan that we're going to pay. It's not free money. It's a loan that we're going to pay. And it is better for us to take this money out of the claws of the Nigerian cabal, who have such a terrible track record of not getting the job done, of winning contracts under dubious circumstances. And let us rather have this contract in the future re-awarded under transparent and lawful circumstances so that we can have value for money.
Okay.
And when we are paying back this loan, we know that we are paying back for something that has served us well, a job that has been well done. Okay. So it's really in the national interest. This is a patriotic act. We must protect scarce resources.
Well, this one is from Bob Compson, who says, at the risk of being called a plagiarist, I wish to repeat, if we are just 10 people like OKUDZETO ABLAKWA in the house, he says we should fill in the blanks. And then there's also this one, Dr. Kwame Ejay, who says I should tell you that he has high regard for you and for your contribution to bringing decency, etiquette, and decorum to civil society. For a man of God to be meandering his way through the hard-won democracy bestowed on us is astonishing. For without Honorable, all these serpentine deceptions will be hidden even from his flock. I'm shocked to the marrow, but you know what they do, Jemfi's flock will still follow.
Ebimaka say orano oni tumi bia entino di omo ye kura enkosiaga ebinu kura so witch hunting what you say ka witch hunting befu a watata nipa say na who orally so far o hwe omo moves a omaye any counter reaction efi enkanka MPP the former government appointees one ujiri say eno so bekwa akoye ubese a 9-day wonder now.
Yes, I think the concept aura no any new creation. Before the elections, one of the promises that President Mahama made to the people of this country, because na ye privy to the extent of loot and corruption na koso. So what Nasa Krana say analyze some of the promises that he made. Some people will tell you say one of the reasons why Ghanaians voted massively for John Mahama the promise to bring on board this aura. Obaye, one of the first way has to do with the constitution of that particular committee. Even at the time, I know you're president-elect. Since then, what a lot of people are say whether say scared no muyo say dear you said the Wusi can raise say illegal, but none of them has been able to raise any valid legal argument. I justify say indeed this particular thing is illegal. One. The Seminar Mokano has no basis because the president has power to set up a committee. That particular committee, who be paying President Akufo-Addo pen, so he set up a commission, a ministerial interministerial commission on Galamsey. So when Afenyo Market was asking, say that particular authority to set up that committee, legal na that question, at the time President Akufo-Addo set up that commission, he should have gone for that particular answer at the time. So clearly, it was this particular oral thing, breach any constitutional authority. And again, argument of making is say oral frewa memma. Or more F-Frauser by answer question. Ora any power to call anybody. They do not have power to prosecute anybody. They do not have power to force anybody to go into prosecution. Their job is to receive information from people like a platform, like a Bekute or studio ha. And I will say, wow, we'll be at home or na so what threatening will be no evidence of Abra. But the command Attorney General, I'm gonna prosecute you. That's exactly what Ora is doing. Ora any power of prosecution. They don't have that authority to summon, call anybody. So President Mahama Yenajin said, oh, here will be to be called that. There are other state agencies are clothed with prosecutorial power authority to call people. One has to do with Yoko. They have the power to call. Your friend is a special prosecutor. Our power to call. Even the AG itself, Lancaster, our power to summon. So what is this big fuss about this?
I think I heard an argument. I think sir lawyer Honorable Roxanne Dafiamakpo.
Okay.
Is saying that Crawford Muka say ora no illegal and illegal unconstitutional no. Omunko no munko read law ye. Na even the Whistleblowers Act the crowd momo kwai to receive information said there. Okay.
Yes.
Eti ye won Crawford no ma omodi omasem akoma ora. Mami bi asene dan wo cantonments bia. Na nkrofo bi person omoje ora for koye. I think sir or director of CSIR omo akwako intervene ye hu say Du Bois Center na omo ediama a third party agency bia omo ye nkrata ma no lease nyina ka ho as such a monument heritage site obi nanka eba be manage ade a heritage site it should be managed by the Museums and Monuments Board. There's a third party agency abanda day ene no akọ a contract say omo be renovate Du Bois Center no mo renovate ho wi a obehu say exhibition centers ne ade nyina ho private entity ene be manage ho we nu nyina no orafo no eteye no omutu anamo eko stop e ti uti ya yesi Du Bois Center ya closing it down orafo no eko make sure say obi a oni emra kwan a hyehyɛ amfa mra kwan so no operation recover.
Yeah, so these are the critical information that this particular committee has put together. And I know the day omu kura until the president more a different mandate and now be over reconstitute. You know, they will have to pass every information when you be either to the Attorney General, to the Special Prosecutor or Yoko for further investigation and then further prosecution. So I think they are more causing the usual political, emotional arguments that people will always put up. Because you could say assemble now the NDC MPP pe na fe aye foolish case. The media will begin to take your fancy position. Oh, or maba and or more witch hunter. Now be we are witcher. Na say hunter. What is your problem? If you are a witch, you will be hunted. And I think say we are witch no be hunter. Meti hai. So when you witcher. Yeah, hunting money. You understand? So I think they understand the extent of the crime that has been committed. For instance, President Mahama issued directive to Lands Commission said they should stop the sale processing of land beer akoso in recent times, and we're more 14 days ultimatum to write a report on anybody on Maton state land that money beer. All these things are part of the broader agenda just to ensure say they recover the loot these people have taken. So say Orineji on that particular mandate here, he will fail. And at this point, Mahama cannot afford to fail the people of this country. And one of the major promises that he make or making Ghana for Jirasu to Abamano has to do with recovering the loot. And I think say he's on right track. So when you watch Obia Hantel and the Ora no Yena Juma receiving information as for so what he was say Ora Befrawa, they are not calling anybody. They are gathering information. The information that they gather will be passed to the appropriate institution to take issues of prosecution up. And then as for no, you're from now on, the one to call you, no, call you. The special prosecutor will call you. Other people will call you for whatever that will happen. So I think that time has come. Say, I'm just way. Now you're intimate establish a conventional, your friend saying, red lines in the sand, conventional deterrence. Ama manfo who say oba aban mu a enye opportunity for you to come and steal abeku or man we bebo, because if you consider what these people have done and they go home with all the loot obi ti say sisila da pa abere what me obekwa nam pass na $1 million ese nam pass timi nya kokoduro. And you see the sad aspect of this whole is nipa no mo be wura politics dodo na ebirimo nyini ba adwen no uhema esan wo fam kwa abeku. How on earth and will be your first a politically exposed person? Ubetimenya kukodru asasa over $1 million good them no be a korea. Now was yenya kukodru to walk to a police station to go and make a report. No reasonable politician will do that. But this woman had the gut and the audacity after doing this to walk to a police station. Eko report to police for no so sometimes the first person they should have arrested ayama to na yambisa na babi onya $1 million, but police for no dia chire ekoche nkura ne de omko court until the court your friends documents leak yansa na yebehu.
So every complainant is a suspect.
No, the amount of money involved.
So also police for no American report and common.
Esen komo chi no ho aloke no. Mane chire babi onya sa sika no Because in America and other places, you can't just walk to a year to make a report.
But I say me, I court office of the special prosecutor. Yes, you need prosecuting powers because Abansi can be anjirae. I call Yoku, who economic organized crime will be a mameno a committee. Intino obisika sabi so or you politically exposed umberi obiasika intinina suspicions and allegation ma mean so according to the yate and say sika no ni nua ohini bia wa wusika so the wa wunim kata woto obeden wa kwaji sika why can't we leave this matter to rest?
Say ni nua no sika ni nua no nya magician no tete ha ne dan ni sika baby okoye adwuma onya sa sika no there should be a trail. Because you see, we need to get serious in this country. Amount of money be about account to legitimately you work for it. There should be a tax trail where that particular money is coming from. So in other places, now we are serious to combat some of this graft. It's so easy to unearth some of these things, but the complexities that we very often encounter has to do with the fact that the people so if they allow it in, their friends say there will be a blowback. It's the reason why you see all these things. What can special prosecutor and you couldn't say for? They didn't do any investigation. They decided to kill the matter. And it's the reason why we are here. So I am expecting President Mahama to open your friends saying an investigation into this whole Sicily pattern because it's an issue that cannot go to sleep.
The office of the special prosecutor was also prosecuted.
Now, say the person that appointed these individuals, wasn't ready to fight corruption. We see, they were interested in the political narrative. But in reality, that wasn't what they were doing. Because he never set up the office of the special prosecutor to fight corruption. One special prosecutor I was at the University of Ghana, Radio University. I told them, it is one of the most useless offices that we've created. Because when you're president, now we are committed to fight corruption. You don't need offices. You need political will and political commitment. If you have it, you have the AG department, you have other institutions that resource them, give them the prosecutorial power and authority, let them prosecute. You don't need to set up special prosecutor.
Office of the special prosecutor, Yunguno.
Oh, maybe say president, I am willing to fight corruption. That office is useless. We don't need it. Resource various AG's department. You can create regional offices in for
or the National Investigation Bureau.
Exactly. Let them take the issues of prosecution up, and then because already some of these institutions are under resourced when they come to money in for so duplicating the offices in for special prosecutor go and look at the amount of money I alcohol. Now besides nothing has come out of that particular thing. So it's a useless creation. You understand? We need political will, political commitment, and the president should be ready to say, this person has done this. It's not which
office of the special prosecutor cases oma prosecute any sika oma retrieve ade aboa ebikra DCs now omo involved in illegal mining any de keka ho. Iti adentina yembo mabaso say at least oma yadwuma kakra.
I'm yet to see the amount of money they've been able to recover. I'm yet to see those amount of money. Then now I just also against the resources and the amount of money that has gone into that particular office in the operations. Then as for say one to send MPP for now bashi Kiseja Benz or Koto Benz a bulletproof wouldn't as for cost involved as for people were even saying or one Casacra no prosecute so the whole office now abaya scandal.
It's young
and necessary. What I need is political commitment from the president. So the AG and other institutions, they have every power to take up issues of corruption. We are willing now. You can. You don't need to. You see, say you need that particular way. You set that conventional deterrence now. 2 days ago, are you aware? Say South Korea president Namkrom meeting na omuko twara no chi no detainee for issues of corruption. This is the level these people have taken deterrence to. For a whole sitting president to be arrested, detained, and as if no, it shows that they've gone to a certain level. Can we do the same thing?
Any constitution, remember Constitutional Review Committee, Namimbusa was taught on one of the institutions that I think that we should review its powers.
Okay.
Since it has the powers of an appeal court judge, I think they have powers to prosecute. But then the constitutional provision prosecute, and that is the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Shraj. I don't know your take on it. Would you suggest, say, Shraj, prosecutorial powers? Now, Office of the Special because Shraj an established institution with presence across all the districts and regional capitals in this country. What do you think of that?
Yes, Abeku said that we can governance no idea every day be a and it must reflect the daily needs of the people. It's one of the arguments Abba up in one of the days. Even before on a special prosecutor, people were even pushing, said, then why don't we give them that particular power mandate? But some people also argue, say, Rem no monam because it has to do with issues of criminality. Let them concentrate on that particular line. Now you resolve issues in that particular line. Now other institutions or more prosecutorial powers and let them deal with issues of crime. You see, it's an argument we can have a roundtable discussion and go into. You understand? But I think the most crucial and the most important aspect of it has to do with the political will and the commitment on the part of people who rise to political prominence. Say, am I willing to prosecute? Prosecuting your political opponent is the easiest thing to do. But the question is, when it comes to how willing are you to take up the issues? And Nema when they exposed to President Akufo-Addo when he became president, because with a special prosecutor, he thought some kind of an institution that was going to go after past government
opponent.
Yes, so what Abraham Martina Midua are so peeved about the NDC. He thought it's an opportunity. I'll bet me I'm manipulating to maneuver him to go after. But you see,
when you're back crunchy,
Martina Midu is somebody you won't even flipping this out. He has his convictions intact. So I know the day when that particular operation was not moving on, then it turned out to be something different.
The motive behind the Office of the Special Prosecutor, according to who innocent Ivan, and they said Nana Akufo-Addo pese or they hunting former government appointees and AMFA.
That was the intent.
I said what to edubone. Yes.
Oh, now
Edrono Okoto Yeno. O Yusu Martina Midu no. Now on NDC for Entemungo.
Yes.
Say or no. Embrana Ombe Head Office of the Special Prosecutor. And Martina Midusono Obaye no sit Nanadunani the mother serpent of corruption.
Yes. And you see, on one Casacrab and make that confession clearly say I found the one who said Omokofa no ba say Ombe which hand the other side. But later now, who so obeying the Jumano, the president decided this is a special prosecutor, finance minister to me friend in the coach demu report to men for Mabon. You see, Nanka Ubia, we are willing to fight corruption. Now the guy has availed himself to help you fight corruption. What is your problem? You understand?
Professor Frimpong Boateng at the report the Office of the President through the Chief of Staff Mame Frema Opare and Nema Ekoso Galamsey illegal mining excavators and the Keka ho you say you are private investigator anas aremeyao investigation ema yehu one of the institutions Nana Danko Akufo-Addo set up ministerial committee on illegal mining Galamsey at the Office of the President, and in few months they were in office, they were indicted allegedly, and even with evidence of video collecting bribe and do you think says our case is way yanko review Professor Frimpong Boateng report no yanko fa anas video by and your friends ministerial committee on illegal mining and Office of the President yanko fa brana way na Ghana for referee President Mahama.
You see, these are crimes against the state. And these are issues, Abeku, don't underestimate it. These are issues that Ghana for Gina Somotuaba. Because it got to a point that Ghana for lose faith in democracy. Now, even now, that Brantia Traore Iba Kruma at the Independence Square, Shakwana man for a budget. So, this is a cool leader. He has come to a democratic, elected president inauguration Then at the end of the day, he stole the whole show. Clearly, it shows that people are gradually losing confidence in a democratic setup because of some of these issues. And I think that we need to revisit some of these issues. I get it to the bottom of it, because there is a growing impunity. Now I get it out of hand, sir. Then people in government under John Mahama, don't forget, they are not coming from China. They are not coming from Burkina. They are Ghana for a year more than that. Some of them have even been in power before, and they are going to take a cue from this, because if we don't act, I know the day we need to revisit some of these issues and make sure that we prosecute people.
Ivan
send a message to these people.
Innocent, a youth activist and a social commentator. Yedana Sipi, he's one of the brains behind Point of Order. Bro. Now Point of Order no Abba be stay, Abba be jina. Bia issues bia ekoso, in the political social circles. Now he said that His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has been practically exceptional. Within 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks in office, and Niama Waye, any steps are what taking, and I think so the unifier spirit and Kabum Wako Tumfuo. Person will come mind boom, wa acknowledging Nanado and the role that Nanado can play in restoring peace in Boku. We any so Osha said na ho brasier or kwa sofo nchen sa any ahwehwe yeda onyankopon ase. In modern governance, you don't need a crowd, but you need efficiency. So far so good. These are the words from Ivan Che Innocent. Ivan, you better CP. Father Abba Haidi and nature say because it's a father of my studios. Our managing director, Dr. Father Dixon, passing through. Thank you so much to see you, boss.
Make us going forward. I think we need to guard what is happening, because see, we are the sentinels. Are destined to protect the infrastructure of liberty in this country, freedom, governance, everything. If we go to sleep, we will lose this country. So, irrespective of where you stand across the political divide, NDC, MPP, we need to take upon ourselves. It is our duty to ensure that we protect Ghana. O party Ghana, why doesn't matter. Let us keep fighting.
Monica, sir.
The most trusted TV station in Ghana, believe it or not. If you can't beat us,
and we are Ghana now at this time now who say meda nipa in a broad day in the manner it happens and it tells you say we are not moving on as a country, because this kind of terror being unleashed on citizens, cyclical be all the time. But over the years, because any definitive measures our government are here to resolving some of these issues, we end up coming to square one. Because social media now, a lot of people seeking to justify why this thing has to be done, because the fault. Yes, United Anglo Good and your government and a private kind of way or mojuma. Ghana near brand here won't to mean sorry and cause or so obi muvuse or koha, we can condemn it in no uncertain terms. That is a fact, because Anglo Good a private way or a jumanti abines so whatever, you have no right to go there. Say okwaji a jumaye. But say obi koho, whatever be the circumstances, it can never in any way justify what we saw. Say
true from Kunipa.
And yet just an ordinary gun, a machine gun, a PS1, a spray in the party some mosquitoes. That is exactly what happened. And to me, that is barbaric. Such things can never happen. You see, I read the military statement. It was full of nonsense, lies, a package of lies, and you put it together. Because what kind of statement, and at a certain line, or can't you say, the guys went there, they were armed. Some were having pump action guns. Some were having machine guns. By the same statement, as opposed to the military. So I don't know whether that statement and I tried the and I could sign the buyer because maybe. Say, me a shootout no kumrantia mako 9. According to sources, cry, say about 15 people now.
Yeah.
Which means that we are soldier in our target here. You target an armed person if it is true. And this are oh yeah now body pan 9 too. Obviously, those people they will have their gun drop.
Yes.
So you not only recover cartridge, no more recover, but rather you recover a gun.
Yes.
In a statement, not a single weapon and a police soldier for the car or more recover. In Tinipa no more case or mukumu. It was a lie. No munkratu. And I have spoken to people on the grounds. I confirm the fact that none of them went there. Makase, let us condemn the fact that they went there. Because we need right to go to that particular place. The mere fact of does not guarantee and now warrant this barbaric terror now. So therefore, not only see on the people out there. You see, mining areas, mining communities, you can do research and go to a place like South Africa. There are foreign mining companies out there. You see, citizens need to be sorry. Then they go there. Because you see, mining activities, say, medical background, that you come to appreciate, say, poison not only the air, water, the land, everything. So what's your boss here? Your life is in danger. Your kidneys, your liver, everything constant, is exposed to some of these toxic materials everywhere. And the people always seek fair share of what is happening. And you see, over the years they've been there. JB, you and I will understand that because of social media, information is fast flowing.
Yes,
people are becoming highly enlightened, exposed to or some of these things. Over the years, now man for could free say, Nasa idea was what you deserve a fair share. But they come to understand this. Because this is our land, their activities put to our lives at risk.
Yeah.
So there is the need for us to renegotiate better terms in terms of whatever that is being shared. And to me, it is a fair call being made by these people. You can argue, say, intruding on private property was quite unfortunate. But I am telling you, say, there is no justification for this barbaric terror that was unleashed on these people. Then you come back to ask the question, say, how do we even train professionals? Because you see, I read documents about this acquired Germany, the Nazis regime. You see, there is this thing called the Nuremberg trial after most of the soldiers are up here before your friend say the trial. Why did you do this? Their justification was one. Your friend said, we were told to do. We were soldiers, we were taking command.
They took instructions.
Command
from their superiors.
Yes. The tribunal head Nekachi said the fact that we are soldiers doesn't mean that we need team. There is something we call positive law. One kasa what instruction or right you follow. But yeah, the two shows some say because be soldier have been given instruction. You are not a robot, you are a human being. So the when the kill order was given, you look at the circumstances, but rather they decided to spray them. And this thing has become the order of the day. So JB, one piece of crime bad na first why training soldiers. On this platform I have told you, sa era yes sir amam fokogu muram de timbalog gu omukwan ni etum ka hu ha yes amasa macho soldier na twam.
Asa de yes Captain Kran boys no kutupa so omunkonkoye omukogu muramo no nkonkoye.
That is absolute nonsense. That is absolute nonsense. Captain Yantina Babianka said, Obi mfa to na se kan ko baby. Me say Obuasi people no deserve a fair share of what is happening. But maybe the approach and the way I'm go about it, and Abaka say you're wrong. And I'm saying, say, why are fast or you dealing with the matter? And that is my worry. And you see, these things has been happening on sequence. I am saying the BC or Edra. Oko war front. Now we suggest now gauge you Obino Pejan and Sakosra. You take that person as a prisoner of war.
Yeah, sure.
At Edra, you said the citizens were just fleeing the scene.
And
so
they were shooting on targets.
Exactly. We set up a commission. Absolutely nothing came out. The commission came up with a crap.
And
nothing sensible.
Ashanti regional minister. And to me being an occas or no crime, they catch the soldiers of one some.
They should shoot people. What are some of Yes. So these are some of the things that are going forward. No, we need to retool some of these things. The training methodologies and so on. I don't even know how often we do psych evaluation in some of the guys are army or more with gun. Because I told you, sir, the most dangerous thing is to arm a fool with gun. Or you're dangerous to himself and everybody around.
What's the dangerous thing as well?
The most dangerous thing is to arm a fool with a gun. They are trigger happy.
I see.
Any provocation here, they go for the trigger.
You see, idea who partners or did to measure Kwesi answer.
Yes. They become trigger happy, least provocation. Now we cry or bad and talk also because of Kratuo. What has happened? And we've seen it. Rest and the man can't just say so you be Uber. Yeah, OKUDZETO as a fair narco, so police in there and no to born. You see, and these people are trained professionals and so forth. I think some of these happenings, should give us a room to be able to look at how are you training soldiers and then as for Ewokroma, and military win and yet Metro BMO. It's about intelligence gathering how military training center. Yes, also call phone corner sebi. We are connected to IT for anything. Also, I timber lockdown. Come on, I would to America. Now we from we now we see yeah. Into Babano, again, just I need to list the provocation gun. And I think that these are some of the things that we need to look at as people going forward. Because young team has say, and they are seeking to be confronted with issues of this nature. You may sit on social media and say, no more we can condemn going there, but we can never justify this barbaric act. And I like the swift response from the president. Because over the years, you will not even have the president condemning it as a forum. But the presidency immediately issued a statement, say, the following day, President, I continue with the investigation. I'm hoping, say, it doesn't end there.
Yeah, sure.
Because some of these things, we need to make sure that we clip it, because the level of rising impunity within some of the guys in uniform and why they've become trigger happy in this particular instances, it gives me reason to doubt how some of them were trained. Because you see, profession back home, we are very disciplined by the military.
Yeah, that is true.
And people respect them a lot. I've been sitting on TV and I've been advocating good services for your military guys, especially Omomoye. Could you imagine, say, all the companies I can see, old soldiers? Why will somebody serve in the military and come out as a watchman and as a security man in their 50s, in their 8s, in their 60s?
Yeah.
These are people.
In their 70s.
The state should be taking care of them. These are some of the things that we need to. But because of Kwanya Yafaswa, prioritizing some of these things, and we use the military. And like over Ghana, Langas, and even the soldiers are not being taken care of. Go to Burma camp and go and look at where they sleep. Over Ghana soldier for and the student form so at that way to say we your friends dormitory and about that
police for do free other regions or mobile Flagstaff House. You do mobile crime Flagstaff House. If you know what say Legon side there's a hostel, a facility go almost every single day.
Yes.
Almost every single day. Why? Because they feel say they are the owners of the place, and they don't police don't deserve to be there.
Yes.
The police to me them. I have one police officer just about 2 days ago.
Yes.
I didn't know just like that because they feel they are NPP people.
You see,
I mean, what is this?
So these are some of the things that we need to prioritize as a country. Some of the military, your friend is saying, maybe camp or was saying, barracks.
Yeah, barracks.
So the police in here, then I come in and saw several minor. Then a single room, the fridge is abonting, and then the new year is abonting. Nasa Serana, just to free them, Kodana Fontaine. These are some of the things that we need to look at as a country and you move on. Now you keep on to justify some of these barbaric things. Military soldier, say you can just go and unleash terror in your wake because you have the gun. Those of you saying, those people went there with guns, and I am telling you, it's a lie, because some of us have spoken to independent sources. According to
and there was a call from nowhere.
Reinforcement.
Do whatever you want to do, shoot.
No, but if you have morals, now if you say and I and a bullet in a crowd, you could have gone for other option, like your friends say, rubber bullets as a form or just to scare the people.
Yeah, sure.
But to shoot to kill, and you partner on your armed, I will know very well said they don't pose any danger to any military officer. And reports now, Medicare Church, you're going to say the people didn't go there with a gun because Omokoya, Kasoja Fonu could retrieve even a single gun. Go and read the reports on whether not a single gun was retrieved. Yes, cartridges and that's for them. All these are pack of nonsense that has been put together just to justify this horror. I am saying, I want this investigation, you know, ebetimi di bibia babon saying, never yet that the usual way investigation, nothing comes out of that because we need to establish certain conventional deterrence in the sun. So once you are licensed to have gun, no doesn't mean say you can go around shooting people and killing people and get away. Because in other places, you know, a man for years and they suffer for it. We need to do that and establish that conventional deterrence, you know. And yes, I'm moving forward, and then you.
Yeah.
Tomorrow it could be you.
Yeah.
Because Nippon Free say, I have a gun. Any least confrontation, I can just go trigger happy and kill people just like that. We don't live in a banana republic. Ghana is not a gorilla republic where anybody can do. We are in a democratic country and the laws must apply. We are not in a military republic. And I think that some of these things, you know, that doesn't mean say Obi a military officer also a Ghana near kwa attack no.
That's a military officer no a Ghana near.
And make us say Obi we a Ghana near and so we a civilian kwa attack military officers.
No, it doesn't work.
We see yes no crack now say the respect I war for the army no is not even there anymore. How do we build this? But the last time I was telling you, America now Qatar now the line now Obi military uniform now or bar. Everybody goes off the line and they thank you for your service. They will make sure that you go. That is the respect these people have for them. But the situation is a bit different from here because the guys who went to the ground, you know, and Nepal or that particular order, no, I'm expecting that investigations will be conducted full scale and the criminals behind this particular thing, no, we should honor them because the police have done similar things over the years. Nothing has come out of it. I entia no mo ko nkranza. They see here. One who's investigation be about saying. Yet several other people. Omko kumrante okumase
medical report almost boy in brain tumor. When they shot the boy in his head, almost boy in brain tumor. When the report came.
This
man no wafa, boy no wafa or your Roman father. Or kitikiti you didn't cast our radio so kumase also be bodua.
No, but Obi will brain tumor and you're acute where you couldn't instantly. You understand? Some of these things will become chronic where you go through where it doesn't kill or nipa at a spot. What I say. So when you have state institutions cooking lies to justify their follies and your friends say some kind of idiocy like this, another day we are not moving anywhere as a country. So I think we need to clip some of this nonsense and the rising impunity within state institutions. You know, we need to stop it, and the state must exert certain authority and tell people, say, we are all Ghanaians. How do you justify this barbaric act? And I'm so much disappointed in some Ghanaians who have taken to social media justifying, oh, because Captain Smart say, what kind of nonsense is this?
No, but I mean, say we're from that same angle. If yes, sir.
I brought me so.
Ade.
Na said your moye dear. Any bookum, any baby. Mode Baba share Captain Smart say, or no, and I share a soldier for no kutupa, and I say, what share a timamu for no kutupa.
That video circulating a year 2023 video.
Look at this.
Yeah.
2023 video. Waka sem sebio muntua na monsi. Now we are talking about 2024.
2025.
2025.
Yes.
2 years down the line.
Yeah.
Oh, Massa, it doesn't make sense. You see, me metana se share incident na explanation na Ghana Armed Forces the buy, you know. Said the minia Ivan Kai, and it doesn't make sense. Because ose omoaba. Omoba me ready o city newsroom grana. Me ready and I dey no crazy anajo.
Yeah.
Anajo by 11 p.m.
That was on Saturday.
Anajo 11 p.m.
Yeah.
And na a soldier for a training omo Ghana bomb, and we don't know when they are coming. Before then, me who on social media say obi atro krata dia akoma mampanyin direct na nseme ewom na wa tro dia fa say dia yafa so aka kire akirechirefo head teachers ewo krom ha so omon passing koda omon to apomo omon no omon to mo na still amfa omon group omon no omon solve past questions and from man koda no during examination.
I see.
The person talking is a headmaster. When suro asi amampanya ma ho kwan say yenka sansam no nti ode ne number e dey ato ase na o kai document to see that, and these are the people I recruit omo when we train here the man was secondary school
Onim he enti so man a simple mathematical enti ade achi ya nso a ye recruitment ye de no soldier. Na sa we no office a woman no order bi obadwen hu se bi mpreduasa order na ye dia ma me no sabi me dwen ho ahese ya na enye. Onwi.
All right.
The only way I will bet me agina so a bia na se nkrofo na aba ne ye ne maame. Anasa nkrofo na ebuti wo no ye ni nua. Na once who said Ninu nka ho ne na asefo no de obu omu nyina moa.
I see.
Gaby, it is very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Mo be a more captain di e was asem we mu. Because captain has not done anything. Yet krom ha and MPB say onimo omu a omu ku ameswale. Anamewa.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah.
Na o ka say kire say. Well, so it is very unfortunate. Gaby, it is very, very unfortunate.
No.
Ye wo krom man krofwe di boni akese ye wo krom ha. Ebi mu abe oni aba omoda so ne nam ho. Na asem we ya oka ye de he se gina captain asem we so aka se ye nya ntwetwemu a na ye nche na bibi de na obi anka wo krom ho. Because the immediate past administration ye political party MPP. Nipa ba ko kure ni ho. Obetimi agina sa litmus test na no. Ba ko pe kure ni ho. Nti they shouldn't go there. It is media me hwe say o mampanyi senka obetimi atu ni na asi ho a. Enka sa abre no. Say sa particular mining site of Fatabo anto omo so for export now. Na Ghana for ye man sa kind of GDA no. Na onfa nkyere omo say bi wa mo omo adwuma de but omo limitation. Omo okwan obetimi afa so abo Ghana for ho ban. Yenka say de omo aye ne yew. De omo aye ne nye. But eninti amra wo ho so obi ya ade na enya ye wo mra kwan aye den ye fa so yenkum nipa emfante. Na nke eni ye nyina yasa.
All right. Norbert, mami na wase na memra doctor so doctor communication one of the government spokesperson persons that were the office of the president Dr. Sami Aye ebinu akwa baby ma minje mu fama we say obekọ bo asensem ni bia
asemu a esi wo bo ase no asemu a emu ya papa because at the very least nipa nkwa na ehwe go
yeah
entimi a mete he ya me kasa ma ban ye den koto sere pa busuafo chew ye party memu for chew ye pa oboase for chew say asemu a esi no we condemn it in every time na utie nsemu abusuafo ka some of the boys are you boom to net say the minia Ivan akano ebi mu mine no kromu nyebi
yeah I see
they just went in solidarity.
Oh
yes
wow
empenyinse bibi ankoka papa enjegrede now there is no smoke without a fire. Sure, Ghana, we have been unfair to our mining areas. What's the mechanism?
Yeah, our mining communities.
Yes, and na edidijaso eni muna na eden. Our mining regime, no, how has it been managed? Because anka ye managing ye na nkatememu fo nya so mfaso a anka ye ndu baby aye.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Before these foreign national mining companies neighbor no na tememu fo mo ye mining. Some of these concessions are they are not being used by AG and other mining companies.
Yeah.
So if they are not being used, why don't you rezone them and give it to the local people for local or community participation? And no, boys say epe. Because I can now some of mining shafts ne pits na mining companies ne jano. Na young boys and no na musu come because most of the mining companies omo ye wo adwuma biom. But after you see a revamp Anglo AGA under Akufo-Addo, the boys do not have that opportunity to benefit from it, as it was the case
many years ago. And looking at the economic situation Ghana faces, no, any common aba now shares that there is an actual opportunity for you to benefit from mining and your media dia ukrum. Now because of arrangements I nko so papa ntino e komode no eya na emu ya look during the campaign I went to Takwa MP before the baby by a friend of community mining scheme utie me pa ko Takwa a friend baby akon
yeah
o na community mining ne koso
yeah
me say what is community mining the etie say e was said community no benefited from mining. Is that not it?
Yeah, sure.
And was some mining no more, you know. Sika be free or buy the two homa, the bois, the development of the community. When I went to Takwa, there is no fund. Sika be there be just a photo be anyway, yet chase. Sika na enya fi develop Takwa. The people who are benefiting from that community mining do not even come from Takwa. Some of them are Chinese people. What you say? Enti sa free Takwa. Na you say you be community mining. Now we share na deputy minister, the then deputy minister for lands Mekuduka. And the party for the Chinese for. Work when the there be. What's the maker? So the people themselves are not benefiting from it. So going forward, this is something we must review for the benefits of your community. What's the makers? Again, let's go to the military issue. Look, JB.
Yes, sir.
This is becoming one too many. And I'll say it in the strongest of terms. Ejura, ebisiye. Video na eba abontino. Military officer, police officer, say, o disperse crowd. Your first inclination is not to shoot through the people. Fire warning shots. I just said the people that when they were not armed,
yes,
if they are armed, military infa omo etumra. Ni ehu say,
you come more with your mutu ne dampan. Because no mkuta sekan. Your friend say niema hodo. I mean those were heavy.
But you read the statement.
Yes,
I am more recover as a Cathedral. Ammunition no two and a free move.
Look, JB. They are still MPP elements. They are military men who have tied their apron string to the MPP. Omu Obia or demonstrate so NDC. So let's shoot at them.
Oh, how?
Look, Masa, we all heard from Double. Nipa you training 2 weeks in the M16 shared and so your national security or that thing has happened in MPP and the majority of military for oman ko training papa bia omo ye MPP for omo da so when you go to Kumasi there's one MP campaign ye bobaku din ye friend Kenelopoku
so na ye the commander
I will not be surprised. In fact, the information I have yesterday I spoke about 5 people in Obuasi. The information I have is that when they called for reinforcements after first march of military for me and this person, second march on by when they came on this spray, so they actually came with an intent to kill. How do you kill in such a circumstance? So if you are people like Kenelopoku helming the affairs of the military in the Ashanti region, why wouldn't you have a situation like this? Today I'm appealing to the president this morning. Some commanders, they must be removed. What? They must be removed. Me panicho. Yes, sir. Sabotage
but don't you think that there should be an investigation to probe into the matter? And when they are found guilty, the law will deal with them accordingly.
The one who caused the problem cannot be part of the solution. Nipana or Masa commander no cannot.
If you
must remove them.
You have not left the country.
And they must go. Some of us will continue to push this matter. He must be removed. Any person who was involved in this deployment must be removed. Else, government.
Just a typical example. Now, we are almost your friend is saying school feeding. So much my headmaster and say on step aside. Now investigation.
So that is yes. So you cause the problem. You must not be part of the solution. Look, Omo ye MPP full soldiers. Omo person omo gu aban na nimase.
Exactly.
Kenelo Poku ne microphone. All of them, they must be removed. How? Why? Meeting Chrome. Nyamede a good year duya me maimu. Why shouldn't I benefit from it? And if you me free, now some protest here, your first inclination is not to kill me. What's the mechanism? And a barbaric, as someone me as a maburu metes as a no, myself him. Because it me I am you.
Yes.
That's be a BBC now me demonstrate here. You bet me am to work.
But there are several of them. I mean, people have suffered, people have died.
And not
so that is why those on social media justify as a way lang gas. Touch
my south.
Next time you become a victim.
Touch my south. Omen will free. Ejura, Omen will free.
No, but they can't die for free.
No.
Now, president has called for investigation.
Exactly. But the people who were helming the affairs at the time must be removed first because even the enemies of MPP full soldiers.
Regional minister to me Nyakukudro.
Yes.
Akwatena panel so akase ye me na me order ye. And me to me kokko busku nkra. Islamic girls. Yeah. Regional minister Samuel say me say onu kra ne na mo. Ko the parties sema katakata mo na mudi sem fun.
Ko obuase akwan nyina say. But this is a cry ye too good kra ne nya wo me. Many years ago, and to them, they must stake a claim in a good year and they must do so in the stronger terms. And see, I try clearly shows the military, they are culpable.
Yeah.
They are culpable.
I am viewing this as a politics of equalization.
Of course, sir. NDC ni ya one so je ni ba kuku ye during election.
Mayweather.
The information I
am seeing
say ye ya ban ene empanyufo. Omo shame.
Campaign say no. I am sitting here telling you today. 52 shops na share last year no. So okay. E what share no. As of now, report is sitting somewhere. Nti mo be probing to it intent many ya. Is am no ka say we say easy for KJTF for the country assign adum KJTF for Kenya. Yes, over 7,200 lockable shops. Kenya na adum and omotete ho no mo.
How?
Yes, I mean now obende. Yedum the Kenya. Easy the Fabio John Kenya because omodeka.
Omodeka saying because they pay and you prepaid in a war.
David, somebody 1 meter.
Until no. They will tell you they pay their friends.
All right. They pay. But I make Ahumane so na me Haruna enim ko. But Haruna a victim or can omo at yensem we etu wonu bi. Haruna bibia boko there.
Bacho bibia boko na mo so.
Nyame adom bibia me ho ye pa na me ma afrimu susu.
Bacho ya me je so.
Haruna catch me. E dey na see here.
Bacho we dey yeah, they so they are on your infant and then Saturday. Your honor, you're paying for the say, I am boy, young first run. Yes, I have a boy, I am a commander, good 8 years. Ya trans run, ya trans, I'm a commander, good 8 years. Then she will be answering the country, Penny Johnson, San Embada, Ember Country, Bia, let's say, and I said, let's say, young court. And I say, "Yes, you may die, baby. A number, Cathedral, young first one man. I say, "You mother Hanway, my your brothers are good 8 years in Omunkashi." In the year 2012, Sanya, Nibia, and the country, and Yanya Bush, Sanya Coston, no Mudamaya. 2016 is the same thing. Shabium, yes, I know Musaja, and Yana, that. Yayan, your trousers are a comedy. Yamba school fees client mean to Yensune and Yama Dia says, I will it was I into me, Yama phone will be at and it is I ever call. Name a solid boy on your call. You drew on a mono. Whereupon Obiankita to Obiankita as a kind.
Yabutra, Haruna.
Yeah.
What's the number Munkuta true? But soldiers of force na mukuta true, ekuta seka, ekuta giant. Ekuta nyama bebre.
Yene die ni mu, me na me die ni mu ye me kan ho bi me kan mo die ni mu no. Obi an kita tu, obi an kita sekan. Obi an boba pro obi an ni o tam o ato ye. Yene die ni mu. the coming come on with the moon, who somewhere, the come on with the moon, will be Nketiah. Into drone, you drone die as you fence, net no more. Into a bow remuno. And a first car, so just first car back wouldn't buy. No money ever cassaye. Only a cassaye enjoy, see you yaki. A big jibet, Omuma, Penifon, man, some Penifon, and Shanomon carry another and chair. So much enjoy the Omushanomon pay with Papa Vinada and Catcher. Omunkashi, any known a second car to buy. The second car buy, no move video yet. Move video, any in a boom could trigger, any a catcher for to be a boom could trigger, any commando be a commando Musomon could trigger, or Mumbu could trigger, and the back from the poor Martel, and a good try for Martel, and a good try for Martel. The third car, Bako and a buy, and to no buy, and I don't know, sending me to the attack and free. Or can say, we are here, Rasta, a guy a Rasta, so just one guy a Rasta, do trouble your food. No makataka to when you need to go free. To make video and do to say a command be no more say to move video no send it to China airport out. When no more command no almost starting say almost shoot to street blades no almost boy street blade to Yankopon any ye movie free. And you know for no so assure monkwa. Oh ya nyamoshi ya ntoba ya ntubia ye pomacho ye bungo tujua ye pomacho and almost starting say the move video no almost shoot.
Harry na namo ye nkofo dodo be say.
Oh ye na quite there man how many anka dosu ye about them person trended.
Wow.
Ye be trended and e wo hono. Ye dosu na e wo hono. One starting so almost shoot here.
Enti time of first military for ne buy ya mo say munya abotre no ede na na mo so mo ye
catch you mo say yate ye de ye ni hwe ka betian so ni omu ni asem but omo friend penimfo no man from penimfo no na akoma penimfo no bi na omo so hwe na omo nka bibi papa nche ye ida say on baka say bi e best on be jai baby say amaye ana say bi on baka say bi e best young flow and I say, yeah, we say, Betty and Tishy, almost a man cashi, almost the one say, almost in Nabutre. You know, I would meet an almost a train at that castle. So I'm about the count, and I said, yeah, we say, yeah, the man cashi and tray. Man cashi, and I almost the end to
Na, Edia Namoya, yeah, share soldiers for now before we started so much to mono.
Young Yabia, Bly, I never be a chopper, and I have pomo.
Na sasa soldiers for this na mukuta giant mukuta offensive weapon.
Obi no kitetu so obi kitetu a ebia ye mu bi ene kitetu na edi enimu ba ye so obi no kitetu ye na edi enimu ye na elidi omo ye na elidi omo mekobi mi gina enimu bi Nyankopon ena enim do ye no yi mi free
eti etu odi bi ka wana se etu anka o
pacho mi de etu anka me de na me no no ko etu anka me
na mura mine in the inside mine or mura inside
my on na nye mine on the abandoned area on be abandoned area on there on kwambo se na ye nwure mo hofu o show no akọ o ye nwure mkrambo nye kodo on ma na se bia nye mine in the inside on the abandoned area on kwambo se nkusie na wo na de ade na wo on do pie no mines na pie no on o kwa so ye mines worker na se wu gwa ho na nche beturo nkwampo na se mines penyi beto ho kwampo na ye be yiwe because on the mines worker kura kuturo ma bia no be problem be ma tono you know ko ya be ko problem about ye be yineti from the abandoned area of bia nko hono
I see
worker bia ni wa oba hono
na eti soldiers for na omo bae no mo hyehyɛ soldier for ntade a edin ewo omo anima uhu bia obetumi identify say soldier ni we na ekutatu
pacha me hu bia bi se ya me hu
I see omo ya second batch of soldiers for no mo bae a omo anka hwe ana omo start so omo tututu na na
ai
the first batch for na
edia rasta nyina edia ye rasta
soldiers for no
no makataka to mwen ma
Also soldiers for the BI Rasta.
Which means a video no more video here, no send the call out. Almost sending to Nippon no commander no video here, and or sending to your call. Call no here, no. And a Nippon man command say they should shoot us. Almost shoot here, they should kill us.
There be Aaron and Amintia say, what's a soldier? A binu no my Rasta.
But try.
How? And I don't say soldier tare.
Aye, was a soldier tare, but no I Rasta. Yeah, I don't know. Your name baby Omunya commanding free, name ni po command your one, and any poor mouse or than say, Omushu 2 years.
But first military soldiers if I'm got to a more the Omonemo Kasa ye pa.
Omonia Kasai, first car, your coin the not car be in one day. Your coin military car be in home. The John and I, John me can say, in case I push out, and you be piaring. As a papa I'm at the Yakuma at a Canadian bank, military can have been about first kind of buy. No money ever Kasai Boko. How many ever Kasai in Abutrin, and second car buy. Second car also buy the same thing on also by kind tea. Taka, third car buy, And it is
third car buy and mom no status of Mushu.
Almost status of Mushu.
Emuna na Rasta for Emuna na Rasta for the biteno. Na Rasta for ni kutetu o mo she soldier tare no mu kutetu. Harry now the when who be.
Me say me na me we ye ni ye we ni mu. Omo ni na me ka ho bi. Ni jina omo nchan. Ni omo na jina on ye nyina na ebu nkotubi. E o fo mo ntime nyankopon lucky say me da fom. Say bia ye da fom apacho. Soldier need to chiwa, which make us at a form. In the end, I always say soldier need chiwa, which make us at a form. This is me, I want to say that they end up from, be under form. Because soldier need which now knows it now, and say, yeah, which man I in the another thing, I give which my benefit. It's me that form. The form when I'm a die, and a man and go and me free.
It's it is not soldiers for no more shoot you, no more shoot on target, and also much shoot spring for.
Almost shoot on target, which means almost shoot your target, which means a more target, say, if you are the department, you will shoot two.
Now, if you walk to hospital, I can hear some BBI Boko or with you, dear.
But
okay. Now, yes, I be no more a rapid inside there, no cray.
But you being who round, the coin paying for any idea in the money command. I'm up from boys say, if I hear dorsal, it is any young share, near Cassan, so my head will be super for ya, they have bad. Ever sat play and younger sir. It's near say command you. In the patch or near say command young go for your squadron. Say, if you be uncle baby, we see, she will be answer on see. What is it?
Now,
me and that particular plan, I'm going to say, China and go for no be and
I see. Now, yes, sir, particular pit, maybe I'm going to say, a juma or honomono. Yes, a bit more taco, hoko could do honomo cacre no cray.
As your home, baby, I had that good 8 years near 2016, and on the one my Juma. MPP or MPP bar power and on Pamoyana. About it was almost safe for MPP. Almost vote for MPP and save AG. Vote for MPP and save AG. And care about MPP bar for one on the Pamoyana. The 1 minute abandoned area, we are not one day, which we call compare 1 word. They told me the say.
Na soldiers for no enya timamu for mubi omochi mubi koya na
ba so da bi o ma esa no man chi obi anko
jo ombo tu awie no mu omutu oboka koye
na omubi ya no mutu omuka koye dead body na man for the down omo wi no krampo nka ebi anko mu jai na nke enko form ada sport on krampo mu ko so te krampo wo be ban obi no ma o ma ju se o meta be shitu so sometime hours on as an police for your police for open for buy and on the profile mining more, and I'm going to say, I'm going to know more woo. Messadia and give it my sleep with my life. And if you say, see, woman, but yeah, I force up to say, rush one, necessary course with a company. The police run about on and almost no more.
Now, Haruna, also you're one of the leaders. Yes, sir. Captain Efrem Mokachira was there, or Shebu Kutupa, Zebu Namunko, Namunko, good this aside to them.
But you're no credit.
Who you sure?
No credit. But you're no credit.
I see.
But you're no credit.
Now, when was the last time Captain Mishia Mokachira was there, Munko, Namunko, did this happen to him?
No credit.
I see.
No credit.
Haruna.
Yeah,
2016, I will come once and say, Namuko could do a hormone. When they do hormone, mamma.
A hormone for 89 jar on my.
80 for 9 jar hormone, the mamma.
If one penny for 9 jar on my. 18 penny for 9 jar on my. That was 2012. 2012 was so much at the same place now as my. And as I did one, 29, 10, 9, 13. No, Mr. J. Honum. And as I now 16, you know, Mr. Jamai, and I age money 6 months.
But baby corner
6 months. Started to corner.
Oh, I see.
Started to corner.
I see. Haruna, Memo Frimuai now. Finally on this. Baby, boko ye no eho ye baby Anglo Gold Ashanti for eye adwuma wo ho no mo da bia omodo machine be si ho no mo ye adwuma ena nanka mo wura ho no mo a saa to ye gem we si ye nana
Ba sho da bi
omo ye adwuma wo
ho omo ye adwuma wo ho la omo ye adwuma wo ho no e ho kwampo me say mines for no workers no say bi ko ho no ma na so konya problem a another bi ko no na say mines for be phone be ho mo a workers be ko na mines for be phone be ho ko be yo mo.
I see.
Because of say on the abandoned area, abandoned area. On Crampo no more the danger go on say when I work at the answer so a danger or dangers will call ma if you are with my problem. So one name pushing them to say on the for you push for you one kata.
Haruna mo amko ye mo amode mo ambo chi ko ho no na mo ye mema na se na maka ho.
Mbema na koi
mbema nko a na mma bia nka ho
ba bia nka ho de.
Okay. I know mama na wase
no more o want na for people no anko so no de but no mo so ye yati ye feel one anwem.
But sisia yese nkofo 9 and afiri mu anase ebinum da so ho no mo a omo ho omo afiri mu na mu ni mu ana.
But Jonko for 9 from the sea, I know Muzua, or my prepare no dosu.
Okay.
Or more prepare, more did them was dosu, but if I said Muzu one to one, the air and one practice into your mother.
All right.
This is the emergency, emoji, or confano chairman, or can see.
Mami na wase, mini Haruna, memo afiri mu susu, ene unuanom ne na fofo a omokoye a omahwere omonkwaye mo nyina ne omabusafo nyina yakọ. Ene mo amu prepare yina no we should a very speedy recovery but you be din komo nyame hwa wo de na onka ho Innocent. I think that you heard the story
and you see his account no confirm it
already
narrated here say the guys no kwa no omunni tu nkura se kan nkura hwe and it was just an execution. So those of you are seeking to justify say omoko ho ye nyina ya tena ha condemn say Obi ani ho kwan so be sorry akọ because open adwuma ya there are several ways they could have gone about it without such an intrusion our land no so and that was unfortunate and it's condemnable but those saying so mu dey two na se kan ko and they were fighting soldiers na se for no that's true and this is somehow can confirm it and I wonder why this guy is even talking to us at this time Yebi this is a key witness to what happened.
Yeah.
So any investigation, because why he should be. Has he been contacted because he's a key witness to what is going on?
Probably they don't know. So afraid that I mean.
No, but if you go to the grounds, your investigation, investigation, you go to the grounds, and some of these people are more involved. You engage them. That is why sometimes the investigations will come out and nothing concrete because key witnesses and key individuals will be provided your friends unadulterated facts and as evidence. I bet me resolve the issue. Those people will not be contacted, and that is the main issue. So JB, we have issues at our hands. We need to resolve them. Okay, about the soldier for and what dressing you see. I have a lot of friends in the military, and I am telling you, some are high-ranking officials, be young officers, and some are very, very, very professional, very smart, intelligent people. So we are not sitting here to condemn soldier for no. But in recent times, some miscreants, some societal misfits, they are in the name of partisan politics. They've got enlisted into some of these institutions, and within because in the last 8 years and this kind of carnage being unleashed on people, even some of them are on camera. Because we are so genuine, I no Osikano. So crowd, I angry. Then I say for my training, that how to disarm and I say me calm people. Then I say for them, it's not always about me coming shoot me too welcome. And I told now what no crowd, dispersing a crowd, and there are several ways.
There are crowd management. Yeah, but that is what we don't
Ghana,
know.
In recent times, the soldiers in a form some. And it looks as if about some of these things are a special group of soldiers because any soldier for these are people that were called externally to come. And over the years, so what can the they are external reinforcement. I think that they have a certain kill squad within the army. That is what they use them for. And it's unfortunate, JB, and then a victim. And now bet financier justify a bit crass galamse deben obis langas. I must say boys no langas. And people are seeking to justify say I see you come next time who so jania. Obien ho ni so jani kokon ya abrantana sam na okano has been confirmed by several others and report I have spoken to a lot of people on the ground. I actually say or mom for two na se kan and soldier for no report na something kwashi or one signature chassis no okanya
agree kwashi
exposed to the military say indeed the guys didn't go there with a single gun because in komuku no they will recover them. So says you do a point and state institutions can lie. A very dangerous hole. State institutions can lie because we've seen the police
to cover up
criminals and other activities. Yet, you come on a soldier for you say, or more billion van way. Yet, police for me, you do a share room. And a certain mysterious circumstance, you are much bomu to Kuomo. You investigation will Kruma. And what kind of country is this? And then you be police in here, or suspect in a crime. You could not homachiko boni to Okuno. Now police for the statement about then it ends there. And we live in a democratic country. Tomorrow it could be you. What I say? So don't seek to justify this. We have condemned the act of these guys. My culture and partisan politics and it doesn't apply now. But we cannot also overlook the genuine issues our ground. So over the years, say obi ba beje wasase no ya woni hu nim de say ne de sofa but because nim de aba people are reading they have come to appreciate the social corporate responsibility that they own to the people. As Gold Club no say they almost giving it out and then go team no ever. So the youth are idle, they have nothing to do. And these are some of the things that you need to look at. Is the reason why the last time now you can lithium concession now you can they need to own it. And they maybe employ people to come and work for us because that is what other countries are doing. Argentina recently, discovered lithium in higher amounts. They've hired Chinese companies to come and set up plants, and then they give them the work to do for them. At the end of the day, they will own the entire thing. Lithium, which is a new gold because the world is going green. We've sold it out because certain politicians want to do quick business and go away. At the end of the day, the activities going on the ground, it's the people that will suffer. I can sit here and say any single person living in Obuasi, you are in danger. because of these mining activities, toxic emissions, and then for air so. And you don't sit there and say, if you are living in Obuasi, you are at risk. Because the health implications of some of these things, I am quite sure. And the people deserve. And say, there should be a way you better go about it in resolving some of these issues. Because mining companies in other countries, they have a way of paying back to the community. In South Africa, it happens there. And there are some areas or give you a percentage of your employment to the community people, social corporate responsibility, and several others. Nipa no mo who they are exposed to some of these things. If you don't do it, I think the existence there is going to be a problem. So going forward, I think these are some of the things I see here. Now your mining regime, and you're just mining. Oko Atuabone, other places, those. There's a big in Neman or her, but yeah, the gold, not for diamond or air concession. Now we need to factor in the people. More the community people, how do they benefit in as a forum? Yet to me, yes, I near my way in the future. No, we just I near my way. The SC and yes, was a BCBO, and they will come, the youth will rise and they want a job. Because I said the ideal brain is the devil's workshop. They will find something to do. The guys are there, they have nothing to do. And they see people pumping millions of dollars out of their land and they go away. I know that they leave them impoverished. They are dying. Water in Obuasi are poisoned. And so then as a form on so I know the day I don't know what you know maybe what's the answer what's the kidney name level then what do I gain? I think our mining regime needs to change. We need to renegotiate for better terms for our people. Now enquire say oil no ba mon fa na mo 10% we ba mon fa ada ye de nim nyansa
Numbers yeah utie. Oh, but my fan to just say vet na start na enche be ko vet na yakwakofa vet I can just about 15 more minutes now I hit 11 o'clock but you didn't come ministerial vet no president I new appointments and then for you now but I think this issue is very eminent and we need to deal with it as such. It's me am been to
tie the okasa ya o kira say ona na o sin no mudie.
Oh, a leader. He was one of the gang leaders.
I trust say there was a first military car a buy. A buy, They came with a sort of negotiations.
Yeah.
Then there was a second one. I also buy, and also follow suit. Omo mudi kind. But after a call was made, then a third force came. Na otrese omo dressing ne de eye soja fo de but unhu soja ni rastada
I'm sorry
about the sadness and niema no ntino it tells you pefe say it could be say de kan no omo place call for a killer squad to come and I say investigation ne hu de of making that order no na why mo na buy you see the whole scenario no at the the lives of your friend is omo in a Rambo style those kind of people I say you're training crowdfunding the omo to vantage point be assembly bar you follow on them and me dear misusu say anymore I said the president ayeno yendo mo asuko because you see Amani na edidi agro no. He? Say wo kosunyane ne mpatamu a ye wo Newmont.
Yeah.
I say wo Newmont wo.
Newmont,
yes,
it's the same situation.
Yes, omo move from Kenya ase e de omo ani akere techere.
Yeah.
They are building a very big camp there. Na Kenya ase no na nya de ketwa. And these issues are cropping up. No matter what, it will grow. Now, say you're finding lasting solution to these problems
as we speak
by involving the locals.
Maybe any gold mines, they are demonstrating right now because of the level of fear.
Yes,
environmental degradation.
Yes,
look,
food throw.
Baby any crony.
In food throw, more blaster. Food throw near there.
Baby any crony.
I am telling you, that's what we cry the effort.
Cry yes, you're too good so.
I will cry the effort
over years so. Me say that me fa takwa no hu. Me si mi triase. Kroning, you know, there's nothing good to be said about. But sa krona muno, yes, villa, omo ye krona sano, omo si villa. A chain. You need a wouldn't it be? You need a visa. You can't go there. Then they are treating indigents like this. Now say, you see, answer na soldier ni na police ni ube tutu no. Ya catch us say, a soldier for radio munisa answer ube tutu no. Now you are protecting the borders of the country, not within the country. Minimpa na mekura ya menwa emrano the part of emrano emo kwa mu descendia ema o ka se kroma na soja for di electoral commission here e bi de na adwuma ne so obeso ane back and then na e bi no jejina your friend adekwe mesa hono look at this meanwhile no media minim ne say soja for no you don't descend that low when na answer na wo betutuo no. As a police wobe say, we do such things at the last end. Omu take it first, second, third, fourth, year. The last one, no, and they do that to also protect life and property. Now, which life and property was in danger? They protected the land. Sir, out there, no. How can the land be in danger? They are not doing anything. And so how they feel. How can the land be in danger? Answer now be tutu under this situation. Yati krom how and crofo electoral commission na asefo ye hu wo krom ha omo push police for mpanyimfo they bring the situation under cap. Yesheshe ties, yesheshe cars na asefo ha they have men that bring a soldier for bia na ekọ. Na da na omudu omu ntututu. Ada na omudu omu ntututu. Na edru we so and na make say you see senta yeka ownership the ne papa no maami free ho no only that area no first to you aban stewardship wabai with a limited time obeko ye di ahya wonsa na wo hwe so keke so say wo ya dia say wo consider timamufo na den wo ho. Now, if they have even breached your privacy, you don't go shooting at them. Now, this life that has been lost, can you bring the life back? No. Well, what will you do to bring them back? Compensation, ben, na obetuya, ebetimiama sa life na back. Now, do you see them as human beings? And you have ordinary Ghanaians seeking to justify this nonsense. It's nonsense. Someone doing a new because a new, so it is not you. Sabio, kai who's that? No. Sabi, na ya kaka. Me wa. Adiache ya no you be fufro. Ame swale mu die nyina betwam. Ene abeye we otena se ben. But jebi ade ehu pa na se kuro na ya tase moral se ko. Yeah. Because you couldn't people are justified. Sense of moral, no patriotism. No. I that thing is very serious. Because you can want make say under this circumstance, no. Pa na akoswa huhundi so pa microphone no be na sabio say president kura no mo attack president ya. Nti combat me release gun straight. Microphone so sir. And even as a trained officer, no. You are a professional. Just assume the boy ya wanna kasa. Let's say these are your friends individuals are they know nothing, they are not trained professionals. Of course you understand. So you as a professional and you're training you know what to do. What I say exactly. Because the last time I'm in hospital emergency and I can't go here nipa go di omugu ye na ombe gu ho bebre. Nipa no gu ho no an emergency situation. One person is attending to everybody. Omomoda no obi da ho din yon keka no obi tiam we. Enti obi o tin nche say doctor we the tiam no monhwe na but you as a professional you know say obi a owu nsu obi a owu ntiatiam you don't have the strength to shout. Yes. That whole din no that is the person you attend to. Exactly. What I say obi a owu nsu. Na one obi a owu ntiatiam because to shout muscles no na say for no say you have the strength so obi a ntiatiam no wunya nwuye so you attend to the that din ya onya hwe no obi a ogina nchai no hu a obeka say hey
doctors your multimedia deal na the ATM so we in nyama no what asem na make so you as a professional no you know how to deal with situation like this.
All right, but for 5 minutes in the doctor that finish by doctor the next 5 minutes.
The evidence is clear. Nipa nese soldier for na dey omo buy second and third no omo ye rasta soldier. Omo ye abojise soldier.
Be so omo ye killers.
Omo ye MPP soldier. At the earliest opportunity they want to shoot and kill. And if care is not taken, omo be problem ama aban. They must be removed even before some investigation probably because they are the problem. They cannot be part of the solution. They must be removed. But you see, on the side of government,
get in there in the first place?
Hold on the side of government, you know, it is the Papa President it is how the evidence is panning out. And certain concessions say the ama Anglo Gold Ashanti. Some of them are not being used.
Idle land.
They don't use it, but gold also. Because sometimes the cost of retrieving a gold it was so poor.
Yeah.
And it is emotional the quantity of gold at this particular place is so as compared to production. Omonye day. Enko. Sa ohono na also the matter before. The President Mahama in your manifesto run up to the 2024 election. Also some of these classified lands are Yediama AG and other mining companies, they will be rezoned and declassified. Said the Ebey Atemamu for so participate in the community mining scheme Ebebwa. Because our community mining scheme ne cost so said it was a costwa. Temamu for sorry. Enquire demonstration. JBO to the maker said the Ebey impuntu so betimiaba the mining. Look at baby any picture. This is not a community.
You're too good.
You're too good. And same fata. It is the same with Takwa, the same with Obuasi, and so many other places. Intermediate from the side of government, you know. Ebema busuafo na yako. Ni pankwa na yashre. President Mahama de onsi nso ma ansa na wayede. Waham. Esa de o shase no. Other previous violent issues of course amanfo wu ye no. He has commissioned investigations into it. This particular investigation President Mahama edebeye adwuma.
But your mama nche.
Enche. Unse President Mahama oboshe. Until we be our
recommendation in Basso so find adwuma ntem.
Edebeye adwuma on issue white paper and discredit the committee in Babia. President Mahama edebeye adwuma. E be se abusuafo. Yenim se enkwa ahwere. But eye dan ya aban so de nhihye pa gu akwam. Se omo a nipa bonifo ya ye di soja atade ahye omo tie tuan Ghana force no they will be brought to book and necessary measures will be taken so that be ya bibia ebe koso wano na me nshira yi nyina.
All right, mami na wase mami nda binua Ivan Innocentche ase or a youth activist obaye ebe boaye ebe edi nkomo edi Ghana ho nkomo binua Norbert Gbogbochi eso eba ebe boaye mietimi edi Ghana nkomo and a doctor Sami Aye, a government spokesperson, communication team, one of the spokespersons at the office of the president, and also Ebaye Asiedu Nketiah. Ivan, yeah, sorry, but you used to be 1 minute be on Enra Vetin, Enra. I don't know, so many times, just a minute. I mean. Reaction of Parliament and some of these parliamentary.
I think and someone I better had make about the conduct of Afenyo Mark and I think that is what is still in play, and it's unfortunate. You see, they don't realize where Ghana is at the moment. JB, I'm telling you, politics in this country has changed forever. Ghana have realized I'm a stakeholder in this whole enterprise called governance, and they're following things keenly, and your business as usual. Okotena appointment committee in Asiedu just look at the issues on the table, deal with them, address them, let's move on. Because you see, it's not just about appointment, it's not about the vetting. Ghana are not even interested in those things. They are interested in what they are going to do after being given that particular power and authority. And we need to get that particular things done quickly. So every process must gear towards enhancing and smoothing this whole process. But this kind of dilly-dally playing around, doing usual politics and as for those trivial antics over the years who have stalled the process and as for. I think we need to move away. They spend almost an hour. An hour based on a certain misunderstanding and between them because Afenyo Markin brought an issue unrelated to the matter about the certain appointments, CEOs and as a forum, and they dragged the whole thing. So Ghana all follow that particular way. The interest crowd. I think they need to realize, it's not the politics as usual. They need to take things serious and going forward. That is how governance is going to be. Ghana for your hope, the whole thing movie.
But I say, Mamincho Biska 3,000, 4,000 cedis here, star 439 hash. Now, me will be 3,000 Ghana cedis here. No, but quick one on the version.
Oh, your friend is saying MP. Haruna Idris.
Oh, you MP?
Oh, I'm MP, but you'll be a me.
Yeah, me, I admire that man.
Yeah.
He's full of wisdom.
Me trying to conduct, yes, and Wabra will be better than 4 or 5 hours on the within an hour across and do. There's a duty or no conduct in any Numa wire pen. In fact, manage the way. But said you can, all share the lives of minority leader, Afenyo Markins. Osha kwanya or de near man so it was like Osha the veteran a drew a Greek minister and say a drew in a veteran also it was like they have agreed on something behind the scenes and the ombe here or bedroom honey the near croc the John. I say as on crown I will take you over na or chere and sema a year your friend is saying the designate no no it is not the best. Right. I think that they have to up their games now. Omoma Ghana for who say they are up for a serious business and we that have given them the nod so we have something watching.
Doctor,
mefa akonya we so abo President General Mani Mama Baso. Appointments abano utie appointees no omunim die.
Pa me campus yeshada yeshapen
yeshaya is it at Lisa Hotel maybe
no kure
that was 2001
there about
2001 and yeshaya we audit be book kase and about me bo abaso
that 2018
that was 2018 rather 2018. Okay na yeshaya na bibia boko
nyame adom
Mate Daniel Yao Domlevo, but Minya Dajim Wisao, who actually you are. Tell me about yourself.
That's a way the good not myself. Well, Penny, and say Daniel Yao Domlevo. When you baby a friend from place.
Alcohol,
Utra quota for a question and no drados.
Pantu Swako, Alcohoda.
Yes, Croupon campaign. Okay, Croupon or your friend at Don Cockrum. Don Cockrum. Yes, you do on ma. Utra, basic 1.5 kilometers. Could be away from a Diamra. The Hona Obranisha, Siam, Kusuku, Nasapo. Now, sir, a crooked one on the popular. So penny for power producer among Wunim. Sir? Wunim lawyer Kwamijan.
Lawyer Kwamijan, land expert, no?
Lawyer. No, 1 year classmate. 1 year behind me.
Okay.
Bishop Crow free the same Diamra. Penny for Bebre. You call land economy, University of Ghana. Head now, Dr. Kwamboati of the Selkranasi. Indeed, your Caribbean, one of us opa. Indeed, a friend sent a friend side to us a middle school, 77 more, China. Me hear my dear Metwaso. Me Kaiser, me call pass. Some call compare admission. Price secondary school, pass. Yes, in short, pass. In call so 5 years, Mr. Devi, Minia Dadia, we go school 5 years. Timmy Frona, me bar, school be Ufri in pass a back room. School kit will be a friend of McJohn's Business College. commercial college.
Okay.
And I'm a call me the 1 year. Me say school me say enye me honye enu me free on bank koko. U free enko u konko so na u tra enko secondary school. Eko krum lorry park bi ewo benkum so wonum. Kwan bi da nifa eko school bi friend eh Mokoko Modern College of Commerce.
If I say Mokoko Modern College of Commerce.
Mokoko. And also me call 1 year. Me call so there we house so me ho shere nyi. Na me ko Kumase. Abuabu we do run about no. And so na school bi e she we friend Gardens the Commercial College.
Oh,
Gadeko. Me call Gadeko. Me through her na me ba K Poly Kumasi Polytechnic.
Hey.
And me ba be me even RSA stage 3 any O level.
Okay.
And me no 85. 87 na me samba Polytechnic na and I'm bebe to aso say me ICA me me accountant. And me start me share accountancy training na say. Me dey na me ponko pentemunti. No me be ha me for procedure.
We are in temtem.
Ndi am ka jama bo se me ko kwanche school. Ntanko me fa roadside.
Roadside on.
Me ka say 78. No, that be 87, sorry. 87. Ye rule ya anche be say a year. Na omdi enim no omkokoye on exams. Na me so maybe. Say now first year among for second year kura mu husna
first year
ko metro and I'm go through be me go through exams gra me late because to de me call different place dimrika call exams cancel results by best student award Ghana first year and me we interno and I'm a register or friends UPS certain friend IPS me say me twaso so na me chira de Kumase. So na me chira de Kumase eba school ankran.
Hey,
now I'm from a visiting student. Say only visiting lecturers.
Visiting lecturer, visiting student.
Now I'm from visiting student because weekend me ba Friday me ba copy notes na me de ko. Na me kom Kumase me ko tra ma de chira ni adesua so. Weekend ma san ba. You go try exam no ma pass one knows me copy as no ma feli. Don't go we kura idea sebele.
Wow.
Me desana nyamincha de me qualify in 1992. In 1992 na me qualify as a chartered accountant. 91 no ansana me qualify no ye from ejum. Ini me be ade me course me go ejuma.
David.
Ghana Films here TV3 here.
TV3 here.
Na me office edana wo kwai ho no. First floor na ho na me office ho.
Hey.
Chris Hesse, Dr. Chris Hesse, any entry, auntie, Victor Auntie, na for that time, na your Ghana Films, and I'm more friendly TV train na for. But now me a staff of Accountant General. Until me ejuma wa Accountant General ko see 2009, and World Bank ejuma bi PM na me apply no more for me, and then me ko share Zimbabwe. Timi share Zimbabwe any Malawi na me support Zambia na se força na 2016 ni appointed me as Auditor General. He appointed me so na de do krom na me tie road so am say edi azemuni e bi say mama losing election o go fa ni nyonko ase ni nua ase den e de na ban na se form say okay titsana anadwumen adana ye man appointments adana na me san e call back. And you na my holidays. And na me return ticket. To me call airport na me kitam bag. Me this am say me nya kwan na on say I wait to me change your ticket. Me change ticket.
Back to Zimbabwe.
Man ko Zimbabwe ko Malawi. Na me support Zimbabwe ni Malawi enti me ko Malawi.
Oh.
And ti omo fra me akwa no enia.
And today na Mahama Bo din sabe ye Auditor General no.
Yeah.
That day na
Sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, so what I heard was correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And me bu me ketem ko because na no mamienu bi e wo madwenem. No mamienu me kecho se ni di kan ene se sebe na me ejuma ma World Bank. Enye fese on beti on radio so se makoye Auditor General. Mra means resign. Enye professional. Ndine ezemeko ekokoji permission na me resign unse djuma so unnya ni say there why you say who pay free with them
it's one ne mahama ndwene ho
dabi enti o me catch Dennis Debra Julius Debra yeah to me catch and say esemeko na emo mi godu ansa na me friend no my friend Ogana I mean say aban say dey onsi you no man no tell me I can say stop no me man nko to me godu ansa na me friend can say ese me give permission na me resign properly because now I was in charge of projects Bebre Zimbabwe na se for na enti me yes ano na me ji say well bang be ka say o be hia be na otwe na say bosome me do go say congratulations say your people need you and they call this is say okay me da say na ka no mano ba ko say me ga just no mamienu second one so na madwumi am tanta kakra because nipa waluzu election na otwe na wo de meaning say constitutionally there or start to me no so the incoming administration can be very difficult to be a obetumaga say okay say ya power na say we so be ejuma de trauna resources are be ejuma no ye mfama omu mi o ma no nka so a bedding enti me nim kwa am fa so ete na mati opoku prempe so ni napo oh mi nyonko pa no ofre me bro me so me friend no bro mi nyonko napo minen di dada ye bisa no ansa no be minister na minim ni dada kufoa ba mun na me wakantanjena no ba me office almost every now and then me so kura na minim ni office or near Parliament House osumo baby ya me kono and ofre me siminua matezi ya appoint do auditor general wo so weni em say na say me dwene ho na me ntimi hu say mo amu be munim be adwuma na say yenye no so ye ne obe adwuma me na po minim so ye bibi ni so enye no we ni presidency no ya kufuado enye wo no so you ate na okumase anwumre na no ofa play no ba nkran napo wow osan frame me anwumre anajo na me won Malawi say hold on for the president elect no the phone ma Nana Kufuado e ka kire me say congratulations so oh wow we ni election who congratulate me who na congratulations there me dey my winning eti
wo mahama bo wudi na wuja hoko Malawi no
yeah
ena na po frel na po fa flight fi Kumasi bank ena obe wananado anim no de ono ni phone
man nanado tinanado ba so no ka kire me say congratulations me say wo so kan wo na congratulations na ye ode na me de me win hwe no so what say yes me go ye auditor general na me say me sheda enyintum wow because of ebia omuba ombe ha me na asefo nti na o hye me boss me nkonkoje na we bisa na ne nkrofo kire ne say to use his words so say I'm told you can do the work with your eyes closed
san nanado ka kire
nanado uno ka kire me nti
His Excellency the President
yes then
that
the president yes
told you I'm
told you can do this work with your eyes closed so go and take it into some bar and I say when we come to office we will sit down and see how we can work together because fighting corruption is very key on my agenda
okay
now here can nyame nim no kreni yes into office the following week I no frame me to a meeting summit na po hobi asante bedia to no hobi na nanado ni pa for na oye discussion or say that
it is summit ya say ya mahama bowudin but nanado na swear in
dabi mama na swear me in
okay mama because
me somebody me buy say me ti say your opinion say onum be adwuma no and say okay and the member nti me buy na you swear me in
biom
dabi okay yeah, bomb.
Okay. What by the Mahama?
Appointment is different from swearing.
Okay.
And me jail letter any appointment.
Okay.
Now, Obeko office akwa swear say you want to take the position per provisions of the constitution.
That's right.
In the year and we na me can say oba office na nche. Me say the following week I'm from na ye shisha na ye de normal tutu akwa mu. Ntina nyongo pa no be masem na mesumi pa nasem because na minim say e obi a na ni abre se
We're fighting corruption.
Exactly. Because me and Malawi could make actually in Crawford say give Ghana 4 years, we'll be above all African countries. Because Nketiah say if you hear the president elect, some of his words. 1, I will protect the public purse.
2,
okay.
I'll protect the public purse.
2, if you want to make money, go to the private sector. This is not where you don't make money in the public sector. Public service is what it should be. And 3, family and friends. No.
Okay.
You say, this man will be very objective. And 4th one, Anna's principle.
Okay.
Now I was following Anna's, so you say, oh no. If somebody gives this undertaking, then I think he's serious. So I'm going to help. She says, okay, the first reporter, me now who can this allow 5.4 billion. Yes. Oh, na Nyaje. Ukaya and Asomo pair. Go on the internet. State of the Nation Address 2018. He commended the Auditor General.
That's right, I mentioned your name.
And Independence Address 6 March 2018. Again, he mentioned that it can help him to do the free HS and do roads and whatnot, etc. And now, no man now come on. Because Kaise Sabrino. Now the audit was about the previous period, which is Mahama administration. Now we audit Mahama administration. Now Terabia Museum say, hey, say the very edging. So you do need tema. The new message but now me see Aisha. The call 2018 Kakrana Fede bullets in starting back in territory so that we I could overhide. And that is the journey and on your main chadie drew 2020 or say Minko leave na ehono and some bebre na unimzane Supreme Court asafu mafu case no crew and associate na Supreme Court na another one Zoom Lion na no say very hot Zoom Lions me say charging no 411 million.
Hey,
yes, oh yeah, Google na
Zoom Lion, yeah,
Zoom, yeah. Emani appeal at the High Court. You know, lose case. No, now appeal at the Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal. No, interestingly, they decide not to challenge the ruling, but challenge the original jurisdiction of the Auditor General. Say Auditor General.
Ghana Frontier say. Then about was charging Zoom Lion 411 million Ghana cedis.
Zoom Lion, no, in accordance with our audit process, no. Auditors who say year audit.
That's right.
And the information and as an intel we bring say who say district assemblies, no, together with this district assembly common fund, Zoom Lion car say on your fumigation exercise.
Okay.
Until umetia says cano. Now the same exercise has been paid also by National Health Insurance Authority. And just umetia car 2 times.
It's just a National Health Insurance Authority. Zoom Lion car.
Exactly.
As a binary so.
This is the assembly.
This is the assembly. So. It's a trianica. It's a drama back on Koyeno. You trianica
twice.
Okay.
And I'm say okay. Here say the entire fine Juma as auditors. Here pay evidence. And the evaluation. And I'm commission audit.
Okay.
So audit no mu ye ni umbe to be able to frustrate that audit. We can Professor Duajimai. Hey, nenya some ketwa.
Professor
Duajimai.
Former Auditor General.
Former Auditor General who should know better.
Frustrated you.
Papa me didn't hoya papa.
Oh.
The frustration. Papa at a point in time grow friend me catch them say or pese yoko for ebe join me na audit. No me say na yoko any Auditor General there. Say say it is criminally it has criminal implication. Now a bay here you call. Now they are but they can be part of the audit.
That's right.
Yes. And the and me 2 kind echo friends Rwanda. Now me Kigali. And now one of my deputies, Ephraim, say, and go for now audit no. Professor Duajimai, after him, so Munya audit now share in the office the following day.
Hey,
say, hey,
Zoom Lion audit no.
Yes, and you Zoom Lion National Health Insurance.
National Health Insurance.
Yes,
and it is
yes, near share. What did they pay for? until near national health insurance. I'm so boy. I say no credit. I'm say no credit. Write me an email because audit the audit trail. Okay. Now phone zui. Chinabaga dimaka chama say that be unka. Until they throw me email. You know, sending me email. To sending me email. And I'm forward you code come do agent. Open so. So I was here no mun say and say. Me dey come do agent. Say prof. I say me say no clear. Tell me that is not true. No respond yes no clear. Na one chief executive. I'm say friend Dr. Yawano or something like that. Dr. Yawano. I mean okay. Yeah. Say me feeding so but it seems Dr. Yawano something like that. Because Mikaya no power because me Yawano no from Yawano. Aba Behun say the audit is going very badly into he should intervene. Me say now audit there and one is the raise observations say sika we you o see there be scanning that has say here's the evidence. Now sir assembly na some call. Into audit there go badly there anything. And me try to say you don't have that mandate. As a board chairman, you have no mandate for audits in the country. The board itself, Article 189 of the Constitution. It doesn't give the board any mandate on audit. It has no mandate, not even a supervisory mandate. It doesn't have.
Okay.
The board mandate is clearly stated over there, but we call 187. That mandate is for only the Auditor General. Into one Constitution can say Ghana Audit Service should audit Ghana. It said the accounts of the central government, district, what not, etc., shall be audited by the Auditor General, not Audit Service. Into we call 188, which is the next one, and establish Ghana Audit Service. Okay. So there shall be Ghana Audit Service, which is part of the public service. Full stop. No mandate. But under the 187, which gives Auditor General some mandate, no, clause 3, actually say he can appoint or delegate to other people to do the work on his behalf. And the Audit Service now is a tool or a mechanism that the Auditor General uses to do his work. And not only even the Audit Service, at times to even outsource it to the private auditors. So you can use Audit Service or this thing. And to me, I just say, Ora, we are former Auditor General. To me, Ben Ujinaso. I will from the staff say, oh, you
called him?
Yes, no, I wrote it. It's written.
Okay.
And Tinemiano, and not throw memo to the board, the full board. Memo them will be me computers or still. Or throw memo to the board to say he has received complaints from Yawano, who is the chief executive of Ghana Health Service, said he should intervene in the audit. And when he tried, this is my response.
Intervene?
Yes.
Really?
And he attached the audit observations to it. I'm saying, audit observation is a very confidential document. And you are sharing it among the board members.
Do you still have a copy of that?
I can find it. Yes.
Look for it for me.
I can find it.
Look for it for me.
Because I was just about leaving to Ghana. And I'm by. We drew a question and a call for forgotten which TV station, either City or maybe Joy FM, one of them. And one friend said, there is an audit report which is in the public domain about national health insurance. And so, now I'm a discussion. And so, yeah, audit issue report to cry. Audit process no. Team no issue observations. We are. Then they bring it to the director or their head. Or no issue what we call the draft audit report or management letter. After the management letter, according to section 29 of the Audit Service Act, you have the draft, you have 30 days to respond to the issues. And sana Auditor General issuing a report. Mr. draft a copy of this. And I'm going to say, okay, to be sure that we are saying the same thing, what they have, they should send it to me. In the forward, the memo which DIGMI had shared with the board, Enona Akupi Abonteno, because it has all the attachment and everything, and even acknowledgement from the Ghana Health Service, because when they received the audit observation, they acknowledge it. You know, I'm saying, oh, okay. See about board, no, man found one chokra.
Board.
Make kike be chira. Guardians, look, you cannot be acting illegally in front of me. The law of Ghana is supreme. It doesn't matter who you are. This law guides everybody. Mandate more to even question me about the audit I'm doing away. What did you say, Major? Now, as long as you don't have that mandate, I'm continuing.
Hey.
And the issue is not going to be discussed.
Okay.
Until you transfer. Oh, yeah, woman to be discussed. Because this issue is not for discussion. You can't discuss it.
Say a sick eye and now, Mosijai.
Minyai. And actually, now I know easy. And she be a Miss now trying now to me, you know. Satam now draft audit report now for the abedu maintain. Now neither my name. And I'm go Kumasi. We go Kumasi for a certain occasion. Adanos mi fi akra ne ko e. Nti esore ntem kakra. We do Kumasi na come to me. Me say ah. Na come to me and papa say. I'm say yanko season conference Lancaster hotels there. Those days golden tulip. Yanko hold the omo buffet. So I can just go and take something and eat, then we go to the occasion. We wura wa na many bo Madam Fruma opare enim. She was sitting there watching, looking towards the door. Timini ni Asia no Oma me sign.
Chief of staff.
Chief of staff, Madam Fruma.
Tell me the story.
No, so nipa de oboni dinner say we hu na just we. Me bo die ni say me pema me ti so am say eh papa me oboni die ni me say ah so he excused the people who were with us. No, say, no, say, Matisse, you are working against us. I'm saying, no, so I said, just auntie, no, say, almost say, audit be a national health insurance. No, even though we say we started from 2012 to 2018, and so focus me now, just 2018. They just say you are looking at the current government, but not the previous. Let me see. Auntie William, baby. I mean, under the natural course of things, no. Me too, Kwaisana, Messan bad that day, no. Inka report income the BJF, and as Mija and crime, me babaka. But me kita report, no. Me see free car mukrano. Me see free come now me the report not to car no. I'm say, I'm sure na me policeman, me driver go can report you.
No, sir, fuck
me go fire report. Nekita me. Na ekita. Me say report ya wo kan ho asemanti. Eni. Me yan issue ya. Afi kura na me go through. Na mum to prove the point no. Wo de hwe just the summary. Me the summary ne keke chiro. Unti me the summary ne chiro no me ga hwe. We see I'm targeting a particular regime. There are about 35 audit observations, according to the summary. 35 of them. Only 4 relate to your regime.
Now we have
31
audit report.
The audit report covers 2012 to 2018. And in the course of the auditing, they have raised 35 issues.
35 issues. No?
Yeah.
A move for
related to the 2 years of your regime.
And the
31 related to
Mahama
regime. The target, we say me targeting away. And on one or here no serious. Hey, me grow where here you go in Umasi. Cause you Juba.
Oh, the chief of staff can say cause
you. Yeah, she didn't stop anything. I said yeah, cause now you Juba. Inti. No ethical die until we audit, no, and I thought I should surcharge some people because some payments were not right. First surcharge, went to, for instance, Sly Mensa. If you can remember Sly Mensa, he was the chief executive. So I surcharged him some amount. I surcharged Dr. Ano and Co. some amount.
Okay.
And I surcharged Zoom Lion also for some amount.
So audit reports, on National Health Insurance Authority and the District Assembly establish a fact and say,
exactly.
Zoom Lion for one job.
For the same service.
Okay.
And not total about 120 80 something, close to 200
million Ghana cedis.
Yes, but we calculating interest now. Surcharge in recovery of the money, plus a charge.
Oh, okay.
Because the Supreme Court in Occupy Ghana versus Attorney General, explain say there are two things: disallowance and surcharge. Okay. Disallowance is where the Auditor General will officially cancel or disapprove the payment.
Okay.
Then they take the next step to surcharge, and the surcharge is recovery plus a penalty or some additional money for taking government money. And I mean, so now my imagine say I should try and be objective. And he mean to show when him as a captain who to say now papa with their own to say. Okay. So I decided to use the lending rate of Bank of Ghana. Hey. It's a basic kind of offer. Say Bank of Ghana, MOSICA, they have a lending rate. Okay. So I say, okay, it is offer Bank of Ghana says means say charge you there. I will take it say wabo besia every. Until you calculate in a could see 411 million
Ghana cedis
from the time the monies were paid up to date. No. The Zoom Lion and TSC in a medical court.
So yes,
because the law actually says that anybody who is aggrieved can appeal at the High Court.
Okay.
It was within their right. According to the Audit Service Act in Section 17, you have 60 days to do that, actually. So he appealed in a court. A court is also High Court in Ebutiano.
The High Court, no.
Because we brought evidence, judge, no, documents, I did District Assembly in any. The same documents in the National Health Insurance. There's yes the evidence.
The judge said,
judge said, we know Wana Zoom Lion appeal to Court of Appeal.
Okay.
And the Court of Appeal, no. I said the Omo and challenge surcharge, no. Say the appeal is because the thing say the jurisdiction of the Auditor General it does not affect a private business.
How?
It stops at government officials.
But maybe
in the ban is happened at Court of Appeal say, oh, okay. So now we are talking about interpreting the Constitution and not the mandate of the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court. Oh, okay. So that's how Asake is
exactly. In the Omnico Supreme Court say Supreme Court should interpret. In the Supreme Court. Satam na kabe na sana 3 or 4 days bi ansana sa leave a yeneba na minim si leave kra eba ntia ko Supreme Court and through my lawyers na ga Supreme Court say you don't need to do any interpretation, and we have drawn the Court of Appeal's attention already. Say in Occupy Ghana versus Attorney General, when they were giving the consequential orders, they said the Auditor General should hold public servants and all other people. So they interpret the person which is in the law. They were supposed to interpret when they say should hold persons accountable. Who are the persons?
Both private and public.
Thank you. And they themselves interpreted the person. And you don't need to interpret it anymore. But Supreme
Court
oh, there be Omenti. And in Ansani, yes, I call leave. And I'm calling me leave.
Tikes ekosise.
And negotiate and say Supreme Court say. We say the Auditor General's mandate covers the private sector there, and so you must. The judge did not establish fraud in the case. So if he had established fraud there, and the mandate of the Auditor General gets activated, and based upon that, they said no, the mandate does not cover except if the private sector or the private person is fraudulent. Meeting say, hey, Supreme Court, what kind of judgment now? I be osre. But of course, that time now, the current Auditor General, he was acting for me, so he agreed with whatever the Supreme Court said, and so they wrote back to the Court of Appeal say the mandate does not cover this because the judge did not establish fraud. And Article 187 clause 7B. There is no mention of fraud there. It was imported by the Supreme Court. But fortunately, I was not.
That was imported by the Supreme Court.
Yes, to be honest with you, as an army officer, and the
what's it?
Because I was ready to challenge them, to tell them, I'll beg their permission that I want to speak myself, not my lawyers. I want to speak to them. But fortunately, that I'm not in the office. Because now I was very determined to say, no matter what, I will challenge these guys. Because no more about that. No more sophomore for the
Okay.
Now, and I was really peeved by how they treated the sophomore for one. Okay, Crew and Associates.
That's right.
And Sana Weber. But fortunately, I was not the Auditor General at the time, and it is an office, not a personal thing. So it went and died.
Okay, tell me what happened. What call office? Yes, you could leave. You then day. You see a local office. What happened? Tell me that story. You are not fair, but the role of the auditor in the shipbuilding.
Yeah, local that was the Zoom Lions time, as well as Crow and Associate. The two cases were happening at the same time.
Okay.
But now Crow and Associate was more popular. Because of Asafumafo. Now people were aware of the this one. And also the same type of thing in Crofono Ekoye audit. Now, before then, let me explain something. I am among volunteer auditors. The Auditor General goes around and be looking into. No, we have institutional arrangement that teams go to do their audit. Until when they do the finding as if Auditor General doesn't know. There be like there are audit offices all over the country. Just like how the police operate. And then the organ say IGP or Abumusua he is not aware. Until that maybe the case is brought to him, he is not even aware. Until this team who went to Ministry of Finance and omo audit in 2018 and who payment of about $1 million. Since a man who referred to $1 million Ghana cedis. No. $1 million. $1 million Ghana cedis.
$1 million.
Yes, that's a credit that's all. Over $1 million. US Crew and Associates. So the audit question was very simple. Where's the evidence of the work done? Because according to the contract, normally you do work and then they pay you. So where's the evidence? Yes. Now evidence, no Munsanka. And I say, okay. Let's go back to basics. First and foremost, contract no crowing.
Contractor, you share $1 million.
Exactly. Contract away. And the contract no buy. A whole auditors and say the agreement because when Tracy Cabes 6 months and some more sign contract.
Sasa Debbie. $1 million.
Exactly.
Emma Crow and Associates.
Yes.
After 6 months.
And Sana.
Almost signed contract.
So the contract happened months. I don't know what is exactly 6 months, but after the payment of the money.
Wow.
Okay. And she assume bed. Now contract so procurement process ben amufa so procure because it is part of procurement. Now procurement if you are competitive or restricted tendering or single source. So single source and say okay. Say single source there approval modi single source no because according to the Public Procurement Act no munya approval from the Public Procurement Board. That's what you can say you should get approval from Public Procurement Authority. Public Procurement Board.
So there's a difference between the board and the authority.
In the Act defines the authority and defines the board as the governing authority of the board.
Okay.
And it is only the board. Ghana Fontaine. It's only the board which has that mandate, not the authority.
Okay.
Nipa bebre also when your Public Procurement Authority approval. Nansemi who NCA communication be almost now it was in social media. Only they got approval. We can't say this is a fake approval. Because it is stated there that PPA hereby approves. No, they can't approve. It is the board.
Only the board.
Yes, until the proper approvals. No, Osha, the PPA chief executive writes at the board meeting on this date, board meeting number so approval was given.
Okay.
So he communicates.
So it's not the authority.
Not the authority. It is the board.
Okay.
And he say, where is the approval? And somebody copy. Satamna case now. I hear a leak internet or social media. And he somebody copy by and me say, oh, authority nini. Do you notice that it is an approval from the PPA, not the board? Obia or Timas, on kind section 40 of the Public Procurement Act. It is clearly stated there. 39, 30, and 39, I think 40 and 41 of the Public Procurement Authority Act. And it should be a board approval. You say, but this one is PPA approval. ABIJ's approval is not the board's approval. So I cannot accept this. That is one. Two, this approval is given after the contract has been signed. Till payment was done, contract signed, approval now get receive. Reverse G. They are applying reverse G. This approval was given after the contract has been approved. And ironically, given by a chief executive who doesn't have that mandate. It is the board which has the mandate. But the most interesting part, Captain, and say the approval was to Kandapa national security, not senior minister.
The approval, no.
The approval. It was even addressed
to the national security minister.
Exactly.
Not the senior
exactly.
minister.
It said the education service approval. Now health. Amaso Edieko.
Hey.
Exactly. So these are two different entities. Now, guys, are you reading the approval? The approval is being given to national security. And I'm saying, okay, so this approval here, but then the evidence of work done, and also here.
Okay.
And also so Sanka. So they raised the audit.
What years can before approval?
Almost sign, and sign a contract near sign. Yes, sign contract and sign approval. And approval no crane also for the approval to national security.
And I was also correct.
They give us the evidence, so they are not giving it.
Almost $1 million.
Almost they were going to collect some money. Now it has been paid by the previous government.
That's right.
And so. Because under the contract, no. Uja sasa kana sono captain minimse beka ho asema nka me a copy of the approval no be kire 1 hour some people were paid some mommy trimu nka about $750 an hour.
Oh please chief
Person so be me means be to Google that contract and yes ubetimi Google that Crew and Associate. Now 1 hour.
Every hour be a $750.
I think the maximum was about $750. A day 500. No, so for within an hour. Beautiful amounts. Papa with reference Manasseh. He also made a story about it. No, see the president's salary for a man to cry is about somebody's 1 hour 1 hour payment. But when they issued the audit observation, that was January 2018, I remember, they could not provide the evidence of the work done. And in March, they issued the management letter. These are all according to law. Audit now, AMRL. According to Regulation 34 of the Audit Service Regulation, you issue observations on the field. The audit team leader is supposed to issue the observations and receive response. I don't know, 1 year in January 2018. Then I remember in March, the team leader issued the management letter, which again, in accordance with Section 29 of the Audit Service Act, you are supposed to respond within 30 days. And also response number. Until June, and I may issue my audit report to Parliament. Because after 30 days, March, April, May, just say, 30 days, no long time. To June, me issue me a report in the Parliament. Me issue a report in June, Grano. Honorable Safuma for a sanctuary me. Say, oh, some crop no more ye Jumana say for Monsieur Mate. I didn't respond to that letter because now my issue me report every time is also I sank out Umami Chichimu any evidence in that the dada and Manfi. And a search charge in a buy and almost say Montiasi and Omo de air court. And Omo de court. Omo de court. Me refi ni lawyer ni di anyway ehu here. The lawyers na say for national security interest entina adwuma omo ye and they couldn't show it to the auditors. And so it was for a national interest. Me say this is the opportunity I was looking for. Because now me person may establish 1 point. Say nobody is exempted from audit. Not even the president. We audit the president. We audit the National Audit Security Office in Angasa. So why would
not... Sometimes you don't make it public.
Yes, it depends upon the findings.
Okay.
So findings here, what will not cause trouble there.
You don't make it public.
Yes.
So you were looking for that.
I was looking for an opportunity to establish this.
To investigate the national security.
Everybody can be audited. No, we have been auditing them already. But at times there was pushback. Like this is national security issue. We say no. There's nothing like that. Until we served Honorable Safumafo and Korean Associate notice that 2 weeks, if you don't give us the evidence for the work done and answer the other questions, the expenditure will be disallowed and you will be set charge. Anyway, we issue a notice. A copy goes to Attorney General, copy goes to the office of the President.
Almost everybody had a copy.
Now, for be say, oh, to me, say charge. You can't. You say, hey, you don't know this guy. That just a team of them. Call him. Now, me nkusieni na kana zivona. Nti nipa da se nipa de. Ubwa minsro kura. Enti time no so na ye se charge. No say on tiase. No mo de call court. To on de call court nso so. Nyamincha de Justice Efia eso mu no say obisa me say and since the main issue is evidence for work done so catch on say yenko hwehwe adwuma na o ma yenu mu a if you direct them to make it available to will I do it? Let me say they won't do it.
Okay, I say you won't do it.
Yeah, me got through my lawyer say no, we won't do it. And I say why? Let me say because you will be setting a bad precedence. Because everybody say captain here or the team nurse say it is come and say on studio now we see they disallow near say charge na a free HR as in film you know HR we say oh my studio into brabe here. In that case you are making audit useless, completely useless. So media as far as I'm concerned I have finished my work. So it is up to you to say what you have to and as a winning to. Yeah. And almost raise the national security issue. And Justice Afia say, almost the national security there, according to the Constitution, Supreme Court na interpreting national security issues. Into also board to straight. Pa Supreme Court. And I got that Supreme Court. Supreme Court is beside the first question. So, Auditor General, if we ask you to go and look at the work that the senior minister did, will you do it? Let me say no. Through my lawyer, I say no, I will not. No, so why? Because the audit is completed. And I want you to tell me, under what mandate would the court even do that? Because according to Article 187 Clause 7A, or say the Auditor General in the performance of his functions under this Constitution and any other law is not under the direction and control of any other person or authority. I think you are part of the authority. You can say that my work is no good, I'm setting it aside. But you can't interfere to say go and do an audit or continue the audit.
Okay.
So I don't think it lied with the Supreme Court.
You told them that?
Through my lawyers. We challenged that. And me and Madam for Justice Jones Doche.
Okay.
He was the one presiding over the case. Okay. It was a court rice. And one of more rice here, Chimba. Then you go carry him, you agree, Umunim. I try one of Mosamba say. In the wisdom of the Supreme Court, they are directing the senior minister to give that evidence to the Auditor General. And Auditor General has 10 days to come back to the Supreme Court to tell the Supreme Court, say, whether he is satisfied or he is not satisfied. My lawyer, Esther, no, sit down, no, sit down. And the
Supreme Court.
Yes. Bad man gasa. Inti Zoom line on the nearby, na mi amaji senka. Omusa yesa. I will stand up and speak.
Hey,
I'll tell them I don't care the consequence. You can even sentence me to death, but I'm going to tell you my peace of mind. But nyamin chadi, amaso. Says that I'm not me will leave into me uncle. In the Supreme Court, Eddie Bayer said that we should go back and do the work, no. Now, Omama me 10 days. 5 days into the 10 days. I was not going to do it. I was going to wait till the 10 days expired and my colleague just said, no, they were acting unconstitutionally.
About your leave?
No, not about my leave. About the directive for me to go back and do the audit. They were interfering because I piled up several cases. Supreme Court in Angasa has refused to interfere with Electoral Commission. Their decisions. So I was going to show it to them that you say Electoral Commission is independent, and the same clause by which you decide not to go and direct the Electoral Commissioner protects me. In fact, Electoral Commissioner didn't put there subject to the Constitution and other law. Other gender, there's no qualification. He said in the performance of his functions, he's not under the direction and control. Well, admittedly, I know I'm under the control of the law.
That's right.
That one, I'm not saying that anybody can be above the law. I know that. But my partner say, at worst, it is the same law. So how come in this case, now I've got my lawyers to pull out a lot of cases from an EC. So you refuse to direct EC.
Why
are you directing me? Be consistent. Consistency is very important of every profession.
Hey, that would have been damning.
Oh yes, I was ready to go to jail. Mechanical picture said, "I'm very ready." Now I was ready for a candidate for jail, and I was going to go to jail through the Supreme Court. Now I say I'll challenge them publicly, disgrace them, insult them, and they'll put me inside. I was more than ready to do that because Mijini said the judiciary has a very important role to play in any country.
Okay.
And they must be credible. And they must act in ways that people will trust them. But from my personal point of view, I thought they were being inconsistent. And consistency as an accountant, we be accountant is one of our fundamental concepts.
If it's an executive influencer now.
Meaning be free say, so being influence you and the media, as far as I'm concerned, you must be consistent.
That's all.
Executive influence, it can come on everybody at all. And that is how it went. And the next day, breaking news, they say, my acting Auditor General, the deputy, has cleared Crew and Associates. So we finished the audit within 24 hours. We say, wow. Where fast the power? Meaning, speed is anyway. So that is how it ended. Until one day response, Ekoma Justice Efia said, well, Auditor General is now satisfied with the job. Set you free. So that ended it.
And Tisikana he?
Ashi.
Zoom lion, the other swashi?
Ashi. Omo from wedding. Free.
Wow. Apart from this, challenges men that will share in your duty, line of duty as the Auditor General.
Oh, challenges in there, baby. You know the Ghanaian mindset or mentality. Bribia yede Jantua any who you know, Nina Sefon. Ti your home one classmate be a wound. I chair wound kind of no pay. Say, when you say, so the menu, ye none call gadis, ye none call people, an audit issue. We say that. Oh yes, I am winning. Hey, I am winning. And say, oh, wait there. You so we are right, but to say there be the audit now. And so ABLAKWA say, if you want to do something like that, and just say you are spoiling your integrity, and they say audit no. And sana a bedroom Auditor General anymore. Now it has been established down there because in the course of the audit.
So it is not you.
No, the Auditor General doesn't own the field. Auditor General in Cathedral.
What's your office?
Meet me office. At times, audit because we delegated it to the various branches and units. Yes, we have delegated it. Say you are in charge of the district, so you can continue planning and doing the district audit. You are in charge of the region. You can do an audit there. We are in charge of Ministry of Finance. So there are sectional heads who plan and carry out the audit. They have raised the observation at Uncrophobia brain. Into Obama in China was a sweep under the carpet. It's
no more to be called
with the Moody woman. So, okay, go and tell the auditee. Say observations are raising. Okay. Normally they will say, this is what you should do to correct it. So they normally do what we call recommendations to correct it. And if there are recommendations, go and respond to the recommendation. Say ubetimi aye and I won't mean maybe this is how I can do it. Maybe I'll say to scan within a week. So metria, and so 1 week in the anwash. Maybe mame ba bosome and abosumi no metria. If you are able to settle it down, they themselves will write it that they have received a satisfactory response. Until they just assemble the nasamko. And go and deal with at that point. You see, sir, not near. The only instances, sir, make us say I was directly involved is when the request comes from government. To me, say there was a point in time the request to be by say former parliamentarians salary arrears be and say 4 times. Satam na friend say Omampenyi kura na MP, member of parliament.
That's right.
Na chief of staff na sifu na members of including former president John Dramani. They were they were MPs. Na allowance be and salary difference be asanke tuama omo. Kufo entua. Enti omo de abem sa menhwem na yentua ema omo.
No de omo de breo.
Omo de breme directly. Timinsa kan me say mesusu e am here research kakra. Na omo research officer na mo accountant general. Na mo accountant general sa
auditor general.
There be before auditor general na ma jejuma 18 years in accountant general.
Ti buy payment there unim kakra.
Thank you. Before time na mo accountant general as a director.
Hey.
And I knew about it. Sa payment na minim bibi. And I was actually director of payroll. In the salaries na minim what it was. Nti some no ba me say enya die we na President Kufo efiri so ye de come Professor Mills and a Oseti committee headed by Mr. Yamson, Ishmael Yamson.
Professor Ishmael.
Yes, yes. And Yamson's committee a the recommendation e come President Mills Emma Ojina so etwemu and asambe timi go hwe document anya me ncha de me hu documents. I'm throw back to Madam Froma say yentia I do you told me today yentia I know the na enya me staff and the name ya face to face the auditing the do na some e bi also e bi kura wa mpo wuntanyi ni be like auditing ba ku say eno the enya me na me here but eno so ba betu merim about the use of gate fund money for scholarship for brilliant and needy students. So okay,
MPs BD
exactly. And we say buy no manyeni na mka just na po madam for pa. Ndi u pay friend no. To me call office come say minia. Go fear for di, but I'm not sure about this. I say no kre.
Onu confess to you.
I say no kre, but he applied. So as long as he is paid, he say, hey, Senate here. Okay. But if you apply that.
Brilliant but needy students.
Yes. Okay, say, oh no, you're brilliant. And so definitely we are brilliant. And I say, you mean I'm not needy? Let me say in constituency, Mensha, only needy person. Now, but now the answer is yes, 3 years. I'm saying, you know something. You have not gotten the catch. The law did not only talk about brilliant and needy students. It said for secondary and tertiary education in Ghana. London, Eka Ghana. Minia, yes, Minia. And the point I'm trying to make here is that you have used the money for the unintended purpose. Oh. Say okay, the report will be issued. The report no by be threatening me, but could be put your say, 24 hours. I should retract my this.
Why no?
I've forgotten his name.
No, she MP.
Yes. Now that time he was a deputy minister, I think at a Greek or housing or something like that.
Deputy minister, a Greek.
Is it a Greek or health?
I don't know. Deputy minister Saba, first one here, Akemoda MP. Now Ochro chemistry book. And Kwetu.
I say I Greek and I say housing, but who Google who say he gave me 24 hours.
Okay.
Say I should retract and change the lesson. And me give him call him the bluff. And say you should go ahead. Say me audit Captain Smart. Now the Captain Smart say audit scanner ma papa yi. Now the scanner enko na ma throw me report me say na Captain Smart e ka kire me a. What offense have I committed to you? I'd rather tell you that you are being used for so and so. And so you cannot, and so I responded to say that the evidence or the information was obtained from the gate fund. It is not something we cooked ourselves. So I left it there. But it was also one of the very challenging times. Media for big friend, a bit to bomb me, support to me. It's easy. So that's the long and short of it.
Okay, so we are convinced about I'll protect the public purse.
Yeah.
If you want to make money, go to the public sector.
Exactly.
The ADAS principle.
Yeah.
After did you still believe Nanado?
At all.
Oh.
At all. At all. The rhetorics were far higher and greater than the action on the ground. Now, tap to Uti. Emissary say, "Oh no, visa question. Wow, question. So you will see a whole series of cases, allegations, and whatnot. No, on Mangasan Krawa clear before the investigation. Sorry, I mean, can't say anybody who there's an allegation against is guilty.
Okay.
The latest one of Cecilia Dapadi, you see, urging a letter. What was the need for the president to say, "I know you'll be exonerated"? Why should you say that? It preempts the investigation. Okay. I said he is the head of the state. These investigating bodies are all under him. Okay, they are not as independent as the Auditor General is. And and you have already put your position public. But you see, but look at what Martin Amidu told all of us. You know, I was working hand in hand with Martin Amidu.
Okay.
And we shared our frustrations, and I know what he went through. So when he came out with the terminology of mother separator, I was not surprised. So that is it. The rhetorics were far higher than what we have seen on the ground.
Would you ever trust Nanado again if you hear him say, "I am not corrupt"?
Oh, no. Oh. He can't even say that. Can you say that today? Na enyamuna muka say we penny uti fie na ohwe mankwara na ewe na nka na ye kan na nkawe fo ka hu. Thank you. Nji ye kan na nkawe fo a so ka hu. Ohwe mankwara wi na nka. So ka hu. Come to me wa. Thank you.
What share with Jumayo as Auditor General Sam that the level of corruption in that to say?
To be honest, now corruption no war. Actually, say me share not only as Auditor General, me share me service during the public service. From 91, I me join a Accountant General, a BC semi-free edumuma. Corruption there never. Only say na amounts na say for necessary.
Okay.
Could be for Gina Waje 1,000 and 20,000, 3,000, and now or they are checking how far. But since you are there, I know I say. Since you are 1,000 now, so for movie create you millions, billions. At times, the amount you know so. Auditor General mention amount and amount for Nini.
Because I must say 20 billion.
What I say, me free so no. And I say, Mammy call leave no. Audit report will be early here.
That's right.
I almost say 52 billion. Nyanga mi we msi depi we the adabraka.
Also
me can me see but sike too much. And ni na ochi in a woman issue rejoinder. Confirm me say it is part of the observation. Say hey. I remember say George Winfo, one of the deputy auditor general, in an issue rejoinder, a press release actually. Me say hey. 52 billion.
And at
the end of the day, the new Auditor General said, "Okay, the reporter, normal air cost. This is it has escalated in the amount. Say, it's mind-boggling. It's not easy to understand why things are going that way."
If him no can say could leave no, ushia His Excellency, or friend no, about why and one person who could leave.
There be free satam no say menene inshiada. Inshiada baby I'm friend so that.
Hey, I'm person who do office near lock your office.
Oh yeah. Now say satam na me will leave. Now me ma Ghana for what say who will leave you have not been sacked from work. When you are on leave you come to office. It is a common practice. You can come to office to attend meetings or do some things that you need to do. And I was passing by the ministries and I said, I'll come to the office. I think I was going for a copy of my constitution. Okay. Because now I'd left my documents behind. And to me, Fred, the acting auditor general, pulled me and said, I'm coming to the office because I want to pick a copy of my constitution.
Okay.
To me, drew her and say, Safana me copy. I had my copy. My secretary also had. Me try my secretaries want to be on kind of say assistant, you know.
Yeah, assistant local.
Yeah, assistant local. Until me try say oh say woman assistant local no. I'm say oh why would they change the law? What is the need? Until me call acting auditor general no go and say why? No, so the board met and they said they want to protect the office. Against who? Are they preventing me from the office or protecting the office? You know, so, well, that was the decision. Say, people may go in there to do some things which may not. We say, we have CCTV camera, we have security, and we have secretary sitting there and everything. Somebody will go into my office. I say, wow. No, so keen forgotten who somebody's I'm going to say that I will be and the enemy. It is true, say they locked the office at the time. Maybe they had known by that time what they wanted to do.
You think, sir, intentionally no one person will fight corruption?
Me tie papa be no PLO Lumumba. Yes. Or see he misread his terms of reference when he was appointed head of to fight corruption, the head of anti-corruption agency. Me just say it was the same with me. I misread the terms of reference. And he said he thought the terms of reference was for him to fight corruption. But then the terms of reference, the actual thing is you should pretend to fight corruption. But not you should not fight corruption. And that is what I also did. I misread this.
Your terms of reference.
Yes, because Auditor General, in terms of reference, and you've been a chairman, it's in the Constitution.
Okay.
The entire Article 187 is a very long one.
So, in Doblevo's point of view, you were actually stopped from fighting corruption.
Oh yes, from my point of view, and I wrote that to the president.
Hey,
when the letter came for me to go on leave, I said no. I have a constitutional mandate to issue audit report within 6 months after the end of the financial year. Because of COVID, the report had delayed a bit, so we were in ending June. It was getting to the end of June. So I can't stop my constitutional lesson and go. But I think, which is my view up to today, that my audits are disturbing you, so you want me to go on leave. And Nana Santibedue too wrote back to tell me, say, he can forgive me because I'm not a lawyer. My appreciation of the law is not the best thing. Oh, he is there. It's that green document. It is there. So I'm saying, oh, good. Fortunately, now the Supreme Court also doesn't understand the law, so they agree with my position. So that's why I said that I hope in one of the TV stations, I said they should call the Supreme Court to go back to classes and go and learn the law again.
So that's why you said that?
Exactly. So I said, since you said I didn't appreciate the law, that's why I was making that statement. And the Supreme Court has upheld my position, then please go and give some further legal education to the Supreme Court.
Okay, how many threatening messages or phone calls now?
Minkai the number I don't but it didn't bother me. Normally when they start Makatu, you don't.
Is it do you think, sir, why are you into corruption as well, memoir?
To the bit me to us here. Namum said the normalcy econo. And you're fine. That if you look at the the trend is not the best. Now, a mubakwa hammer drink a crapa and he said the cost of acquiring political office has become so huge, said that it contributes a lot to corruption.
Hey,
oh yeah,
becoming MP, becoming a minister, becoming
now
a
before you become an MP, before you become minister, before you become president,
about 5-6 million Ghana cedis.
Thank you. Now says can okofane obi na de born be say and as obi sika na de man. Now when you become the minister or when you become the president, etc., you have to pay back plus interest.
So acquiring a political office contributes to corruption.
To me, it's serious. And the last time I was speaking somewhere, and I don't remember where, but I was telling them that, look, do you reckon that in the 8 years of being a president or being a minister or being a vice president, you will not have earned even 5 million? Because President Kwesi say 50,000 a month. It will be 4.8. In the 8 years. 8 years. Okay. Until we
have been offered 5 million now.
And the question I was asking, they say, former president, unya 60 million now, you say, or the year in a company, unya free. And a vice president, I say 80 million, unya free. That's the reason why I've been calling for lifestyle audit. Here, lifestyle audit to say, so what to me, I say 6K, and I say, yes, 6K, unya free, so that you can tell Ghanaians how you got it.
So you think that the primary are MPBS was spending yes,
you account for it. Say because look, the country runs a serious risk. Do you know the risk? One, drug peddlers or drug gangs will be funding our politicians. And when they win election, we are dead. I hope that does not materialize. Yes. The next dangerous group, terrorists. You know, there are a lot of terrorist groups in Africa. Almost rough. Also pay 1 billion ground per house. Yeah. All they need is a theft where they can operate. Until you may be creating a safe haven for those type of things. And of course, even the neo-colonial masters. They are also interested in power in our country. Until say Captain Smart, Judy J 10 million and now 20 million for campaign. We are say all the things that you are buying should come from our country. Every procurement should be international competitive tender. The last time I was talking about it, I said a 2 fonia ketichi cratch for your member for.
Hey,
oh, our knowledge is being used to destroy instead of to help. For instance, let me talk about a bit about procurement. What sense does it make to say a nebri say ukoto goods above 10 million? It must be international competitive tendering. 10 million is how many dollars? It's not up to even $1 million. It's about $800,000. It must be international competitive tendering. Now, say international competitive tendering. What is the muzzle of the Ghanaian businessman against that of a Nigerian, against that of South Africa, India, any China, Bermuda? We are lost. So it means you are giving the job to outsiders. What are we doing? We are exporting jobs. That's why we are in the stupid situation we find ourselves. I don't know.
Situation.
Yes. People don't understand it. They think that, look, before you can get value for money, you must do international. I say, who told you that? What is the value for money? Your children have no work to do. You are exporting jobs. And you call it value for money. They look at value for money, especially the procurement specialists. They look at that word from a very narrow perspective.
Okay.
But if you look at it from a bigger perspective, it is better to buy this thing plus maybe 10 or 20% from within so that you create jobs, help the economy, than to send it outside. Who can't? Some of them will tell you that that's why the law talks about margin of preference. And I want to address it. I don't know whether you know of margin of preference. Preference, yes. Margin of preference is so per se a free Ghana and as a producing or Ghana. Wait me I can say we made the margin of preference of 10% at also. And it says say Ghana say the price no a higher na embro 10% there would be my Ghana.
Okay.
Which looks smart, but it's not as smart as your name.
Oh, sir.
It's very daft.
Oh.
Because you will state it in the document, the tender document. Say there is a margin of preference of 10%. China ni emas the corner government, man 50%. And say, okay, then we will give you 50 so you can beat the Ghanaian. And beat him mercilessly. But he will not disclose what his export substitution to you. Ebani Sentina, Captain, means over to Accra. Who call America, who call Britain, chicken boarding power. But with the Bagana, cheaper than our local one.
That's right.
Because they pay them almost the full cost of it. So the other Bahana is just a profit.
It's the boarding,
yes. Thank you. Because nobody is subsidizing it. Now, Obi Ketchero said, today, day and age, no subsidy for agric. Check America how much support they give to the agric. Check all those people who are telling to remove those subsidies. How they support this. Inti, it is said here, Ofi, Unkwarani, Usimi Nweduania, open policy into maybe a gate after a Potem Kwarani, or be Amrabedi, Ubanzu is 6 months old. Thank you. That is what we are doing. So I've been telling that there is a need for procurement reform. We should do the procurement side that it can create jobs.
Procurement, we should do it in such a way that
it can create jobs,
not to export
not
jobs.
Only in the country, not to export, not only in the country, but even in the local authorities. Okay, for example, every procurement relating to a district must be procured in the district. It will create jobs there. Captain Betima can say, "Many 100,000." May call Azima say, "I have forgotten the place we were mentioning that you went for the Easter. I'm going to open Mangasim." Yes, may call could be a Juma home so that they can get some work to do. Do you know government is the highest buyer in the country? You know that?
Yes.
Government buys a lot. So procurement is a tool that we can use to create jobs. For instance, let me give you one example which beats my mind. It beats my mind, to be honestly with you. Anytime I'm traveling our roads, look at our roads, how bad they are. Okay? And then some say, when will we stop constructing roads? I think till Jesus comes or the work ends. Is that not it?
We are every year, every day.
So are we saying we cannot train Ghanaians to take over this industry? I know the hindering or the limitation factors, again, funds to get finance. So government can say, look, I'm even putting this money aside, or I'm creating equipment pool, like a plant pool. So we a local contractor. You just come and hide the equipment, go and construct the job. So you don't need that big capital outlay.
That's right. There's a pool of equipment.
Yes. So you just come and hire it. I will pay you. You pay me. Do you understand?
That's right.
The cost of hiring is what you pay me.
That's right.
Then the rest is yours. It will be creating a lot of jobs. So when I see Chinese and etc., I say, hey, da ben, go see da ben. Come in Kruma days, you got job 600. It means and then we cannot.
And then la polyclinic here, we're going to be.
Thank you. So I think we, as a country, it doesn't matter whether Mahama or Baumia or which party wins the election, we may have to rethink procurement. Public procurement is a disaster, from my point of view. Captain, as an Auditor General, let me tell you one thing which is very annoying about public procurement. One more time, no manner. Why do people say they need the thing? That's why they buy it. Most of the things they buy it and just keep it there, and it will get rust. Haven't you seen several government buildings that have been abandoned? Some even completed, abandoned and not used. Haven't you seen government vehicles? Abandoned. And not the tip of the iceberg. Stores which are obsolete and being thrown away. And yeah, easy. Because one very silly policy, forgive me.
Silly, go ahead.
Lack of better word.
Don't worry, no, silly is silly.
Ministries, department, and agencies say that, say, I fenoko na year. Now when to me and spend your budget, Ministry of Finance, omun being kahon. Ombe traso. And getting to November, December, they buy things like mad. So they don't buy the thing because they need it.
Because
the budget must finish.
And yes, our finance minister on to.
Thank you.
October, November, December. No.
They buy things like mad.
Just to waste the resources.
Yes. So I think we might have to. That's why I was doing a procurement audit. Nyamian Chadie. When into report na my art, and yes, they will kill me. They will have slaughtered me alive. That report, I actually described in that report PPA as a crime scene.
Hey,
because
so PPA is a crime scene.
Of course, they were condoning, like I'm saying, they are condoning a lot of wrong procurement. Remember, the India makers and say, one, Mekajiral say the approvals by the chief executive without that of the board, no, it was not right. Okay, sir.
Sure.
Good. Even the right of the board to approve a procurement request for single source or restricted tender, you know, there are conditions given in the law. They don't just have that right. The right accrues only when you meet those conditions. First, Captain Smart, Nkwane Onipa produces idea, no? So he's the only person. That's why we want to buy from him.
Okay.
That is one. Two, because of an emergency, you see a go through procurement process. Three, if you are to cameras, it must be the one you are going to buy must be compatible with them until you person called the same place. Ekokoto. And I say four, national security. There are a lot of conditions stated there. We shall approve as many times. They don't tell us which one applies in this case as a result of which they were approved. That's why I was doing the procurement audit. To tell them that one, approve as ni bi ohokra enye wo no ese wo approve. Two, one ese wo approve. So that mandate has not yet been activated because the law gives a condition under which you should give the approval.
Wow.
But honestly, now I wanted to portray a picture for Ghanaians to understand how we were exporting jobs and hurting our economy through international competitive tendering.
Okay. Obetia says, Saban Biba no Sibe, your Auditor General Bima, obey.
View. So what? Minyo shows are going to be ask assassin.
Debbie, obey.
Minya.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh. Well,
because man, who say you are a no-nonsense man? It's about Ghana first.
I have, but you have to leave the scene for somebody also to come in. To help my country, yes, in a different capacity. But as Auditor General, beyond there, a bit hard because since you are a bit too brutal. Oh, since you are a bit too brutal. A bit too brutal. Now, when you say, are you sure? Say, I don't know who is going to win the election. Whoever comes, we like you to audit him. The same thing as Nakufarodi. The first year when you are auditing the previous person, you will be a good guy. From the second year, and I'm Suzuka, I said, now I'm above 60. And so the maximum the constitution gives is 2 years.
But you can be given a contract to save the country.
That is 2 years.
Yes, so within the 2 years.
In the first year, no, you are a good friend. Second year, fireworks.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm looking at Ghana.
Well, I agree with you, but I don't even believe that any party will be interested in bringing me back as Auditor General, seeing what has happened in the past.
Okay. I have your studios, I have your court, but I want yes or no to some of these questions I'm going to ask you.
Go ahead.
Your politicians, though.
Yeah.
Are they corrupt?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you say so?
The evidence is there.
Okay.
And me can be say kind nanka before opinion or tifi or mankwara we nanka no or can who be.
Okay.
So they are condoning it or something like that. Yeah.
Your politicians, are they willing to fight corruption?
Even if they are willing, I'm not sure they are willing. Even if they are willing, the circumstance under which they find themselves.
Okay, so are they pretending?
They are pretending. Because Mekai earlier on said, if you spend 5 million, 10 million to become an MP, they are not for the Christmas or for the Easter. They will have to recoup. And how do they recoup? You can't recoup if you are doing the genuine thing. That's why I'm saying that Ghanaians, we have to look for a way of making acquiring political office cheaper. And democracy is nothing Ghanaian. It's a universal concept. If you go to some countries, even the next week or the next day there's going to be election, you won't even hear anything. You don't even know that there's going to be election. They give them opportunities to showcase what they have on TV, like you people, radio, and then they create a platform where they can meet the people and answer questions, and that ends it. But see what is going to happen in 3 or 4 months' time. Our streets are going to be littered with a lot of pamphlets and whatnot, etc. It's just too bad. All those things should be regulated. We should stop it. It's not necessary.
Wow.
So we hear poster you can have a place where you all put your poster and finish. You don't go putting your poster on bridges, on poles, on people's houses, etc. It's indiscipline.
So, what's your auditor? Why apart from the two, the senior ministers one, and then that of Zoom Lion, they him you na who say wait dear. Okay.
And American say no. Mabonti into me can hold some baby procurement audit no. Okay. Nanga a year pass, but you leave it there.
I mean, we say a question way. Auditors will be in this country.
Yeah.
If you say rule in building this country, and they say, and are they allowed? I know you've said a lot. So even the second part will not be too important, but I still have to ask you. Auditors rule, and the Koyombe first will be to be a boa.
Yeah. And it's a well, mine be a seminar, and as what they call public financial management. There is always audit. Now, audit no, and yet public financial management gumpo in private sector say. Ebia wa anchor encouragement war accountant or to two sikana sevoina but branch say afiniko na you appoint another accountant who comes as an auditor na ono be hwese e kwan a ode usika sem fa so no ne kwan mu ana say nya ne kwan mu. So that is the role that the auditors they play in the public sector. Now say auditors betimi anya akukudro ayo wadwuma say the city a ngebeboa oman pa because mpembebre no obi anim say auditor there obeba obehu na wehu ewie no ne nsunsun so ebi obekata so ebi nsusu a obeyi wama eno na akoba say mpembebre na amanfo entimi emfa omotinye because of the executive influence na wo kano. Because some fear for their jobs. They see, me my Jumane friend say, come back. And I do so soon. He said, when I was Auditor General, I was always giving assurance to my staff. Say, in the course of your audit, remember, I'm with you when you are auditing. As long as you are doing the right thing, I'm with you. And if you run into trouble, I'll be in front of you until they finish me. You are safe. So don't worry. I will take all the bullets. Now, Mikasi Kumasi, anywho, say, I take all the credit for the work that they do. So I must also take the debit as well.
That's right.
So I'm ready to die for them. So Mikasi, there was a day where Openyekese B. Ephraim said he wanted to know who exactly did a particular type of audit. Let me say, Mia. No, so you are the Auditor General, but the team which went on the field, let me say, kind constitutional. So the audit shall be done by the Auditor General. So whatever the person did is not important. The person is not important. He was acting on my behalf. I take all the credit. So I'm ready to take the debit. And so if you have any blue, throw it at me. I say, Daniel, how you do? That's nothing. So amount for the problem we have in our country is Abayajuma from particular. They've taken their work to be like the end of their life. If they lose their work, then their life comes to there's nothing they can do. So people are not ready to stand for the truth. That's what I'll be telling people, that look, the reason why we don't have professionalism in accounting, professionalism in auditing, is because people are afraid of losing their jobs. If people did not care about losing their job like I am, yes, Mikaisa Mikokanu who now almost Mikajiro almost say yes, Satam now there was news all over that we will sack him like the way we sack Charlotte say. And I say, who's I care? I don't care. Even if they sack me and I have nothing doing. My father was a farmer in a front place and the land is there. I'll go and till the land and use it to support the country. So I have things to do with myself. But professionals have become so fearful of losing their positions. To the extent, say, we've compromised profession. You are cuckoo down for be brave or memoir and come back to me, I Jumama or Mayasi or ye.
You audited snakes.
Yeah.
John Aduku first time.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't remember the details. Only if you are Was there any problem?
No. I'm told he called you to come and audit him because he wanted to leave.
That man is an exceptional man. He's a different caliber of public servant.
Who? Adukufo?
Yes. He extended his hand to me and said, look, I want my period to be audited before I leave. I said, I'm on one audit. He's one of the strange public servants that I've come across. And the audit was done. So I don't remember the details, but I remember very well. We met at a certain function, and he said it first. I thought he was joking, and he followed up. So further to our discussion, I want you to audit my period before I exit, so that if there are issues that I must answer, I answer them now instead of later on when I'm at home. And I must say, I must commend him. He's one of the people who I found very exceptional in Ghana. So, I'm bold enough to say, police from Rambes I thought it was something to be commended, and I have a lot of respect for him. He actually did that. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Is it true, sir, public servants in this room, especially the time and now we Auditor General?
Oh, Muslim.
No, Muslim.
There be me
cutting come Jubilee House.
Yes.
Say, yes, a board meeting. I said, no be a phones.
I see.
No Muslim. Because I said, the woman. I don't know. I mean, like we had to make 1 million, 200,000. No one can say jai.
Yeah. Maminka story being children. Now, I Madam Fubi, he was Minister of Finance, meant to me money position. Now, he didn't come over and can say, Fadi call this place now or and Shemao. No, they come on funny tiagi. Another time you raise the issue, because why don't you send it there? I told you the last time. Well, filming. Third time, stop wasting my time. I've told you what I say. Do you know what it costs to go there, Daniel? Hey, ask Minister of Finance or say who? But I've gone there several times. But who in his normal sense will ask money from me?
Who in normal sense will ask money from the Auditor General?
From you. Even just about 2 weeks ago, I was there. Nobody asked me for money. Boss, Daniel, you who?
It's right senses.
Yes. So I don't mean say they think the right thing must be done, and that is one of the key things of auditing in the public sector. What we call deterrence. There must be deterrence. Maka Mpebebre said the reason why an NTR corruption as into Ghana and say usually there are no consequences. If you think you can get away with it, why not try it? But if you know you can't get away with it, you don't. Me wana Mpebebre ameta edi omoye asresem baku ni home waka baby. But he came and picked me from my house and we came to the airport. He gave the key to the driver to send his car home. We flew to Heathrow Airport, and the sister came and met us and said she was going somewhere. So he gave the key back to him to drive us to the house where we were at the hotel we were going to. Tia called me, besides Nana, what has changed? I said, I don't know why. He said, the way you are driving this morning is very different from the way you were driving yesterday. What has changed? No, you're even smiling at pedestrians. Only you are smiling, giving them away. But in Ghana, almost empty and we work at 20. So what has changed? You know, say, the system.
The system.
What is the system? I say, yes, the system here doesn't tolerate anybody. And what about Ghana? I say, oh, they here and say, well, road down, do you know me? And say, oh, okay, sir, go. I say, but we can try it here. I say, what we crack here? You try, do you know me here? So the system that we have built are not good. I agree very well with Obama when he said we don't need strong members, we need strong systems. Except that he has forgotten that the systems, they don't grow on the field like the grasses grow. It's men who put it there.
That's right.
So we need strong men to build systems. What he inherited in America was built by others before he came. What they are in Britain, any developed economy, if you take them, you see somebody came and put systems in place. So we need people who are bold to defend the right thing and put systems in place.
Finally, what one thing, Nasanka, what you Auditor General, can you want to change? Or even if you have the power, can you change about auditing in this country?
Well, I will not have too much to say about the place except to resource it enough to extend the audit. Because when we say we have audited the government, just say we have gone everywhere. No, we do what we call risk-based auditing. We look at where we think the risk is high. So there are some institutions they go for years unaudited because schools are organized. How about auditing now? Hospitals are organized. It's difficult. So we look at the risk base. Say, Kolebu more money. Okay, then let's go to Kolebu. Or here. So that's what we call the risk base. Okay. But at times with the Awuji there is no risk. Exactly. So resourcing them to undertake more of the assignment, I think, is necessary. And the last thing I would like to say is that government should desist from creating institutions when others are failing. Okay. See, especially in the fight against corruption. The Auditor General's office is there. Even the CID has a unit that also follow people for committing offenses in that regard. We have SHRAT created by the Constitution. We have Office of the YOCO, Economic and Organized Crime unit. And now we have OSP. After this, what will we do? We'll create another one.
Definitely.
We keep creating and we are not getting the results. Okay. Captain Smart train him, resource him, and fire him.
That's it.
But we cannot say Captain the papa we have a canon, or say, okay, bring the third one. Or bring the fourth one. Okay. Let me say why I'm against that approach. Corruption, just as wasteful expenditure, deny the citizenry the benefit of public funds. It's not only corruption, wasteful spending. Wasteful spending. Buying SSK unnecessarily. Look at the cost of establishing OSP, just the head office. If they are supposed to roll it out throughout the country. Yeah, because they have to work in the regions and the districts. So why didn't you look at it and say, oh, okay, we already have institutions. Why don't we put this mandate in the hands of YOCO? YOCO already have regions and district offices. So it will not require additional structures and etc. So if there's even additional cost, it will be very marginal. So we must think about this country well, and if we want to get something done, whoever has the mandate to do it, let's assess him. If he's not competent, remove him. Bring the right person, resource the person, instead of creating what in South Africa they call fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That's what we are good at doing. Ebini Cathedral, fruitless and wasteful. I saw that did was an organa. Obit
Pentecost cried into me.
Now, about to me, the Roman Catholic.
Into me. Methodist, Apostolic Assemblies of God.
So our priority is that who? When our children are studying under mango trees and in dilapidated buildings, today's day and age, people are drinking from ponds where animals are also drinking. Our women are still being given birth on the floor. You go to our hospitals, they are eyesore, and that is the priority we have. That's why I like that expression. The first time I came across it, I said, this is good. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It must be avoided in this country.
Are you still on leave or you have your sack letter?
I have my sack letter. Didn't you see it? On the 3rd of March.
I'm only asking. That's
why I have my sack letter. Yes.
You have your sack letter?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, be a triamount.
There be,
I won't try.
I'm going to have 2 installments so still and do have them. First one, I'm going to try. What happened was that by God's intervention, miraculously, almost releases kind from finance to accountant general.
Okay.
And accountant general, between accountant general and auditor general, they say they don't know my bank account, so they don't even know me, how to contact me. In this kind of 2021, the money must be sent back into the.
That's right.
So auditor general send the money back to treasury because also need my bank account number. Now Ecoban is saying last year, and me call from Public Service Commission. No, monsieur, me difference biaba. I'm say difference of what? No, so me retirement benefits no. I'm say now your original difference then I could buy. Intimi man they I should give them my bank account. Let me say I'm very worried about money laundering and etc. And I don't just give my bank account. Say Misika Bediun say give me the evidence. Say if I see the source and it's genuine, then I'll give you my details. So then she forwarded a copy of a letter from Ministry of Finance paying the difference.
But not the principal.
The difference. You see, So then now I gave her my details and they paid. Then I now said, I wrote them to say, now principal, if I also accountant general and auditor general, me now for 4 passes so because it was some my accountant general for 80 years. And the current auditor general was my deputy throughout. They could not contact me to say that, look, and remember, I was being paid as auditor general. And I'm informed my bank account details assessor. At least a phone call to just say that are you still using the bank account? So
it's basic that you
Debbie, Abide the car.
Yeah, I'm going say.
This Netanyahu genocide. What is going on in Palestine? Why are they not going there to stand up to Netanyahu and the Israelis? If really their focus in the world, say, entrenching human rights, they want to fight for human rights. Look, their own country, the biggest human rights issue, there is hardly a week without gun violence.
Yeah. Recently, last week, yeah. In part of London.
And Chebiane ku Ghana ni wa Canada, innocent Ghanaians, all over the place. Yes. Ghana for a with knives, with guns, and then innocent children, their own citizens. Inti omo ye really committed about human rights. Why are they not addressing gun control in their country? Inti this cannot be about a human rights fight. Omo who say the current Ghanaian leadership is weak, is complicit. Indiana, they feel that they can threaten us, they can harass us, intimidate us, meddle in our domestic politics, which is not done by international convention. If a sovereign country is deciding, said, this is the law we want to pass, their parliament, bipartisan, Obia, nobody had the courage to openly vote against this bill. How dare you? How dare you issue threats and even dictate to a president? Monamoto Obama, the president, because they know, say, oh, you're complicit. They know he's weak. They know he doesn't have balls.
Or should declare anti-LGBTQ plus bill null and void, British Sky to Supreme Court.
Look, the Ekoso were my way mono. It's a clear case of this country returning to the era of subjugation, the era of colonialism, the era of white dominance, foreign control, because of, you see, peanuts, loans, anka a grant cry, even that, there is no amount a year over $1 trillion. I'm concerned about the future of my children, the future of this country. Look, in any case, on this same continent, Sikana Ghana leaders, Musro, and they are tossing you around like puppets. Look at how Kamala Harris came here and ordered our president about somebody who can be her father because of some was it $100,000 for Accra initiative. Said they are going to help them to fight terrorists. As we speak, Minia, it is important to acknowledge, sir. Uko Kenya, they have even stricter laws. Uko Zambia, stricter laws. When they say all these countries are under the IMF program.
Okay.
And yet, the IMF, the Americans, the British, the French, they dare not. Because Omunim say, those countries, their leaders are adding them.
They are strong. They will quickly tell you, say, take your money and walk away. Like Uganda did. Argentina, Saudi Arabia. Unim Saudi Arabia. People are complaining about our laws, say our laws are harsh. Yaka say maximum 5 years. Unim the Yachi or Saudi Arabia, what they do? First, you will be lashed publicly, after which you will be hanged. We are now you're hanging, now you're kun. And yet, who call that part of the world? Ubianim, Saudi Arabia. They are the closest friends of the United States of America. Omoka brutal. They are tight. In Framankra and Faumomo. In that region, Ubianim, who you're a student of geopolitics. I mean, look, Iranians who are even a bit liberal, no Americans and the Americans love the Saudi Arabians. Biden alcohol on a number of occasions. Renew. Even when people thought, sir, after Saudi was implicated in the murder of the journalist Khashoggi, Biden or campaigning or said the Saudi Arabia is not the best, that they have to be dealt with. The international community must sanction them. Obey president who abandoned. He's been listed as the first betrayal of the American people. He no longer talks about justice for Khashoggi, the journalist who was killed in Turkey by Saudi spies. What is happening here? Where every Western leader thinks that they can dictate to us. And it is all because of the weakness. And look, Sikana, as I say, yeah, can say, Sikana Mba.
So what is it? Ghana beyond aid?
Sikana Mba, economy way back collapse. Minia, we will go into this program. I'll be pointing out to you monies that have been blown, wasted. And your president, how many years was I not complaining about his chartered travels? 20,000 euros an hour.
Said it.
The Western leaders who today are dictating to him, they don't do that. Americans are using their Air Force One, which they bought in 1991. Who they buy recently, 2010. Fresh condition. You see, the latest ultra luxury, 20,000 euros. Because when this economy crashed, he spent over 100 million on those travels.
What?
Yes. Analysis are yeah. Over 100 million new Ghana cedis.
This is serious.
And this is a man saying, without IMF money, this economy will crash. Endra Eden Ayante. Photocopy of
what's it?
Past questions. Pasco. 68 million cedis. On my way, on my nisika. Loan inti. Some Fianga diplomats who come and be threatening us.
Fianga diplomats?
Yeah, will come and be threatening us. Come and be threatening. How dare they? We are a sovereign country. Talk to all of our parliament, the parliament of the people are passing law. Look, I feel so offended. So they think that what? Chef La, they see we were building houses at the same time as I said, Uba Parliament. You're shuttling and all of that at the risk of your life. Then you treat our legislation this way, and our president is following you people. What do you take us for? And apart from the 68 million, $12 million on a Japa, and no cry yet $2 million. When we thought that a Japano ya stopping sikabia enkodemo, not doing we were wrong. $12 million. Yebisa MIF chief executive or CEO and offices and marketing and we were planning to list on the London Stock Exchange. Ebe, you don't know the value of money? $12 million. Up to now, Yabisa say office when Amoko rent here, they can't tell us. You pay address, no?
So Nema Mokanyina and Ubibisa say.
Ain't on my way ya uhia mine.
President won't mean pitching.
Oh. what kind of constitution now? We have a hurdle. To succeed in an impeachment, you need 2/3
the House
of MPs. Unfortunately, you need 2/3. Ubekai recently, you indicted Ken Ofori-Atta. You did 2 vote. You no more muka say Ken Ofori-Atta say omo party or say o mine into your monko. Omuye U10. Shameless U10. Into Yanya 2/3. Ken Ofori-Atta continued with his distraction.
Are you surprised that Richard Sky is behind this suit in the Supreme Court?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Look, people are not novices in this country. We are not naive. We know what is going on. We know those who are behind these things. We know what is happening. We are not naive. And this is my prediction. Take it or leave it. Case way, Supreme Court and rush it to adjudicate. A better horse till President Akufo-Addo finishes his term. That is a strategy. Take it from me. You will call me January next year to give me my stone.
Rebecca said, preempt.
Oh, Minia. Yeah, E-levy case, so is that not the same thing they are doing?
That because
my lawyers oh, please, when is the next year? When is cold case? It's become so cold like ice. Almost fresh case, no. Like ice. Meanwhile, Abdullah Diano, rapid on the budget. Say you rejected budget. Within 6 weeks. They've done hearing my judgment. Look, we are not kids in this country. You just see what will happen. Because pressure, no. And look.
So do you know what's a Ghana for you, honorable?
As I say, you
was you demonstrating
you're demonstrating
on the street.
And President, he shouldn't think he can hide under this case at the Supreme Court. What kind of constitution now? Parliament or other opportunities.
Okay.
To revisit this matter. Yeah. To take him on.
Okay.
Yes.
Educate us, honorable.
When a president refuses to sign a bill, there are processes. It will go to Council of State. It has to come back. And we can take a vote. We can decide, say, we will override the president's recklessness. You need more than 2/3 though, but we will do it. Because yes, starting MP Bia, I'm sorry, Anka say I am opposed. Nobody should think that we are at the end of the road. We are not.
Fantastic. Honorable, Ebimo Kase Baomia is quiet on this issue. John Mahama were making his stance clear to Ghanaians. But Ebesine Baomia Kasai.
A legitimate concern. Meso Maka, our parliament. Maka says, so far, no, the silence of the MPP's flag bearer is deafening and unacceptable. Nipa Yechiwo not too long ago, that leaked tape, Anna or Kase, unknown the savior of Muslims, he has come to pursue a Muslim agenda as candidate, which I thought was totally needless. We are Muslim or Christian or I don't believe in those unnecessary divisions. We are all human beings, one people under God. Into this cheap politics of identity, no, it's done by people who don't have a message, who don't have a vision. But Nipa Yachill say you are portraying yourself, say you have the interests of Muslims at heart more than anybody. Meanwhile, we all know, sir, President Mahama has a superior record when it comes to Muslim interests. If you look at the NDC, holidays, Nina Muslims enjoy. It was the NDC's, policy interventions and laws that we promoted. If you look at even Hajj, organizing Hajj in dignity, Yen Yakreti Hajj village, Yen for the first time, Muslims were able to travel from Tamale direct to Mecca. Never happened in this country. It is not about cheap talk. It's not about cheap talk. It's about what you do. The people want action. Your track record. Inti Abanisana who claim say you are more Muslim than anybody. How come you are silent on this matter? Inti Opese or please foreign diplomats. He wants to be a puppet to the West. Oh, how I miss great leaders of this country. Okay, Professor Mills, my godfather. How he stood up to David Cameron at the time and told him in the face that how dare you? You dare not. We are a sovereign country. Not under my watch. Back off. If it's about aid, keep your money. Professor Mills.
Yeah, he said it.
He said it. Yeah. He said, keep your money. At that time, we were back fresh. The economy was not good. Kufuor say economy. But he knew he was going to be incorruptible. He knew, say, the little taxes. One charter 20,000 euros an hour jet. One called two amona for $58 million. One called year Pasco photocopies for 68 million cedis. One called year Japan $12 million. At least Sika and Kolabenye did. Sika yedibe si akwan yedibe ye hospitals yedibe to incubators there yebenye bi. But it is because of bad leadership, bad choices. Enti Bawumia must speak. And I am glad said National Chief Imam were outlining the Muslim manifesto, what they want to see. The next phase is to demand of all the leaders, and I'm glad said the Catholic Bishop Conference and others, they've started.
Yeah.
All politicians must state. We have heard from President Mahama. Aka Diakano from the other parties. And Bawumia cannot keep hiding under the table, under the carpet, in holes. He must be smoked out. Inti SSO Kasa.
Very well. Honorable Samuel OKUDZETO ABLAKWA, thanks so much. You move on after yenhwe mehu rata bia waye watwete bibi ene ewie na yenhwe Honorable Samuel OKUDZETO ABLAKWA. Tomorrow I will be engaging the media from world most expensive pit on the day President Akufo-Addo promised to commission his $450 million US, that is 5.7 billion Ghana cedis legacy cathedral, which he described as priorities, okay, for God and country.
Yes, Biana mature. And they are Ochina the world's most expensive pit. One say yaka Ghana for moon here. One say omo cordon off the place. Omo de tete. Omo pese Ghana for be hunu krano. Into Ochina meaning century for ye koho. You are invited. 2 p.m. ye koho. We are Ghanaians. We must have access to every part of Ghana. We are ready to face off. We are going there. And nobody 2 p.m. may address the media right from there. Namachere Ubia, the whole country, what they have done with our $58 million. Look, we are not angry enough. $58 million. The last time we hear analysis, no. A Dana Yesi for the displaced people in my constituency, it was just 2.5 million for 300 people. And so far, Yesi Mienu, 600 people have been housed. Abandoning. State of the Nation address, President one, he didn't even give us a word of empathy. He doesn't care about us. I mean, no, Kasasi say over 2,000 people are still living in tents 6 months now after this disaster. That's why I get so angry. And then your taxes. Are we not all Ghanaians?
We do.
Why do you treat fellow Ghanaians like that?
You pay taxes.
It is $58 million. No, it is more than 700 million cedis. Check it at current exchange. A big drew 800 because of what the dollar is doing to the cedi now. Me analysis, no. I bet to me see that house that we have built. It can house 8,600 people.
That money?
Yes, with that money. 80,600 people. 80,600. Into a choice, the 40,000 people who were displaced now, we can solve that problem and we will have 46,000 more rooms to take care of people who are homeless across the country or people who need affordable homes. We must always put these things in context. Say $58 million no. And yeah, dying crown now person who see 40,000 displaced Ghanaians no from the Akosombo village no cry. Now say person who acquire how many kilometers of road? In a bay. Upese audito incubators there so that our preterm babies will have a chance of surviving. How many can you buy? A hospital, how many hospitals? Unem say la General Hospital. Omo demolish here. Omo shisha sikasa Almost say they need less than 50 million to build a new one, massive one, who design, which is less than the $58 million. So we must put these things in context. I'm a Ghana for
and I die a bubuguye.
And I die a bubuguye. Me no kasa sisi. Ye kasa sisi ya no. Unum say okohwa. Judges bungalows. Na judges bungalows ewo. You see Honorable Bagbin Abreso as Works and Housing Minister. And the
President Mills.
And the President Mills. And you see nice new bungalows. Judicial Training Institute. Demolish. Can you imagine say anka ye NDC leader? And now what demolish judges bungalows and a judicial training institute? Anka by now, judges will be up in arms. Judiciary will say, hey, we are under attack. The judiciary is under attack. But Obia Yedin. And these judges, what I'm saying in the process, Justice Said, he received an award from the Ghana Bar Association as the most upright judge. Nebu Efuye into your resign. We lost him. Yes, we lost Justice Said, an appeal court judge. He resigned. Say, after I've served my country, risen from high court all the way to appeal court, and you treat me or more money, they just drove him out like a chicken. She had just done surgery. Oh, he was asking for a few more days for the wife to recover. Almost the presidency were who vision. Nyamia catcher and say, or movie from heaven or betina Accra. The last time the new NPP campaign manager, Joyce Aye, or say, appeal for funds, or say who Cathedral as a manger that Jesus Christ is coming back to earth to live in that manger. Meanwhile, sorry. Me, I was SU vice president. My name say Christian doctrine. Anywhere in Christian doctrine, the Bible, yes, signed by Jesus Christ. It won't happen. It's not possible. Jesus Christ is not going to be born again. Oba Betina manger. And in any case, what kind of Bible? The story of the manger was to show the modesty of Jesus Christ. Say Jesus Christ, no, onokra ye wono, just manger, baby, animals were just, say he's modest, he's selfless, or you're humble. Manger Musina a $450 million. How can that be a manger? You think Jesus Christ will have allowed himself to be born in a $450 million manger? What kind of doctrine is that? Until they've turned the Bible upside down, deceiving people.
You bet me, I said, President, we're causing financial loss to the state.
Oh, yes.
With this, yeah.
Massive financial loss to the state.
Saying what here?
Wouldn't say, me what evidence be brave 4th July 2022, mature right to information request to the Public Procurement Authority. Or more reply waha. Me bisa almost say National Cathedral under Ghanaian law. Omuna is omuma procurement approval.
Okay.
It's not me person me who say omuma procurement approval ana a single source ana a sole source ana a competitive. Yeah. $58 million.
You my
we are Amanano. The world's most expensive pit.
Amanoni.
Yeah.
National Cathedral na do sechina.
Yeah. Ochina na yeah. Ombe commission. Yeah. Yeah. Eno
Amanano no ombe commission.
Say inti because of that omo yedin omo jin say ye be refi. So omo ka say ombe commission. Ochina. Inti Public Procurement Authority. This is the response that I got. The signature of the Chief Executive, okay. Mr. Frank Mante, 5th July 2022. Application to access information on procurement approval relating to the construction of the National Cathedral by Rebade Company Limited. Reference is made to your letter dated 4th July 2022 on the subject above. Please be informed that the Public Procurement Authority holds no information, emphasis mine, holds no information relating to the construction of the National Cathedral by Rebade Company Limited. You may wish to refer your inquiry to the National Cathedral Secretariat.
What?
Yours faithfully, Frank Mante, Chief Executive, to Honorable OKUDZETO ABLAKWA MP, North Town, 8th floor, Job 600 building. Can you believe that? Yeah, could see $450 million. Already they've sunk $58 million. $58 PPA force omu ni information bia. We say hey Pacho, hey, please we beg you go to National Cathedral Secretariat. Yeah.
Any Joyce Ayemu.
Yeah. Look, SSM me bo Reverend Ministers way abaso. Pastor Otabil.
Sudanaba.
Or Johnny in Tem. Ohun de ekoso no say, we enye
bon.
We enye God's vision bia to protect my reputation. Let me leave.
Kevin Sofo.
And Bishop Doug Hayward Mills was the second.
Lighthouse.
Or no dear or chro to protect himself. Said ne ye lawyer. Lawyer kuku dampa. It to protect himself. Or state in his resignation letter say Ghana fwe munyina munkai say location no enye board no na you take that decision. President Akufo-Addo Nkwano take it. Onu na decide say you bet demolish Judicial Training Institute, you bet demolish Judges Bungalow, you bet demolish Scholarship Secretariat, you bet demolish Passport Head Office, you bet demolish Mali Ambassador's Residence, you bet demolish bungalows for Shraj, you bet demolish Comsys IT firm headquarters, you bet demolish Waterstone Realty Apartment Complex. All these buildings, that enclave was the most prime, most iconic province in Ghana. Akufo-Addo had demolition in Ghana. Doug Hayward Mills, in his resignation letter, say Ghana for demolitions, no. Omo fan board, no. Yanka ho. Akufo-Addo. And procurement issues, omo fan ba. Omo no mo select omo architect, David Ajayi. Or said omo first meeting, President Akufo-Addo catch omo say, or no any architect. Is that how we do public projects?
No, architect, no, why in the background check?
Oh, don't worry. Yeah, Baho. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Don't worry. You're ready, cry.
LGBTQ now.
Then, Bishop Doug Hayward Mills, essential say, contractor, no? President Akufo-Addo Neka say, or no any contractor.
Hey!
Yes. You think you know what? Bishop Doug Hayward Mills. Yes. The resignation letter. What's the thing you know? We're protecting whom brutal. Yeah, or no dear, yeah, to me. Look, may I show you obey your witness? Or can you cry? Obey boy your prosecutors. Oh, yeah, causing financial loss. People are going, people will go to jail. Ujin said, we will allow our $58 million without public procurement approval. Sure, response a public procurement authority, actually. And look, you jumo, shada. Let us when you know, build the evidence. Ujin said, na minim say there was no procurement approval. Minim inside there's a catch me, but I want it documented so that Ochina obeying ko create some approval be no more backdated. Uko yes and there, you have the signature is here.
Very smart.
Chief Executive no ho. Until we know what we are doing. All the documents have been leaking. Ujin said, I just want them to know, say, your documents. We have our evidence.
So what about Sudanaba and Duncan Williams?
Fantastic. That is the next group of prominent, patriotic, God-fearing, Christian-like men of God. As I say, ya bomba baso. Inti Archbishop Duncan Williams and Reverend Sud Anaba, they were the last. They were holding this weak, wobbly project. Inti Omuka said, Nema koso de bia scandals na OKUDZETO ABLAKWA release no. Enkoye already yenyo no Pastor Otabil and Bishop Doug. Omo Johnny. Nema omo chro no enye. Yeah, yakawa ha no. Dachi ye hu bechiri yen yo. Enti yepe audit. Enti omuka say omo audit. Enti mo frɛ auditors no mo. Hey, asema omuka ye. Say auditors mbra. Omo say debi omo ti kwa pai. Omo nti ase. Enti more than a year omo chiro omo join memo to the board say omo pe auditors. Audit bi ankoso. They be omo committee na. Oh, auditors no wo hin. Oh, muso then oh muso. And omo say Sembeba debi. Yes, so you enjoying it away line no. And omo too no resign here. It is a say, Oshesa Board of Trustees. Unim say, even Akufo-Addo ni Attorney General, also resign quietly, or just said, na yente. Godfrey Dame. Ono so who said the cost wo ho no. But Ojane too late. Into ono so ka ho we are going after him. Oh please.
What is it?
After what taking part in all of the looting. It's too late.
Now, until I saw for be that so
yes, and which is surprising. Joyce, I idea say or no or yeah part time, or yeah part time or Cathedral board no, and or yeah part time or Baumia campaign team, and Professor Opoko Nyina, no now yeah chairman. And Ghana for do no a refi say, sa osofuna or yeah President Mahama sa yeah did say nyansa for mu here. Ono so wo so mate oda so was on resign Presby oda so hey oda quietly cool on pese Ghana for be kai do say or say the ono or advise president or send text message President Mahama de ono on receive text message onim say na ye be text message they I mean Mikai say, oh, look at the ministers, babies with sharp teeth. No, why say, hey, man of God. Oh, now my name say it was all about say
envelope
yeah na ye pese ye ba na ye bedi na ye besi $58 million.
The cry identity meaning.
Ono so da so wo. Yeah, kusi Reverend Kusi Boating Obna Edu Jemfi oda so she ho. Na he has the audacity, the temerity. Latest news they say latest. I feel that me reveal it for the first time. I hire na Mr. T.
Fantastic.
Latest they say wa appeal court say decision all the decisions against him cases now we're losing in or be appeal. That's the latest. Yeah, that's the latest. Can you believe that? Nipa, look, any other country, and I'm so disappointed in the IGP. I don't know why this chap has not been arrested. Sure, evidence ninyana media tujwa. Wunkwa who 2 date of birth 2 years apart. Wunkwa 2 different mothers. Wunkwa ya appointed as Victor Kusi Boating. Meanwhile, diplomatic passport yede mao say Faye Jumano is in the name Kwabena Edu Jemfi. Wunkwa 2016 to aba as Victor Kusi Boating. 2020 to aba as Kwabena Edu Jemfi. 2 voter ID cards.
And Ghana card.
Look, madege sa ako even ne basic school O level me woni nyina ako court. Emma judges no eka say look, after going through the evidence, they don't even know who is before them. Omo name say way or ye Kusi Boating or ye Kwabena Edu Jemfi. Judges say omo ye confused. Omo and they were shocked. Human rights judge or say to even have the courage to come and appear before us in court. She was shocked. I'm totally also say or no now they may call court, but one to me I'm back into Osuma Obi say ombe into your friend Diana Pano or say he's a son to him, like a godson.
What's your channel?
Oh, Munyana, as I say, a chomo. Look, and Mamun Refi said there is a list of people who must refund our monies to us. Me what list no vote of censure committee no. Ye demande say Kenoforiata as I say Omaye the full illegal withdrawals because he didn't have parliamentary approval. Yes, for those withdrawals, which amounted to $58 million. At the time that the exchange rate was just about 5. It was 339 million Ghana cedis.
Too much.
Can you imagine? In 7 June 2019, this is Kanofriata or Nankasa Nawasane. Or say, or release 445,000 Ghana cedis. 5th March 2021, or release 80.5 million. 10 February 2022, or release 32.7 million. When you now echo David Ajayi, until David Ajayi I received 113 million.
David Ajayi.
David Ajayi.
One way,
architect.
Yeah, we see an architect.
Or say, or a promoter and financier of the gay movement.
LGBTQ.
LGBTQ. Yes. Yeah. Yes, or say yes, or say or support you. Ono na say he has been indicted. On him say, yeah, stripping of a lot of his contracts because of his sexual assault cases. Wow. In banning na oni omu ye juma say na onti omuka na or rape omu and all of that. Oh yes. It's been one kind Financial Times, one kind New York Times. Oh yeah.
David Ajay.
Oh yes.
Where president?
They are even in court as we speak.
What's president?
Oh yeah, the president's friend, President ne choose according to Bishop Dake Ward Mills, the resignation letter. Almost your first meeting, President Akufo-Addo catch almost or no any architect into onu now David Ajay we buy.
Gay financier.
Yes, and sexual predator, as has been described perfectly in the British press.
In the public domain, when you know.
Oh yes. Oh, I'm surprised I won't hear. Oh yes. Yeah, 130 million. Oh, Baku cried there were airport, South African airport. And I see a rape case now. I want to see it.
South African airport.
Yes.
Oh, Johannesburg.
Yes. Only a fellow architect or more project. Yes. Oh, it's been well documented. Ukai Financial Times, and this is the person. Omoye due diligence. Because of that, Uko UK. Now your advisor to the mayor, he has been stripped off that position. Now we'll see a dying ama Jews for the Jewish people, or more stripping off. Yeah. Meanwhile, you see Yakwakofa a Bobby from Israel. And the Cathedral where I see no. It's an Israeli project. Only Nana Akufo-Addo can answer. That is not all. 29th October 2021, Kenoforiata released 142.7 million. 19th August 2021, Osan released another 58.2 million. On my way, your Maya Yenisika. 31st March 2022, another 25 million to the National Cathedral Secretariat. Ninyana 339 million for the world's most expensive pit. At the time that Ward Mills or resigning, Oka said, look, my conscience cannot be well with me when we have spent $30 million and all I see is a pit. I have done magnificent projects for far less. Then you know your name, a Danya Bishop Dak we see across this country. Kodesh, all his temples. Massive temples. Oko the Pediasi that hills Oko who the wire is a wonder. It wasn't even half. Yeah, from Israel.
Give for Abo.
Yeah.
Abo.
Meanwhile, a Ghana Cathedral project in Kwana, David Ajay is still associated. When every other project or Machro, even in Saudi Arabia, contracts they've all withdrawn, stripped him off all those projects.
Saudi Arabia.
Oh yes. Ghana and Kwana, we are still entertaining this chap. Inti David Ajay must prepare to return our 113 million Ghana cedis. And Obroni Biso, a friend who carries Summers, another crook. Also, meaning baby Omoko Funny Free, or be presenting him as CEO of the Nehemiah Group. Pictures of the buyer, Omoba Parliament, yeah. Almost see Omo mansions, no almost see temples across the world. They'll be Kasa. You're bragging all over big English. And now, Omotam Yesika 61 million demand. At the time, $6 million. Yes! Inti a carry summers into Enamikasa. Maminko undercover, Naminko America ho.
US.
Mintimiko US. Missouri. Springfield, Missouri.
No
Miko drew ho when I followed up on the address. GPS de Miko ho no. I thought say maybe a GPS in America is no longer working. I had the shock of my life. Address now Mbeka Chair of Parliament say, a dime for fair be Nehemiah Group. Meko Drew ho minia. Ramshackle warehouse be. Look. Minya sure say kiosk. Minya sure say kiosk. The worst kiosk on this Osu Oxford Street can come close. What? And Anka Ombeka say Mankoho. Me woho me taking me video evidence, extra photos, and I OPA. I say, hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Carry Summers. Came out. It is all captured in my video evidence.
You have that?
We have all of that.
But I say, Honorable.
Carrie Summers must refund our money. Kwesi Boateng and Kwabena Edujemfi. Many people forget, sir. Media a sika na me chase ye 2.6 million because documents on Modiba Parliament or Muka say 1 man no 2.6 million as contractors mobilization. And na me bisa say JNS Talent Center Limited. They are not the contractor. Contractor is Rebade. Tie banisana ye 2.6 million. Ako JNS for ho. Ho na me discover say sena Kwesi Boateng ho in another name as Kwabena Edujemfi. That is what opened the can of worms. In the year 2.6 million, ye beje. And let me serve notice to all of this. Intiana or China 2 p.m. and I invite the general public. The world's most expensive pit. And we will be engaging the media and serving a clear notice. Say, all these people keeping our money, they must prepare to refund the money. And that whole National Cathedral Secretariat, as I said, almost dissolving. The board must be dissolved. Ochina may reveal Sika, Yagusu are spending on that board. Oh, yes. I'll reveal all of that tomorrow at 2 p.m. Yes. Mary Villenina Ochina.
2 p.m.
2 p.m.
Very well. Honorable Masamba Osubim. Yavas like I said, my abua for star 274 has and was sent the was FM number 1, number 1, not 5, not 2, not 10 Ghana. Yame eye aduma me ba be che 2,000 Ghana cedis sharp CCR. Chatu mami CCR now be the 2,000 Ghana cedis each. Beja Kofi and Tuesday. Actually midweek. Actually 6 March 2024. Wachina Yakopon eye aduma no na crane Mugabe minimum ya ba be poso hima TV ni radio so. No dear eye power jackpot. Na di omunie obetwa eye star 274 star 10 hash. And one on Brana so you be now on my judge
the minds of our leaders. And no na ye here pan kamiansa meto akwakoma Akufo-Addo. Nti amuzu fo momboaye. Akufo-Addo ne baomia. Amuzu heba mixture no nka ombetumi aye mixture bi. Beboa for patriotism, vision.
Amuzuke eno si betimi abwana na ado.
Anka miansa meto omomame yeah. Because the ekoso no. Wo de tie de mema beka.
Fantastic.
Report where Miss a woman say a performance audit report of the Auditor General on the construction of Cocoa Roads. Cocoa Roads no. A President Mahama Abreso ono na did this idea by say omo sustaining this economy. Our cocoa farmers. Omo beye jumaden time for harvesting na ekwane nye. Inti post harvest losses. Now omo bre how to move the cocoa out of their farms into all the project we buy as Cocoa Road project. Say cocoa board for Sikana yenya from these cocoa farmers. So let's invest in their roads. Into 2015 na project we started here. Dr. Opuni ne persecution ni nyina no omo say na breso no Cocoa Roads no o budgete 1.6 billion and na o spende 5.2 billion, which was more than 3 times the 1.6 billion budgeted. Cocoa Roads Improvement Project Phase 2 President Akufo-Addo ne baomia omo abreso. Auditor General reveal say the omo accuse Dr. Punino, they have done worse more than 3 times.
Omo about free.
Yeah. Omo budgeted 1.3 billion. Omo spend 13 billion. About 10 times. But until West no. Dear Dr. Puni Anjoin, who he never even imagined that he could ever do this. Akufo-Addo ne baomia. Ubekai noise omo ye in this country about so sourcing, so omo be jai, omo be making sure say omo be stopping this whole sole sourcing, single sourcing ayakoso. Auditor General had discovered say who can report where say 87% of cocoa road contract nina omodemaye no. Single source, non-competitive. 87% ain't seen that in the history of this country. Now, what is worse, no? Auditor General say, Omo compare 13% of the roads or more competitive with the 87% or more single source. No? Omo say single source there, no? It is 3 times the value. HS said the roads they are constructed, we could have gotten 3 times. But you haven't heard the words. Unim said they did not follow the procurement law. Omo violated procurement laws. No? Omo, yes. They should get ready. But this is the killer. Unim company the company that was at the center of this. Baumia Nia Company.
Baumia Nia Company.
Resources Access Limited. Resources Access Limited.
Company no.
Yes.
Baumia na open president
Yeah. Or say or no incorruptible.
Or you mate no.
Sena. And last week me publish latest documents from the PPN Akoko board. Onya the highest contract 83 million. Baumia Abraham Baumia. Abraham Baumia. They should get ready. All this causing of financial loss, no, they will account. It is because of practices like this. And ayedru baby ayedru. My constituents and to me. Resettlement houses, to me, compensation. I mean, all their everything has been lost, and they are been abandoned. They are being treated like refugees, like animals in their own country.
Let me tell you, Honorable. You're the best here for today. The best number for part 2. Honorable Samuel OKUDZETO ABLAKWA, ranking member of Foreign Affairs Committee of Omrasi.
Okay, Friday. Wow. Yeah. But when you come by
preliminary stage require be a bomb to say so Donald Trump 2.0.
Why one Udia Kamenu. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Ediaba were appointed, especially in Ashanti region. I know so we interested and Eastern region and our Bomudi CCR. So mo and ever represented the various regions say vet no more approve your more. Then we will look at the service passport, then other matters. Yeah. And then the other ministerial list later this week. I'm told to say somewhere around Thursday, and more likely someone paying so I release list of other ministers and so Hodomo. It's the my minister started free Ivan Hodomo now. Ivan fire starting na free and try and come so. Ivan.
Yeah.
John Dramani Mahama started in the Juma. I mean, there's been series of letters. And we saw Boko to making sure that there is peace and sanity within Boko. And he did also emphasize to say, during his time as the president, now Boko is very calm. But when you come by and I could do baby edry. But the best thing conform more Boko say, Omoma Pepe, there's some dream and Fambra. Yes, that's a free one.
Yeah, be the decam I mentioned what here for will be a fish up. I just realized officially this is our first time. And surprisingly, instead of Tuesday, we are here Wednesday.
Yeah.
Remember how Wednesday that.
Oh, okay.
From next week going it will be Tuesday. So
I see.
I think
why your timetable?
Yes, my reshuffle. I think John Mahama 2.0. That is what I'll call it, because the first one number single. So Donald Trump 2.0, but shall say at the chair, John Mahama 2.0, shall say. And I will say, says, I will hear said there was your shall say now. I think that's so far so good. What in China, I'm not sure, say you may have any much concerns to say about what has happened within this space of 2 weeks, what taking over as president. And I like the directness, the swiftness, the boldness in kind of us or the name. You see, you could see that this is somebody or clarity of thought about what he's doing. Yeah. There is no ambiguity about decisions I will make. For instance, he made a commitment to Ghanaians about about cutting down the size of government. Yeah, that's sorry. Yeah, there is a letter to that particular regard that what downsizing the ministry from 30 to 23.
23, yeah.
And I've seen a lot of people with different debates and cutting costs and as far. I say, let us not mislead people, because whichever way you see it, cutting down ministry, will save cost. You and I, what comes along. Abraya appointed a minister, a whole lot of budget and as a forum. And I don't know the day, a sign a symbolic relevance so far as the Ghanaian people are concerned, because platform where how many times Nayan Tenasen can say we need to cut down the size of government, because it is not about the last size of government, it's about efficiency. Akufo-Addo told us, say Adjumani Dawson, he needed a large crowd to be able to execute that particular thing. At the end of the day, or setting up the biggest size of government in the history of this country. So it is about efficiency. So I think that particular boldness and